there are different scenarios for different ones.
Yeah, I agree with that. Strictly speaking, of like generally, experts. They want to be recognized as experts, and they don't want people with credentials want their credentials recognized.
That's right. They sure do. They sure do want their credentials recognized, Corey.
Yeah.
We'll get to that soon.
You're also a testament to how worthless credentials are.
Nah. If anything, by your own logic, I'm showing a very hefty value because I can be used as a talking point for you. You're welcome.
Well, and you're right. They do have value. So how much did you pay for them again?
Don't worry about it. That's not important. That's neither here nor there, right?
Well, technically, we all pay for our degrees, right? I mean, we had to pay for school.
I know. I'm curious how much he paid.
I would argue that I paid a better deal.
Exactly. I was going to say he's got greater value, right? He paid what, like $20, like with shipping and handling, to get his degrees. How much did you pay? Like, I feel like he's way ahead.
You're not more than that.
It shows his big brain. It shows his big brain.
That's right, John.
No. I'll correct
for the
record.
same title too.
No.
What's crazy is now I spend those cigars.
I have paid thousands of Canadian dollars. I still think that's less than the $20 that kids paid. So right. I win either way.
So I know we're memeing, and it's fine. I love to meme, but it is really important that when I think it's interesting to recognize this, because when you recognize this is when you recognize psychic profit. And I think so many misunderstandings in understanding how markets and capitalism work is that people look at value as like a market value of the thing, how much it costs to produce a thing, and the function that a thing does. And they often throw to the wayside the psychic profit, which is I feel good about this thing, or there's something I want that isn't necessarily measured in the function. So a great example of this would be people boycotting Israeli products right now, right? There is a psychic profit that is gained by purchasing products that don't have any form of their money flowing to Israel or Israeli corporations, right? Despite the fact that it might be more expensive or not as good of a product, etc., because you gain some psychic profit. And I think that's one of the key things that is important to understand about how markets and capitalism actually function.
I think that's pretty fair. Yeah.
I'm trying to buy more stuff from Israel to offset those people.
And I mean that in this situation, which is that Admiral Gibbs, his degree might give him some psychic profit for the fun and the memes, but like it doesn't have any actual value to most people because it doesn't mean all of the hard work, all of the education, all of the presumed perseverance, etc., credentialing.
I don't know, man. I persevered through a lot of things to get to where I'm at.
Gibbs. It has value to me, right, and to Lagwood because we get to make fun of Corey all day. Because
just wait. We're getting this paper written
of whatever that fucking eye medication is.
Oh yeah, fuck those people. But yeah, what is it? Oh yeah, here we go. It is Vita Eyes.
Promo code Gibbs.
Gibbs. They didn't give me a promo code, these bastards. So fuck them.
Yeah, I don't think you get promo codes until your actual sponsor. Right? Like, you just get a
I don't
know. I'm just making stuff up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Blue Chew gave me a promo code, so I guess not an affiliate link, so fuck them.
Okay. All right. That's something. But, Lactoid, before we get started, I wanted to ask you something real quick. Have you heard of this is big case?
My bad. He has a fresh cut. I'm going to notice that. I'm going to say something. Nice cut, man.
Yeah, Lactoid's looking good.
Naiman is the
show us, take off your...
yeah, bro. Show him. Give us a 360, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like that you left the beard. You look much more manly.
Damn, look at Mad Men.
Yeah, he's looking... I know. Yeah. He's looking fantastic. What, did you have like a big... day in court or something?
You saw John Hamm got hard, said I need
it was getting crazy. I had to cut it down. And
you were looking like a hippie, or like the type of people you would punch, right? Yeah.
He was revealing too much of his true self.
So Prime guys, I understand that you don't understand this because you're black. But us white people, when summer comes and it gets warmer, we have this thing where like we're too warm, right? And so like we don't wear, big hoodies, or like we get a haircut so that it's like so it's more manageable and there's not as much heat on our head. I know that black people, like, I know that you don't get it, right? That you can stand and just bask in the rays of the sun's energy and just
all black people.
What is he, a plant?
Just all of the vitamins just go into your body as you absorb.
He's got photosynthesis.
All that chlorophyll. That's what
you are plants. You are plants.
All that photosynthesis you're doing.
Our shriveled disheveled, what is it? Pituitary gland, us cave beasts. We
Yeah.
must hide from the sun and the heat sometimes, and get a fresh haircut so that our head doesn't.
The
Understood.
wind
Did you
going, it
just
feels
say
so good.
black people get haircuts like once a week? What are we?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm confused with that too.
Just,
Black people get haircuts. Yeah, I've seen that.
way
a
more.
lot of them. I mean, the barbershop trope.
are
I mean,
you-
let's say
Black people do not
are you
have
fucking
barbershops.
the only reason,
shit
Not a
the
thing.
only
testing
reason
my
I didn't,
joke right
the
now?
only reason I didn't compliment Prime is because it's
Shut
always
the fuck up,
freshly
nerd.
cut.
Okay.
It's expected at this point, huh?
I love you, Scott.
The
It's okay.
vitriol. Oh, he said that. That was great. But yeah, before we get started, Lactod, I wanted to
I don't really care.
What? Yeah, I know. But I wanted to ask you: have you heard of this case in Australia? It's part of the culture war situation, right? So there was this there is a service, right, called Giggle for Girls, and I know I didn't name it, right, but it's a social media platform. FQ, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So yeah, it's called Giggle for Girls, but it's for women. You know where this is going.
I don't.
To giggle?
Oh, you should. But anyway,
Giggle together.
it's
Whether or
women
not you
only.
include trans people.
It's women only. A trans woman tried to join, right? And the regular things that ensued. So now this case is going through their court system. But the woman, the trans woman who is suing, his name is Roxanne Tickle. And so the name of the
Roxanne
case
Tickle?
is
Their name
Tickle.
Tickle
Is
v.
Tickle
Giggle.
v. Giggle. I just found that out last night.
Great title. I love it.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of their. It's going to literally. It's going to be one of their landmark cases because they've never like tested anything like this there on like electronic premises rather than a physical premise. You know, as to who can let into a club, right? So this will be in their history books. Tickle be Giggle. I love it.
Yeah, I'm strongly in favor of Giggle. I hope Giggle is successful, and I hope Tickle loses. That's
Giggle.
Lose at the tickle battle.
Giggle.
If you care
Okay.
about consent, you must respect giggles over tickles. Don't touch unless I say so.
True.
All right.
Good. That's a good one.
Let's get started. Thanks all for being here. Really do appreciate you coming through. This is our big roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of guests here, and we have a new person, which I'm very excited about. But we'll get started by, and before we do that, support the channel. If you've liked our intro, you like us talking, you like coming here, we consider something this channel, gifting bits, gifting subs. Using Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming on this channel. I still say /Prime Gaming, but it's been years since like they used that title for like your free Amazon. But I don't know.
There's gaming on Twitch.
Yeah, like Prime Gaming was a better like term for that, right? Like, or yeah, I don't know, whatever.
There's gaming with a major caveat, right? Like you have to see either tits or ass in order to, that's majority of the screen.
Absolutely.
But there will be some gaming in the corner. Don't you worry.
There will be some gaming, indeed. But anyway, yeah, consider supporting the channel, or gifting bits, gifting subs if you're on YouTube. Consider giving super chats. We'll react to those super chats. All right, so we'll start by introducing our great individuals. Looking better than he has for a long time. He's been going downhill for a while. Our friend Lactoid. Lactoid. Like, you do look fantastic, buddy.
Thank you.
You look great.
Well, I really appreciate that. I've never had a haircut that I really, really like. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, and my hair never really sits the way I want it to, but all of you are really making me feel warm inside. So thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
All right, absolutely. Let's go to our friend Fabian Liberty Scott back with us. How are you, friend?
I'm doing just fine. I am Fabian Liberty, or you can just call me Scott. That's my name. Anarcho-capitalist, libertarian. Check me out on YouTube or all the other places at Fabian Liberty. If you want to discuss libertarian philosophy, and I mean really get into the nerdy, nitty gritty, or just watch some debates. Either way, or have a good time.
Absolutely, check him out. Next, we have a friend, Corey Campbell. Corey, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. As always, grateful to be here. And it's really unfortunate that, as a result of Lactoid being more clean cut, I can no longer label him as a socialist. With all the disheveledness, too much in the socialist direction. But yeah, looking forward as always getting into it. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, that's it.
Ali is here. Ali with the best set design, really. Like those accent lights really help. I've been like thinking about those. Like accent lights, like it seems like a cheap way of just like making your room pop. But yeah, thanks for being here.
Okay, inexpensive. Jesus Christ, bro. Inexpensive is a better word than cheap.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I think I'm not gonna lie. Being on camera, I feel like I think I have OCD because if things aren't filled perfectly and if the lighting isn't good, I will go crazy. So thank you for noticing that. Yeah, how you guys doing? Pleasure to be here.
Oh yeah. As you all know, I'm a stickler for lighting. It needs to be perfect. I'm the same way. Moving on.
I can tell.
I got the bisexual lighting on for you.
It looks nice. It looks nice.
I can do that too.
Okay. Let's have our arms race on that one. FQ is back with us. Thank you, Fairy Queen. Very excited. I'm always excited to have Fairy Queen. She's a fantastic guest. How are you, friend?
I'm doing great tonight. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. Thank you guys for watching us. You can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage on YouTube and at Fairy_Queen on Twitter. Thank you.
_.
I know. There are too many fairy queens in the world, okay? I had to differentiate my handle somehow, so I did it by putting as many underscores as possible before.
You did it in the worst, most annoying way. Why underscores? I never, like, you've said this before, but I realize I haven't, like, actually listened to it. _.
Look, okay, I like the name Fairy Queen. I wasn't going to change it. I know it's generic, okay? But I like it, okay? It's too much a part of me now. I can't just throw it away at this point, okay?
No. You could have put Fairy Queen, right? And
then put real or official.
Right? Oh yeah, official or TV
streamer
or anything. But like the character that people hate typing the most is you're like I'll put three of those.
The underscore. That's your least favorite. That cannot be your least favorite.
It's so awkward.
You're better off. You're better off putting it fairy, the word underscore, and then queen.
You're gonna try that? Okay. You open up an account that's able to do that. Okay. You won't be able to.
Why don't you try Fairy's Queen?
I just wanted it to be Fairy Queen, the traditional spelling.
You should.
Okay.
You should. I mean,
if fairiesqueen.com, I'd be like, dog, there's no way.
Fairy Queen's Cottage. Fairy Queen's Cottage sounds way less gay.
It sounds so sus. Both of them sound pretty sus.
All right. Well, now that we've sufficiently harassed our friend, let's move on. We have a brand new person. His name is Staxiums. I think that's how it's pronounced. They'll correct me in a second. And they were recommended to us by Counterpoints, our friend Connor, who we love and hoped to have here soon. But yeah, Staxium in his place. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. You can call me Hunter as well, which is my real name. I make TikTok videos, but then I realized that a lot of TikTokers are pretty psycho, so I'm trying to move to the transition to YouTube. So we'll see how that goes. So follow me on TikTok or YouTube at Staxiums.
Thank you. We had an official Prime Kai account. I literally put like three like VODs, like not pieces of VODs, like clips there. And then and it must have been like months later, I got banned. I hadn't even looked at the account.
Yeah.
Right? And I got like
crazy, man.
Permabanned.
Off TikTok, is that what you said?
Off of TikTok, right?
No, yeah, I've hit it quite a few times. Like I started making videos like critical of China, and it started like banning them all, and I'm like, that's crazy.
Oh my god! Did you keep your account?
I mean 100% to be expected.
No, fair. Yeah, it was like Uyghur genocide, and it just.
Oh yeah, you can't say the word Uyghur on TikTok.
It was crazy.
To be fair, you can't say, you got to say grape and,
What if you're
Good thing I
talking
can't say that
about
word
your-
anyway.
yeah, you
your
got to
white
check
friend
out.
that likes to wear do-rags? Can you say Uyghurs then?
What about Wangsta? Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I lost my account. I got to try to get it back. But
Just make a new one. Just make a new one. It ain't worth it. If you have already been banned, to get it back, just make a new one.
Yeah, and it was only 3 videos. Yeah.
I mean, the problem is that like I'm unlike Fairy Queen here. I appreciate like brand consistency across across social media platforms. I mean, maybe I could try underscores, right? Prime underscore Kai. I don't know.
Yeah, do 3 underscores
seems
to
to
make
be
it
all the
a
rage
really
with
good
ladies.
sale.
Listen.
But
I know we're still in intros and stuff, but let me just make a very quick prediction. You can put money on it. TikTok is going to die. And here's why TikTok is going to die. Because they don't have the political power that Meta and Google or Alphabet have, number one. And number two, all YouTube needs to do is figure out how to have a better, more streamlined process of bringing people from YouTube Shorts content to their long form content. And there will be no reason for any creator to prefer TikTok.
You don't even know why these people are on TikTok, man. There's so much money to be made on these live sessions. You don't understand how much money people are making on live.
There's literally you're
too
saying
much
I don't
too much
understand.
money.
100%.
There's literally
too much money.
nothing. There's nothing you could do on TikTok that YouTube wouldn't be able to do. Number one, right?
The gifting that's on TikTok.
Why couldn't YouTube couldn't do it?
Why haven't they? Is the question, right? There's a reason they haven't.
Because they don't feel threatened. Because they have enough political power to not need to institute that, and if they do, they will. I'm telling you, trust me. Just put money on it. And come see me in 2 or 3 years.
I got $5.
I'll put money on the fact that TikTok will not disappear in 2 to 3 days, or 2 to 3 years.
Years.
2 to 3.
Yeah. No, I meant years.
I don't think TikTok's going anywhere unless
they'll have the relevancy.
I think.
Unless other social media platforms start paying out the same way TikTok's paying out. Yeah, like
100%. And they just came out with a new program. Man. I made like $1,000 off of one video. It was crazy.
Yeah, man. It's the money on TikTok is stupid.
Yeah.
That's not really an argument because you're not saying there's anything special about TikTok, right? And you're not.
I am. Is that no other platform is paying you
there's nothing special about
nearly. No. There's something special about TikTok. No other platform is paying literally nearly enough. That none of them. There are so many celebrities on TikTok because it's just like an extra $2,000 a day.
It's an extra prediction, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to debate this at all. Come hit me up in
I'd actually love to debate
Tell me
this.
if
It's one of my
YouTube's not
favorite.
doing better and TikTok is going downhill.
Promise. Put it on your Google Calendar. All right. Next we have our friend Admiral Gibbs. Actually, no. Just quickly, I actually did do that. Right, like there was like a bet or something like that, and I put it on my Google Calendar for it was like a year or something. Like it was something like that, right? But then like by that year, the end of that term, the other person, or either they got banned or it was just some sort of drama, and I couldn't actually like get my payout on that. Yeah, it was really unfortunate. But like if you're serious about it, put it on the calendar.
Just do it. You always just do a gentleman's bet.
No,
like $1. That way you don't care.
That's socialist.
Like I said, $5, Scott. $5.
That's socialist. No, we got to put something on the
line. $5. Internet shake. I don't care.
Admiral Gibbs, thank you for being here as well, friend. Nice to have you.
I'm glad to be here. It's always fun to be here. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere. I only have no underscores in my name. I think maybe I have one underscore on one of mine. Just so y'all know, because underscores are definitely the worst thing to type. There's nothing worse to type than underscore. I've been sitting here thinking about this whole time while they've been debating whether or not TikTok is going to exist, and I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I think I might be with Fabian on this one. TikTok's definitely all their features are getting taken over by everybody else. There's nothing unique about them. There's no it's not like you can copyright. Oh, okay, the roses thing. Any of these platforms could definitely incentivize the way that TikTok has. They just for some reason haven't, and I think they eventually will because the free market will make them do it. Because there's going to be an alternative that comes up if we take out TikTok with the House and the Senate because it might die that way. I mean, the House just voted to ban it.
All right.
They didn't vote to ban it. They voted to sell it to an American.
Well, yeah, we'll see how that works.
No,
I mean,
I hate that propaganda is coming from TikTok itself, where they're like, "Dude, they're trying to ban it." They are not. No.
Yeah, we'll
that's
see.
bullshit.
I mean, we all know the Biden crime family's in cahoots with China, so we'll see how that goes down. We'll see.
I'm sure you have evidence for that claim, huh?
I got plenty. So
Yeah.
Don't worry, we have plenty of other things
be on
to
this
debate
4chan thread,
tonight,
yeah.
so we don't have to get distracted. We have our last friend, Doobie. Doobie, are you around?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't see your self in the stream yet.
Oh, I deleted my I was doing a computer like refresh, right? And I think I deleted my beautiful little frogman. So I need to remake it, which isn't a big deal. So I've been just setting up something really quickly. So I'll have the cam up in like 5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you,
But
sir.
well, our friend Doobie is here. You can hear his silky voice. All right. So let's get started. Topic 1. Private military contractors, PMCs, are mercenary groups deployed by governments to accomplish tasks that they often don't or can't have their standing militaries accomplish. The Russian-based Wagner Group, is an example. But deploying these men to conflict zones can have disastrous consequences. Since blame for their actions can't be placed squarely on governments, abuses tend to be overlooked or even ignored. There is very little accountability. In the worst case scenario, as Wagner demonstrated, they may destabilize their home nation after becoming too powerful. However, some people want to increase our usage of these groups because of the cheaper price and to lessen the use of state violence. Do you think PMCs have a useful role to play? Would you prefer your nation use them more often? Would you want your nation to reduce its standing army in favor of private forces? If you were here last week, our friends Scott and Gibbs wanted to discuss this. So that's why I made this happen. I also want to the participants. I kind of want to apologize for the article that I sent, which it was like a State Department missive, right? Like I had forgotten. I forgotten that I made the promise that we were going to discuss this week, and then I had to edit the messages, the invites I had already sent. And I was trying to do it quickly. I'm like, okay, let me just grab something. And I'm like, oh, State Department, this should be good. And then I put this in. Then I later on, because I had just scanned it, when I actually read it, I'm like, oh my god, this is purely American propaganda. I just so I do apologize for that. And
the amount of times that you have used Jacobin or fucking Salon or something.
Yeah.
Whatever. The amount of times that you've used just straight up commie trash as your fucking article for the week, and now we're fucking apologizing.
Okay,
I'm with you, but come on.
It's not useful. I'm fine with things being biased, but in a useful way. I think that was less useful in the way it was biased.
I think this was very accurate. I think it was very accurate, perfect. I have no problems with it at all. It's 100%.
Well, yeah, I didn't even have to hurry because you all were asleep, so none of you saw the invites or me editing them, except for Scott. But anyway,
I was awake.
Because he's
at 2 o'clock in the morning.
He's a dead degenerate like me, so that makes sense. All right, but anyway, let's get started. Lactoid.
Sure. So I'm okay with PMCs generally speaking, but I do think there needs to be a level of oversight from the government. To me, libertarianism is based around reducing coercive forces within society and reducing the power of coercive organizations. This applies whether it's a government or not. A lot of libertarians are just very much against government, but I think there's a real danger of other coercive organizations gaining power, and PMCs are a category of organizations that absolutely have that risk. We saw this happen with Wagner, and I think it's possible whenever you just when you think through it intuitively. Here you have an organization that has a lot of heavy weaponry, and if they violate people's rights, we want them to be held responsible in a court of law. But what if they outgun the state forces? What if they outgun the forces that are assigned to enforce the rule of law and to enforce courts? So that's something that I never want to happen. It just seems like neo-feudalism. So I'm okay with regulation on PMCs. I'm okay with them existing, but there needs to be steps taken to make sure they don't have power to overthrow the United States government and implement whatever they want.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. So, first and foremost, we have to understand what are the rights of man, and the fundamental right of man is the right of self-defense. So, if the fundamental right of man is the right of self-defense, and the we understand that as societies develop, there is niches that are taken care of by different forms of labor, right? Every man is no longer a farmer. Instead, some man becomes a blacksmith, and they specialize in a certain thing. And military is no different. There are people that are simply fulfilling a job, and instead of everybody defending themselves and defending their property, they outsource that for one specific group of the community to be able to, you know, contract some form of defense or have some form of retainer, whatever it may be. Standing militaries by governments, and in many cases, Wagner being one, PMCs that are basically just another wing of the state that are used so that they can kind of avoid getting in trouble for the genocides they commit in random countries, is a simulacrum of that right. It is designed to fulfill a function that is necessary, but it is one that the state has stolen from man. They have stolen the right for man to defend himself and instead created a police state and a military that does it for them so long as they follow the rules that those in power, want. That being said, private military contractors are, without a doubt, by every observable metric, a step in the right direction. They're far less corrupt than government militaries. We see this over and over and over again, where you have dictators or leaders that are overthrown, and there is a serious concern that one political faction has too much power with the military, and so often you will have like Levant or other PMC groups from Israel or Ukraine, until recently, that will step in and train a new military so that that military isn't, beholden to a specific dictator, but is instead beholden to the will of like the current governmental structure. They're way, way more efficient. They're way cheaper. They have an incidence rate that is just lower than the military organizations, with the exception of groups like Wagner, where they are used so that the Russians, for example, don't have to, get their hands dirty. They can pay someone else to get their hands dirty. They're a criminal organization at that point. They're not a private military contractor. So in every way that you could look at it, there is very, very little risk to PMCs, so long as they are subject to the same libertarian philosophy that anyone or any government ought to be subject to, which is not to aggress and only to be used defensively. They're more efficient. They're a stabilizing force in dangerous regions and countries, and they are closer to the market principle and competition that is necessary for us to transition away from the tyranny of the state.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Corey.
I'll try to be brief. Well, first, I am very far from an expert on private military contractors. I'm pretty much like largely going on the article that you sent, which might pose some problems. But and everything that Scott went through may very well be true. I don't actually know. I'd be curious to know if there's any data in terms of like comparing, whatever state military versus private military contracts in terms of whatever friendly fire, civilian casualties, human rights violations, et cetera, et cetera. I imagine the data is not that great, or rather, the source of the data may not be that great, but I'm open to seeing it and having mine changed. But so far, pretty much across the board, all the prompts in the question, I pretty much lean towards no currently. In terms of not a useful role to play, don't prefer my nation using them more, and not in favor of replacing the army with private forces. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Social logic, please.
Yeah, so from what I understood, this just sounds like the government makes an army of basically just a bunch of little suicide squads, and then gets to do whatever it wants. That's from you have private mercenaries. You hire them; they handle, things for you. First, I don't know how that's not the state. I don't know how that's not done by the state. I get that's like not done directly, and I don't get how it's any cheaper if, you still have to pay these people to do it. You may have to pay them less, but like it's still a cost, and it's an outside cost if anything. And so this kind of like trickles down to like eventually not having any government. No, it sounds like it goes into no military, and then we're gonna have no police. So we're just gonna have private security everywhere, and that just becomes a bunch of rich people getting to do. You have a bunch of little Jack Dohertys walking around because rich kids, using their daddy's security to go fuck with people and get famous on kick, and then poor people just have to eat shit. And there's more poor people than the rich people. So I don't know how that doesn't end up in just everyone rioting, right? It's just 1, 2, 3, and then we just have riots. So I don't know if it's good, but do I think governments should hire little suicide squads to do their dirty work? I mean, they're going to anyways. I mean, if it benefits us, fuck it. But I'm saying to make it our main source of probably not. Probably opt against it. I don't know how it's been. Once again, I just don't know how it's cheaper. I don't know how they're not already government affiliated. I don't know how it's not the state doing it. If it's just that's how it's going to be associated, unless it's done in private. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. FQ.
Hi. I will echo Corey's sentiment in that I am not an expert in this particular. I mean, that goes without saying. I'm not an expert, but I am not as well informed regarding like PMCs as maybe some other people here on the panel are. So that's my white flag before. I will echo the sentiments that everyone else is saying, which is that I feel very skeptical and frankly frightened of the idea of our government deciding to switch over to PMCs. There's a video I saw a few years ago, and I can link it to you guys if you'd like to see it. It's called "Billionaire Warlords: Why the Future is Medieval." The person in it, his name is Sean McFate. He was an advisor to Oxford's University Center for Global Affairs. I can link it later. His thesis, his suggestion is that as a concern that exists like regarding like PMCs, regarding mercenary groups, is that if you have a company or a corporation, or if you have a person who is wealthy enough, that essentially means that they don't have to care as much as an ordinary citizen about like what the rule of the law is within the state, because they can simply hire a paramilitary force in order to enact like what their decision makings are. That has huge consequences. How is any government force supposed to regulate the actions of a company like within their state if all the company has to do, or if all the person has to do, is say, up yours, I'm going to hire this paramilitary group to go and to enforce like the regulations that I would like to have happen instead. This has huge implications as far as like personal liberty. It has huge implications as far as like what are we to do as far as foreign war is concerned. I think it's highly concerning, and I think that like if any government has a vested interest in maintaining power, that they should reject and they should avoid the use of PMCs as much as possible.
So much. Staxium, excuse me.
Yep. So I'm going to largely echo. So preventing coups is one of the largest things to worry about, especially with the Wagner Group recently aggressing on the Russian government. But I'm going to mention a few other things that other people haven't, which is one, we cannot privatize national security clearances and secrets. That is a dangerous road to follow for, I think, pretty obvious reasons. The second is that I would actually agree that PMCs would be cheaper. That's because their main duty is to the CEO for profit. And one of the main duties of the government, of the military, is to not piss off Americans. And one of their main concerns is to save American lives. I think that we spend an exceptional amount of money, way more than we need to ensure that no one dies. And I think that private companies would not care the same because their bottom line is a paycheck and not necessarily a better outcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Well, first I want to answer Socialist Lactoid up there with his concerns about the PMCs overthrowing governments. I want corporations to have the right to defend themselves because corporations are people. And they not only that, people have the right to defend themselves, they have the right to self-defense, corporations have the right to self-defense. Not only that, okay, not only is that true, capitalists are okay with companies having military capabilities, and that in any capabilities they can get. And this is to do what's best for their shareholders and customers. In fact, one could go as far as to say it's their fiduciary duty. As Fabian Liberty just earlier said, private militaries are way less corrupt. You know what? I also agree with that statement. They can also be much more dispassionate, not have to worry about the emotional issues that may arise in the region, and are removed from being the direct parties involved that might escalate an issue just by being there. This allows them to do things that like actually solve the problems in areas where you have unstable governments. PMCs can lower death counts on country citizens and militaries because these are expendable forces who are made up of volunteers that sign contracts. These are all good things. So basically, there's no real reason to not like PMCs. Furthermore, I do want to say one thing in addition to Staxium here. We already privatized national security with private space companies. So national security clearances with private space companies, you have to get a security clearance, or military contractors for maintenance on stuff. So those are already two examples where they do that. And I see the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. And for our final friend, Doobie, he's an avatar that he knows I'm not going to like. He does it specifically to grade on me. But Doobie, thanks for being here.
And he's
Hello.
He's not here. No, there
So-
we go.
Wait, can you not hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So, yeah, I'm actually, I'm torn, to be honest, because I don't understand how you could support the existence of PMCs and nations working with PMCs, and not support something like ISIS or something, right? Like, so because ISIS is effectively just a bunch of people who got together, former military, got a lot of money from a lot of interested parties to push a certain ideology, and then went around and caused a ton of trouble, right? Like, how is that not a PMC? And how do you square supporting PMCs with supporting something like ISIS or any of these other random terrorist organizations across the planet to effectively do the same thing? And if your position is that you just support those organizations and only people are fighting against them, well, like, how does that lead to a more stable world?
Okay, thank you so much. All right, open to
Can I just
discussion.
ask a question to Gibbs? So just to see how I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but just to make sure. So you think, let's say, for example, a company can like purchase a nuke, like Microsoft can.
I would be more than okay with that. Yeah, that would be
Okay, yeah.
fantastic.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
think
that
about how wonderful it would be if like
How
in,
wonderful, yeah.
In Nigeria, for example, where they're
Uh-huh.
fighting Boko Haram and they have all this oil, and Exxon came in and used their private military to secure the oil fields and stabilize the region by getting rid of
Yeah.
the Boko
Yeah,
Haram and the
absolutely.
ISIS affiliates.
Yeah, it's all fun and
Wait,
dandy. So you got to go band for band with the Arabs, just like
Well,
relax.
I mean, there's no Arab
Yeah,
because
that's-
Exxon burns the whole
Gibbs.
forest now.
Gibbs, I got
You know,
another
that's
question
what
for
I'm
you.
saying.
Would you be okay with McDonald's hiring a PMC to go shoot up a Burger King in order to prevent competition in the local area?
Perfect. Personally, I'm here for the new fast food wars. You know,
Yeah.
like, but like, I like on a real note though. What's one of the first things that are burned in countries whenever they are having unrest? Well, people burn McDonald's for the sake of them being like a symbol of Americanism. Well, guess what? If McDonald's had some private military forces, you're probably not going to be going and burning no more McDonald's. It probably saved them money by saving
You know what?
franchise.
so we're just
Type
gonna
of
have
you-
terrorists on
You know
GoFundMe,
what?
and that's gonna be a great.
Until the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there has never been a war between two countries that both had McDonald's. Now imagine if McDonald's had a military.
I think Serbia and Kosovo.
Fucking
I think there
world
was.
peace.
No, but like
just
I think
a
I
couple
think the
of
prob-
corrections, right?
So we'll go to Scott. Hunter, FQ, did
So-
you have your hand up previously? I'm not sure.
I did not.
No.
I'm just adjusting
Okay.
my headset.
So,
Sure.
so there's no like substantive, budget breakdown to understand whether or not PMCs or whether or not a standing army is cheaper, right? You're not going to find like a really detailed study. Trust me, I fucking looked. It's just not something that most economists are interested in. So what you have to look at is you have to look at the incentive structures, and there's kind of arguments on both sides. I think the arguments, setting aside the ideological argument that privatized things with competition are almost always more efficient and cheaper. Setting aside that, if we want to look at like what strengths and weaknesses exist, some of the strengths that PMCs have is number one, there is a kind of menial labor can be done with much less wage, with a much lower wage, right? So when you are a cook in the army, for example, and you're in the army long enough to be a specialist or like an E5, right? You get paid deployment pay. You get paid the job that is your rank, right? Whereas PMCs that are using subcontractors to run their cafeteria with like local cooks and things like that, they're just spending way less money to do that. Now, obviously, there's a profit mechanism that exists there that doesn't exist for as far as the state is concerned. But I think we've seen time and time again, like kind of that. So that's one thing. Another thing is that there's no hidden costs to PMCs. So, for example, when you're talking about soldiers, one thing that will upset a nation more than anything is if you don't have appropriate health care or some form of like government programs for veterans, right? Even if a country leans away from socialized medicine, it will get very, very upset and angry and demand money be thrown at a problem to combat, let's say, PTSD and things like that. Whereas private military contractors, they're hiring someone on a wage. And you might have insurance, you might have like Red Cross or something, but you're paying for that. Like it's all upfront. There's no kind of like hidden kind of understanding that in 10 years there might be a new VA bill that like increases funding. Like there are things that can't possibly be tracked, right? That you deal with when you're dealing with government taking care of veterans. Um, there's also the thing that PMCs are way, way, way more flexible in terms of being able to hire a bunch of people and in terms of being able to fire or get rid of a bunch of people without buyouts, right? So when you have a standing army, especially if you have a volunteer force, right? You don't conscript. It's really, really important that you maintain a strong NCO, right? This is some of the failures of the Russian army, is that you can see is that they don't have a strong NCO corps. So it's one thing to have a bunch of generals that are great tacticians, and it's another thing to have a bunch of cannon fodder, young troops to go and like kind of get themselves blown up. But the real backbone of any military is the non-commissioned officer role, right? These are people with years of experience at leading troops, at leading operations and missions, at being able to command a unit to be able to do certain things. You can train a bunch of young guys how to do room clearing, but you can't train them how to avoid Mogadishu, right? Like you have to. That takes experience. And so PMCs have this advantage where they can kind of just hire people with that experience from wherever in the world, sign up a contract and vet that they're not crazy, and then they can kind of get rid of them when they no longer need them or put them in some type of retainer role. And so militaries, standing armies that are run by governments, they have to ramp up recruitment years and years ahead of time, hoping that they have a strong NCO core in 10 to 15 years. And like I said, you can see this failure from like the Russian military falling apart because they don't have that strong NCO core. And so yeah, so and the other thing is that like many of the jobs that are done by PMCs are things that you just don't need, really detailed um like highly trained individuals for, right? Like, so for example, when I was a medic in the army, I was trained in room clearing. I was trained to be a combat medic. I was trained in combat medicine, and then I had to do rotations, in the hospital setting. And the thing is that if I'm a PMC, I don't need to be trained in all of those things. If I have a specific job, which is to be a combat medic, then I don't need an ortho rotation at the hospital. And vice versa, if I, need to help out in a hospital setting, I can be like an LPN and I don't need to have this combat medicine training. So those are some of the reasons why PMCs tend to be cheaper.
Okay. So let's go to Hunter, Lactoid, and Gibbs.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that I want to say, mostly because there's been a lot of stupid things that have been said. So let me just focus in on Gibbs. I have a question for you. So you're focusing on the defensive nature of the PMCs. Like if they're trying to prevent a McDonald's from being exploded, wouldn't it be cool if they could hire military? Do you?
Well, we could go on the offensive nature as well if you want. Like,
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Look at how successful the East India Company was. 277 years, these guys handed out ass whippings around the world and generated tons of wealth for their country. I don't see anything better than that. What's better than that?
I would say it's like your entire ideology is a meme. So like,
welcome.
It's not a meme. It's not.
Like, so you would, yeah. I would say that destroying McDonald's should be stopped. If only we could have like some central authority who could prevent aggression, but still defend defensive nature.
Where's the link between a central authority and the defense?
What I'm trying to say is that if you just have PMCs, right, that basically anyone could hire, they could go defensive or aggressive because they don't have to abide by like official standards of like rule of law.
Yeah,
or
that's actually
like
a really good thing. I'm glad you brought that up as
hold
well.
on, what is the substantive difference between a competition of private military contractors in a world where individuals are attempting to protect their property and nation states that have disputes, disagreements, wars? I mean, are we not currently living in a world currently where like our own universities are under constant protests from the multiple fucking wars that we're currently funding? Right? Like what's the substantive difference?
I want to address the other thing you said though before we move on too. I want to say that you brought this up and you said we're not under these like rules, right? Well, I think that's a good thing. It's really a good thing these private militaries aren't signed the Geneva Convention. They can actually go in there and get shit done. Like this shit is like the Geneva Convention is just like guidelines. Like these countries break them at whim and then just go, oh look, well we're doing it because this or those are just like guidelines. It's like pirate. What was the pirate code in Pirates of the Caribbean? That shit doesn't mean something. PMCs can do this dispassionately.
Okay, so hold on. So are you saying
bottom line, which is a good thing.
Hold on. Gibbs, are you saying that like so if there was a PMC that wasn't connected to any government on the planet, right? That no loyalty to any nation, and say one university was in competition with another university, so they hired this PMC to hack their computer systems, fuck over all their students, destroy all their infrastructure, right? You're saying that this would be like a preferable solution, like a world where this could happen, and there'd be nobody for them to answer to?
Yeah, it sounds like a skill issue on the team that lost.
Have you seen the East India Company? Come on.
Listen. This is the problem, and I understand Stacks wants
to
respond to my question and not leave it like unaddressed, right? But this is the issue with the framing that occurs here, is that we are kind of like taking the status quo of violence that occurs between nation states, and we are kind of like taking that as like a normal thing, and then we're comparing it to this imagined increase in violence, and yet there's no connection to actual incentive structures where that is actually the logical conclusion. The incentive structures are more so for nation states to engage in violence with other nation states than it is for private companies that are beholden to profit, that need to work in a market, that have all of these competitors that they don't want to be branded criminal and they don't want to cause problems in the market. The incentive structure
that just seems like an opening for a PMC that is very private about who they do business with and is very good at doing things under the radar. It just seems like another opportunity in the market, right? So if companies want to be branded with this reputation of using PMCs to hack people or take people down, well, just go to a private company to do this. That won't tell anybody that they did it for you.
Again, you're proving my point further, right? It's not like there's this hunky-dory United States government where the CIA hasn't been caught every fucking decade, like orchestrating war somewhere. Okay, like it's not like we live in this like great global society of like peace, and like actually the United States military and government is like this just beautiful fucking thing. Like they do evil, fucked up shit too. What I'm saying is, what is the incentive structure? And the incentive structure of nation states with power to where they have a monopoly, where they have top secret, where they can hide things from all of their citizens, where they have the right to tax people and steal money from them via the threat of violence, and you don't get to know what's going on in these FISA court rubber stamp approvals. You don't get to know what all of these things are going on behind the scenes, versus companies that are in competition with each other to protect and defend private property, where they have to work with a bunch of other people, and where if they get too violent and other people have an excuse to take them out because they're branded as criminals, the incentive structure is very clearly and obviously in favor that you're going to have a more peaceful
the incentive structure is money. The money is the incentive
nation
structure.
States and standing armies.
That's the simple thing. The money.
Okay, can you just like? I feel like you didn't respond to what I said. So are you like is your position that we should get rid of private militaries and national militaries entirely and use just PMCs? Because it sounds like to me like you're framing this in a way that would. It seems to indicate to me that only these nations would use PMCs. No private corporation would use a PMC. What I'm talking about is the risk of private corporations hiring PMCs.
Yes, you're not actually addressing the arguments that I'm making, right? Which is you're saying, but private corporations. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, then why do you keep talking about nations that are held to standards and regulations? I'm talking about a private corporation hiring on a PMC to fuck over another private corporation.
I'm okay with that. If you want me to be clear,
No, you're not.
You're just restating.
I am though.
You're restating your positive position that I've just said. Please find the incentive structure difference.
Money.
What I'm stating is,
So,
they can make money doing this.
Money is good. Money is great. Money is the greatest moral achievement of man. Like a society that uses and gets money, and a rich man that gains money is the greatest, most moral man in society.
Okay, so we found the incentive. Okay, so why wouldn't they do this?
Fraud.
Okay, so we found the incentive. So why wouldn't they do this?
That's not it, because you're engaging in in high time preference behavior, and you're not actually thinking about low time preference behavior. So in high time preference, yes, it is absolutely true. It is absolutely true that in the immediate future you can gain money by doing so. The problem is that when you own private property, you don't, unlike politicians that are only there for 2 or 4 or 6 or 8 years, you actually have to live with that property your whole life. And so when you steal and you become a criminal, you open yourself up. You say, hey, this is the law of the jungle. Might makes right. I take what I want. And when you have a large competitive force, everyone else goes, oh, you want to be like that criminal? Well, we're going to take our shit back. When
yeah, but that's
engaged in that
so
behavior.
ahistorical. That's so ahistorical because that's how like I could point to so many different organizations that are criminal organizations that you could say, oh, why would they act in criminal like advocacy when you know that they would just get absorbed? And turns out some people think short term. Some people don't have the long term sustainability.
Link it.
Sorry, the mafia. Like, could I point to like any criminal organization that has ever existed?
Yeah, any corporate scandal of the past like fucking 200 years. Like, what are you talking about?
No.
Corporations have scandals because of their executives. The people running them are short-sighted sometimes. They do dumb shit.
That's fake news.
It's absolutely true that people do dumb shit, right?
Okay.
And so if you believe that people do dumb shit and that people in power abuse power, right? Then your argument is give all of the power to one structure as opposed to a competition of structures where those that abuse their authority lose, as opposed to a political system where those that abuse their authority gain. You're not actually making an argument against what I'm saying.
I'll even go further than what he's saying, right? So he's talking about like saying, oh, they're gonna have rules and shit. Well, if there's no rules, like, hey, it creates more markets. Now I have the bigger market for PMCs, which means more jobs, because now I need someone on defense to stop the PMCs from coming and taking my shit. So now we have more jobs all around. Like everybody's winning. Like this is a good thing.
That's a meme argument.
It's not a meme argument. It's absolutely a basic, like simple economic argument. If you have like a thing that's happening, you're going to need a thing that counter happens it. Like that, we already have cybersecurity.
You're going to open the micro mercenary market.
I'm okay with this. This is a good thing.
Argument,
like, I mean, like, what? For example, like, why would you?
Opposite.
No. Like, not everybody's a moralist. Like, nobody's a moralist. Like, when you're sitting here, like, morals dictate whatever going on. Like, people are gonna their bottom line is gonna be money and profit, and money and profit's got a calming factor on things. Like he mentioned, the mafia. When the mafia's kind of in power, one of the benefits to the mafia is there seems to be lower crime rates. There's a lot less violent crime. They have more organized crime, but lower crime rates overall.
Wait, hold on. You know what? I'm tired of them just talking so much that everyone feels like they've won the argument. Okay, let me say. All right, let me say one quick thing. This is one of the most un-American arguments possible. There is a reason we are the greatest empire in the world, and it's because we established soft power as opposed to hard power. We have the least amount of violence than we have ever occurred in the entire world, in the entire world's history. Okay, and that is because
that have to do with what either of us are saying.
Well, because you're essentially saying, look how much war and damage and insane things that America has done, and I'm saying, okay, but we still have. But before we've established a rule of law,
I'm un-American because I recognize bad things the CIA has done. So
is that what you think I'm saying?
That's not been my argument.
Is that what you think I'm saying?
Like, what's your argument?
That's definitely not been my argument.
Actually, substantiate your insult.
I don't think we've done one bad thing.
Sure. What I'm essentially trying to establish is there is a. What was that?
Just
he was memeing a little bit.
Okay.
Right. Finish up, Hunter. But make your point. I do want to get Lactoid in. He's been waiting quite a while. And then we'll go to Gibbs. Yeah.
Just that, like, when we established a rule of law, we stopped annexing countries. Like, when a country annexed another country, it was national news, and it has been national news for like 3 years now. Like, rule of law is actually pretty good. But go ahead, Lactoid.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That doesn't say anything about what I'm saying or why I'm un-American. I'm
Okay,
not
right.
against the rule of law. Like, make an argument. Do you want to make one, or are you giving up?
Are you sorry? Do we want to get Lactoid in, or do you want me to respond?
Well, I mean, you said you were going to say something. Say something with substance.
Lactoid, hold on, Lactoid, do you want to wait for them to do this, or do you
Sure.
want to?
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
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 Repeat your question.
I'm asking you to make an argument of substance about why what I've said is un-American.
Do
or
you
how I'm
believe?
against the concept of the rule of law.
I'm lost as to how it's not against the rule of law. Like maybe that's just me being stupid here, but like what you're essentially trying to establish is that military should just be privately owned and they can do whatever the fuck they want. So that seems like an argument against having
Why?
a
my opening statement-
normalized. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll disabuse you of your confusion of libertarianism, right? So
Cool.
libertarianism is about natural law, right? It is about an understanding that there is an objective ethical framework in the non-aggression.
That is
principle. That's why I stated in the very it's not unenforced. The non-aggression principle not supposed to be it's not pacifism.
It's enforced just through the mutual parties. It's not there's no overriding party to sort of establish the non-aggression, correct?
It depends on
And I'm saying America has been that central authority, which is why I'm saying it's so un-American. Does that make sense?
No, I don't think America has been a moral authority in terms of the non-aggression principle and enforcing the NAP. Yes, have they done better than other people in certain things such as markets or trade or private property or Westphalian kind of like recognition of nation states? Sure, if you want to make that from like a classical liberal perspective, but that's not what I'm stating. What I'm stating is that my philosophy is one of natural law, and that is why when I opened my statement, I said that Wagner was a criminal organization. So to say that I'm against law while I'm simultaneously calling an organization criminal is asinine.
What I'm trying to point out is that when we didn't have these sort of like large structures overseeing rules of law or military organization, it was the most violent time of the world's history. And we have moved past that because we have so much more structure and specific organizations to ensure that it gets taken care of from the top to the bottom, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
and I can
it's very quickly. So, like, when we look at monolithic structures and
Mhm.
understanding monolithic structures and how they were built, right? It's not usually about the tools that were used to produce monolithic structures, and it's not usually about, like what rock or like what things were available. Usually, when trying to determine how a society builds monolithic structure when they come about, it's usually about the organizational structure, right? Creation of hierarchy and things like that. So I absolutely agree that over time human societies have become more organized and have been able to impose order more easily because of developments in progress in organizational structure. But that's in no way, shape, or form an argument for the moral superiority of American politic versus anarchistic principles, covenant communities, or private property and private militaries. That's not really an argument.
But why couldn't the nation state be that development? You've said that it's the development of a new organizational
yes,
structure. Why could the nation state be that?
I didn't say that it wasn't. I mean, the nation state is a form of progress in terms of organizational structure. Absolutely. It's a form
Okay.
of government. So is a corporation. It's a form of government, right? A corporation is a government in and of itself. There's a hierarchy, and then there's governance, and there's individuals that are tasked with middle management.
But given your ideology, you're
rules.
against the nation state being that central authority, correct?
To be clear, I am not
Yeah,
on the
obviously.
same position as him on a lot of this that you argue with these tax news. I just want to go on the record saying that this is all him. I probably have a much worse take.
I am representative of right wing anarchism. You are representative of like Gen X on Facebook.
Sure, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
You are Gen X's voice here.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, I want to make a couple points. Back on the cost question, the cost really is unclear. So for those of you who just conceded that it was cheaper, I wouldn't be so quick to concede that. Several organizations, even Cato, has looked at it, and it's actually pretty muddled, right? One of the reasons being is that the biggest cited reason for why they expect it could be cheaper is because of we're not paying so many benefits. But PMCs tend to hire veterans anyway. And veterans who are eligible for VA benefits, who are going to be eligible for that healthcare, who are going to be eligible for that pension, they're going to be eligible for these things. And when they leave, when they're basically poached from the military to go to these PMCs, they're oftentimes making considerable amounts more. I think in Iraq, for example, when they were guarding the CIA installation in Baghdad, the contracted price was about $550 per day, which already is going to be more. But then that went up to $2,000 a day, just because they were able to basically flex their muscle and put the government in a bind. That contract actually got canceled because of disagreements with the CIA over undisclosed but likely costs, given there was cost issues. PMCs, it's difficult to look at them as entirely private. I mean, they exist off government contracts. It's a private-public partnership. This is where the PMCs get their cheddar. I mean, unlike a U.S. soldier, where a lot of their compensation is, glory and Dodge Challengers, for these guys, I mean, they're expecting a serious payday. And all that money is coming from the U.S. government, right? It's coming from our pockets, coming from taxpayers. So I'm a little bit concerned about the actual cost of PMCs. And if it is worse, if it is more expensive, then I think that we have a real interest in potentially even banning them, or at least only hiring contracts under a certain ceiling. Because why are we overpaying and basically wasting further stolen money on PMCs when we could get the same or potentially better outcome from a government soldier?
Before you respond, Scott, Ali, I saw your hand up. Okay. And I want us to maybe disambiguate, and maybe we can do this for Scott, right? Disambiguate the costs here. Like what exactly we're talking about costs. Because if we're just talking about the defense spending, well, that includes the defense contractors, right? That includes all kinds of levels of spending that isn't purely like the soldiers and their equipment and all of that, right? So I could see, and again, I don't know the cost structures myself, but I could see it that each individual PMC contractor could cost more, right, in terms of the per soldier. But overall, right, their costs are brought down.
Right.
So let's try to do that.
Yeah, just to say, and this is again, I said when I made my argument, and I gave some of the reasons why PMCs were cheaper, in my opinion, that the data is muddled, that the data are muddled. Sorry, I hate being a nerd, but I hate saying data are. I really do.
Then just don't.
But anyways,
you just said
nobody here is policing you. Just say what you want to say.
Well, technically, it's plural of datum. Shut up. It just say data. Data is.
Yeah, I know. But anyways, so the data is or are right. Kind of.
Gibbs, I see your hand.
There's a couple of things here, right? So this is an example of one of the things you see when people say, "Oh, American healthcare is so expensive compared to other countries," right? And one of the things that they love to kind of forget to do is compare the quality of care in terms of price. And that's the same thing that you have to look at when you look at PMCs, is that you're not necessarily comparing apples to apples here if they can hire less people, right, to do the same job. And so one of the things that PMCs are doing when they hire people is they're hiring people that already have military experience, that already have security clearance, but they also check to make sure that they don't have medical issues, right? So when you're in the Army, for example, right, talking about the VA healthcare system and stuff like that, when you're in the Army, if you hurt your knee or something, right? Well, the Army doesn't just go, "Oh, well, you hurt your knee, go fuck yourself," right? The Army absorbs that cost, and then might even, if your knee is bad enough, might put you as non-deployable, right? And so that's like a hidden cost where they just kind of put you in a different job because you injured your knee doing airborne training, right? Trying to get your.
Does the cost actually matter, though? Well, I feel like when we talk about PMCs, the concerns people have aren't really typically about the cost. Right, they're typically about all the other shit that comes.
I have a concern about the cost.
If we're talking about transitioning, right, to a more limited form of government where it is more where we are utilizing more PMCs, so that we can draw down on our standing military and save some money, then the cost is important. If it's purely a moral argument that you want to make, I'm happy to have that debate.
Cost is also cost is a moral argument.
Are you guys talking about a world where only nations use PMCs? Because like Lactoid or someone said earlier, why couldn't McDonald's use a PMC?
Yeah.
Why couldn't some Jewish billionaire tomorrow say, hey, I'm kind of pissed off about what's going on in Gaza. I'm just gonna hire BlackRock to go out there, or Blackwater to go out there and fuck everybody up. Like, why couldn't
hire BlackRock to go gentrify the whole thing?
Just respond to it then.
I have multiple times.
No, you
like I said,
haven't. You keep going to this nation state shit. I'm not talking about nation states. I'm talking about a private corporation.
No,
For example,
you're
why couldn't I tomorrow if I had billions of dollars hire a PMC to go and take over Haiti, right? And that's just my country now because my PMC took it over.
Of course you could.
Should be able. Actually, I mean,
of course you could.
You're memeing again, right? So again,
I'm not memeing anything.
So no, listen to me. Nations do this all the fucking time.
Okay, so you're saying that I should be able to do this
just as easy. No, I'm not saying you should be able to do this. What I'm talking about is there is reality.
I am saying that.
And then there is reality, and then there is understanding, making moral arguments about what.
Wait, when you say nation states do that all the time, what are like? When was the last time that America tried to annex a fucking country?
Who said America?
When was the last time any country annexed another country? Russia did.
I mean, I don't know.
Recently,
Iraq.
and that was national news, as I said before.
Did we not annex Iraq?
No. Oh, what the fuck?
We
annexed Iraq?
No.
Can I get my
Iraq annexed Kuwait.
Yeah, Iraq annexed Kuwait. That's true.
Israel, Palestine.
Examples in the. That's not what fucking. God damn it!
I wish they annexed them, to be honest. It'd make things a lot easier.
I could just.
It was temporarily, obviously, but did we not take over governmental control once we toppled?
That's not what annexation is.
Okay, so it has to be permanent.
I wish we had annexed.
I guess what Scott.
I think we need to draw a distinction, right? Because.
Real quick. I think what they're struggling with is like.
You're just throwing shit. You're doing the spaghetti.
Scott, hold on.
Are you just throwing anything to the?
Hold on, I want to address.
Hold on. Wait, hold on 1 second. I think what they're struggling with is you brought up like, well, governments do this all the time, and the implication is therefore so should PMCs. But like you said that you're not saying that, so we all acknowledge that governments do this. Why would it be better to have PMCs also doing this?
Right. I will make it very clear, and I'll make it very simple. When people create doomsday scenarios about the warlordism or like what the PMC world is going to look like, what they're describing is a world that they've concocted in their head where they imagine these bad things occurring. And what I'm saying is that yes, it's absolutely possible that these things could happen. Like that is a descriptive understanding of the world. But what I'm also saying is that the incentive structure is more so in favor of nation states doing nation building, doing wars that they shouldn't be involved in, etc., than it is for private companies that need to make a profit. Because when private companies need to make a profit, what you don't want is you don't want to shackle yourself to one country. If we had a world where PMCs were far more common, right, it wouldn't be in your interest to shackle yourself just to the United States and only to engage under the United States interests, right? Like we see this with, for example, with Levant, right? Levant in Israel. Israel has a lot of different PMCs where they go to many African countries and they go to Eastern European countries, and they don't just gain money just from the US or the Western taxpayer dollar. They gain their money from a bunch of different places, teaching and training militaries how to defend themselves or engaging in small operations. And what I'm saying is that the incentive structure is worse for standing armies and nation states than it is for private militaries.
Scott, my problem with this.
Wait, that doesn't follow.
Can I jump in?
It doesn't.
Scott, my problem with this is that you're saying that this is just like some imaginary, like hypothetical situation that we're envisioning. But my argument is that we have seen this play out. Like we have seen the like what banana republics being established by fruit companies that basically just want to establish their company in a nation and destabilize the entire region. How did
the first banana republic under Chiquita? I'm sorry,
United Fruit.
What is the company that United Fruit Company before it was Chiquita, right? Before it was, how did they do that alone with a PMC, or did the American military come in and shut down ports?
Okay, but
back them up. And then protect them in.
Yeah, but they lobbied the U.S. government,
to protect banana processing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but the company wanted
that's a hiring process,
correct?
Right, you're talking about a company engaged with and working in tandem with the United States.
But they wouldn't need to. They wouldn't need to under your envisioning of like how military contracts would occur. Correct? They wouldn't need to go through American.
Exactly.
Military.
So, but okay,
a guy could just hire a PMC and go over and take over Haiti. He doesn't need to work with the U.S. or any government.
I want to address that. I want to address that actually, and I actually, unlike Scott, that is something I'm advocating for, and it's not a meme. It's not a meme. It's not a meme. And I'm going to give you an example of where there's a good thing has occurred, and it's Haiti.
Central America.
Royal Caribbean in Haiti has control of part of the island, and it's the only part of the part of Haiti that's like not having massive unrest, right? So it's clear to me that say if Royal Caribbean wanted to come in and hold on, if Royal Caribbean wanted to come in tomorrow and take over the rest of the island, the average citizen would probably benefit in that case. They could turn it to a tourist destination. They could sell it to their shareholders. They create jobs. These are all good things, and it's better than having to deal with the fucking cannibals. Like I don't know where you're at that you think cannibalism is preferred to a private company like Royal Caribbean coming in and taking over the Haiti. But in my world, I think less cannibalism is probably a good thing. But hey, that's just me. So yeah, I'm absolutely okay with old Jewish billionaire number 7 coming in taking over for the IDF. Maybe some Saudi prince can come to go for Hamas. It'll be good times.
So one of the things that's really important to understand about PMCs, right, and about nation states that have the ability to do tax is that to be able to defend against another military is expensive, right? Having a standing army is expensive. Military operations are expensive. But what is astronomically more expensive is maintaining control of another nation or a city, occupying someone else. And so, yes, it is possible that some company could come in and like maintain control of Haiti. Haiti isn't, I mean, you have a very impoverished people, and while there is gun ownership and things like that, they're not, they're landlocked, right? Like it might be a little easier, but I mean, even Alexander the Great and from basically everyone on have recognized the impossibility of holding Afghanistan. That like you can only be in Afghanistan for a little while. I mean, Alexander the Great famously said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he's like, beware of this, beware of that, and beware of the wrath of the Afghan tiger, right? Like it is.
Yeah, but he did hold on to plenty of countries, right? He did take over many nations and hold on to them just fine. So it is doable.
I mean, he held on to them for a relatively short period of time, right? I mean, after his death and after he got like pushed out of India, modern day India. Yeah, I mean, he very quickly kind of split apart. I mean, and he spread the Hellenistic culture, but many of those places, they didn't really, like the Macedonian Empire didn't really last that long. But the point is very simple: is that like nation states that have the power to tax and have a monopoly on power and violence have near unlimited wealth, right? Like the United States military has an astronomical amount of money, and it doesn't need to make a profit. It can just keep stealing money until the nation's economy collapses. It's an insane amount of money. Whereas private military contractors are they're tasked with doing an operation. They're tasked usually, and it's way cheaper to defend, and it's way cheaper to defend private property than it is to attempt to attack, overtake, and control and occupy places. That takes way more money. And the incentives are
yeah, but once you take over a place, I mean, wouldn't that the costs come down if you take over a nation? Now you're in control of all the resources of that nation, and you get to set all the rules and
exactly
come up with the economy.
I mean,
set the culture, set everything. You could in theory impose an education system that has their children worshiping you as a god over time, right? Like what you're proposing is a future that is like it's literally a dystopian hellscape. Right, where these PMCs are fucking everywhere, and any random ass dude can just do it.
Everyone pray. Everyone pray to Saint Ronald McDonald.
The best example, Doobie, is
keep saying it's a dystopia. It's keep saying it's bad. But listen,
the Congo Free State.
$2.9 trillion.
What's the Congo Free State?
In fucking Iraq and Afghanistan.
Congo Free State was a personal possession of the King of Belgium, Leopold.
Interesting.
And Leopold.
I wonder what happened there.
Well, a lot of bad shit, right? He hired a bunch of mercenaries to keep control and to enslave the local populace and chop off their hands so they didn't pick enough.
Cut off lots of arms, yeah.
He did. In fact, the depopulation that happened in the Congo was pretty significant. In fact, it was, I think, hot take, I think colonization was actually good in a lot of places in Africa. But that's absolutely not the case when it comes to the Congo. I think like 10 million lives were...
So what did they do?
They took it away from him. Yeah, Belgium took it away from him. Yeah, because it was that bad. And then the atrocities stopped.
That's just one bad apple, though.
What was he doing that was one bad apple, and he didn't make money, and like it failed ultimately because other powers?
No. Hold on. He made a fuck ton of money. What happened was, under pressure from especially Great Britain, but a number of other powers, they pressured like Belgium, economically, military, like with the threat of military intervention. And in response, Belgium took away removed it from his personal possession and turned it into a colonial possession of Belgium.
Okay, so colonialism mostly went great, and it was really peaceful and awesome and hunky dory for everybody, except for those times where it was private. Then it was really bad.
It was the worst in the Congo by far.
No, it was not bad when it was private. It was very successful. The East India Company was very successful. People might not have liked their methods, but they were very successful.
I gotta let in.
They also had control removed from them.
So we'll go to Ali, FQ, Lactoid, and let's put Doobie in there to give him his own space there.
Just for the record, PMCs and colonialism are two totally different things, right?
Ali,
we're good. All right, cool.
But
it's more of a learning. I don't know. See why I waited? It's more of a more of a learning experience for me. I don't have much of a data. So you guys are talking. And so the only two things I'm thinking about is when I don't know what the fuck we were doing when the government was selling cocaine in order to fund a war somewhere else, and then that's what I'm thinking of. Is with
Contra? The Iran-Contra. Yeah. There was so while Iran was going on, the Reagan administration and the CIA was using drug money from South America to cause cocaine and a bunch of South American things, and engaging secretly to overthrow communist countries, and using the money that they gained from that to fund the Iranian civil war. And
so is that kind of what we're a little bit what we're talking about? Because the only other thing I'm thinking of is Iran funding, the proxies and
American military. That wasn't PMCs.
Yeah, because only American CIA. Okay, so yeah, but it was done in private. It was done in secret. It was. Yeah, that's more of
or PMCs
or to like Gibbs
or
like to sorry.
No, you go first. Sorry.
I was gonna say, or like to Gibbs. The only other thing I can think of is like Iran funding, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these people. Like, that sounds kind of like what you guys are talking about. Like, once again, I don't know. I'm ignorant on the topic, so forgive me. But it kind of sounds like it. And if that's the case, then Gibbs is pro-Iran. And so I don't know. I don't know how. Like, that's
Hold on. So I mean, to address that, real quick, because Doobie brought this up earlier. He's saying like ISIS was basically military-funded private corporation, or whatever. And to an extent, I would say. Those are true statements. Both of y'all things are made true statements. And my argument would be that because we have bad, nefarious actors that are adversarial powers like Iran doing it, then by all means, if I had billions and billions, why shouldn't we make the Gibbs Caring Foundation and send them over there to go take care of Iran? Because I don't see the problem with that.
Because that's the argument. That's the argument for it being cheap, right? If that's how we start operating, right, then it just becomes you're going band for band with people, and whoever has the most expendable money on war, whoever's willing to spend the most money on war will have the best. Why wouldn't it?
That's not how
the mercenaries are up for a contract. They're going to take the highest contract. Why wouldn't they?
Well, you're right. That's a good point. However, and this is the wonderful thing about capitalism. There's always somebody trying to bring something new to the table. So, I probably don't have more money as a private citizen than, say, Iran. However, I might be able
to GoFundMe starts happening.
Exactly, right. I probably don't. But what I might be able to do as Bill Gates or somebody, I might be able to go sit here and go, I can find the strategically best one that's going to do my goal, like most strategically best, most efficiently, and then they can make a name for themselves, be bought out by the government.
Yeah, but I didn't know you were so. I didn't know you were so pro-funding. You want to fund terrorists? They're going to have a stock market for terrorists. Invest here, please. Please buy this. Please buy this stock for this company.
Invest in this terrorist. Private military organization. Yeah, it's funded by terrorists. But they don't. They don't do terrorism. They're not going to be committing.
They just hire terrorists.
No, they're not going to be committing acts of terror. There's a totally different thing here.
Now terrorists just get a W-2. They're just mercenaries. Oh, totally. They just get W-2s. It's a job that they're doing.
It's totally different. A private military corporation is not going to make terror attacks, right? Versus like Hamas or something, or like
why wouldn't they do that?
Because that's not what private militaries do.
I mean, if McDonald's can
do this.
Yeah, Gibbs wants to live in a world where McDonald's can bomb Burger King, right? So that's not a terrorist attack anymore. That's just a business contract. That's just a job that they're doing. It's demolition.
I mean, that's why you need defense.
Yeah, Gibbs unironically, no, listen.
You literally want like fast food.
Bring it down to like smaller businesses. Right? So I have a food truck, right? Because
the cannons outside of Burger King.
That poisons all the other food trucks.
An armored food truck.
Yeah, I have an armored food truck. I'm hiring armed mercenaries to go poison the other food trucks.
Hold on, sorry. Scott,
of course I'm engaging the meme. The meme is more fun.
Let Gibbs.
For this
This is Gibbs' proposal. Let Gibbs.
Yeah, right. So so right now you have a company, right? I don't know what you do, but let's just say you own a restaurant. I have a restaurant that makes a bit more money than you, and then I just come and I find a way to poison your food.
Yeah, see, these are all
You're good
well
with
and good,
that.
but these were all well and good, I mean, and if that happens, then you probably don't deserve to be open as a business. It's really
Then you'd
that
probably go
simple.
crying to the government and say, "Oh my God, please help
that you don't get to
me."
exist as a business? Who shuts that down? Just the
I mean,
invisible hand?
it sounds like, yeah, the invisible hand would be, I guess, you not being able to pay a defense contractor, and then the not so invisible hand would be the PMC
Yeah,
that's
the
smacking you around.
invisible fist.
So that's what
No,
you
The not so invisible boot coming
look
through
what
your
you
door.
described, though. Look what you described, though. You described a whole new industry that could be developed, like security.
Yeah, because now instead of restaurant ownership and selling goods, we're just gonna everyone's gonna be a mercenary or a security guard.
Listen,
Because Gibbs is an idiot. I don't know what to tell you.
This isn't. Listen, Admiral Gibbs is engaging in an argument that we ought do the thing that allows us to have the most violence possible.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know. That is not what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is that there's no right a government should have that a person should not. That is ridiculous. Like I shouldn't have to trust my government to make my military.
Gibbs, can attorneys hire mercenaries to go assassinate other attorneys right before trial?
Listen.
I mean, they might have a good second chair.
Still out on that.
What Admiral Gibbs
sounds like a skill issue.
What Admiral Gibbs is describing, and I'm not sure if Admiral Gibbs comes on here just to be a patsy to like meme and make the right.
These aren't patsy, but this is what you're not. Like you're like okay, like they're engaging one side of this, but like what I'm saying is like you're not engaging the other aspect, which is like
I was engaging with you, Gibbs.
Sure, I know you were, Papa. I have good faith in you. It's that like I'm saying with like, all right, let's just look at this. All right, I get that the bad that y'all are arguing, and I'm meaning a little what I'm saying. Oh, we can create a new industry, but that is true. There would be a new industry developed for this, right? Like we've seen the Purge. They have all these new industry things along with the Purge. Like I'm just like. I'm just giving this
the
but
Purge.
no.
You're a fucking patsy.
Hold on. I'm just saying we see that this is a real thing. But this is the real point. Now back to the real point. Well, let me finish, motherfucker. You never let me finish. I'm giving the other thing. Do you see that as the argument that they make? Even in like the worst case scenario. No, I'm saying even in the worst case scenario presented, we see industry develop, and you can look at that in some good light. Now the real point is, though, I don't trust if I don't see the government taking action, I shouldn't have to rely on the government to like go do whatever, right? This is the same reason I should be allowed to own an
But you're going to end up relying on. Wait. You're going to end up.
Why should this is basically gun rights 2.0.
Once you can't afford
rights.
Once you can't afford to defend yourself, you're going to have to. Who else are you going to rely on, right? So you claim that you're. I want to engage with him for a little because it's fun.
Why are you engaging with this?
Because it's a good
You're not doing it for a legitimate.
Well, no, I think some good points.
You don't give a fuck about your actual political opinion. You're doing it for value. You're doing it because you have content brain, and that's why he's fucking.
Wait, you're saying Gibbs is I'm actually just engaged with the conversation. It's just a good conversation.
I'm saying he's being a fucking patsy and a clown right now.
No, I just
I
can't. That I disagree with you, but it's not patsy or clown.
You're talking about rights while in the same thing justifying that might makes right.
Absolutely. I mean, I've always justified that might makes right. And first time here or what?
Right.
Is that your first time, like, hear me speak?
I asked about the nukes, by the way. It's the first question.
Yeah, but Scott,
and I said yes.
Scott, you can try to you can pin the might makes right like lambasting against Gibbs, but the reality is that like
he's literally
by supporting, but you're no better, Scott.
Burger King.
When you are advocating for the use of private mercenary armies. Like that absolutely boils down to a question of might makes right. Because the issue becomes, yes, it does. It's the ultimate example of might makes right.
All right, please make the link.
Okay.
Where I've argued might makes right.
Okay, you stated earlier that, okay, well, suppose like a private a PMC does take over Haiti. Well, that's not an issue, and it's not an issue because we know the great power and wealth that the other neighboring nation states around Haiti have, and so we're a PMC to take over Haiti, like in its moment of vulnerability. It will surely be squashed. It will lose its power.
An argument where I've made might makes right.
You are, but as I understand it, you were saying that there's no way that the PMC could possibly hold Haiti, and so when it loses Haiti, a nation state will come in and sweep in and take over Haiti, or whatever other example
I
before.
started this conversation by saying that Wagner and that PMCs that become the monopolistic in being paid by one nation state are criminal organizations. And you're saying that I'm saying it's okay that some group invades Haiti? That was Admiral Gibbs.
How do you
saying
stop
that
a
was
criminal
good.
organization?
All I'm saying is,
Scott,
all
that,
I
that
said
doesn't
was,
that doesn't
no,
follow.
shut the,
What
I'm gonna
she was
I'm
talking
gonna
about is a PMC taking over Haiti and becoming the nation. The
Shut
PMC
fuck
is
up.
now in charge of the
Shut
nation.
fuck
It's
up.
not.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, go ahead,
Shut
Scott.
the
Go
fuck
for it.
up and let me finish. Right? I understand. So I
Okay.
never said that that was legitimate or that that was morally good. What I said
Why
is that
wouldn't it
the
be?
incentive structure is as an internal critique to the other people saying that PMCs are a dystopian hellhole where all these bad things are saying. I said that it is less likely that a market competition of protecting private property would engage in these things because they're incredibly costly and they're highly risky. So they're less likely to engage in these things. It's an internal critique of the argument that this is an automatic dystopia as opposed to nation states that steal from us and engage in nation building with fucking trillions of dollars of fucking debt that they just blow and
Unless
waste.
You're
And
not
nothing
responding
from.
to
Yeah, but
the criticism.
the risk that they have to take in order to like essentially take over Haiti, the profit is insurmountable. You have an entire country.
Maybe it depends on how
An
they do it.
entire
But
nation and its resources and its people.
So just to push back on that,
that are now effectively your subjects.
That's like ultimate profit. Like
and you can
any
extract
sort of like,
resources from it. But the
It's
second
obviously
issue,
not. That's obviously not true.
what do you mean?
How?
That's obviously not
How?
true. Why is that obviously not
I
true?
absolutely think it's true. Like,
Because it's insanely expensive for governments with military budgets like the United States like we have to pull out of wars because we can no longer afford them. And the idea that a PMC would have the wealth of the United States military and then magnitudes of order beyond that,
It doesn't
actually
need
be
that.
able to hold
Yeah.
those countries.
Haiti has a
for
military
such
of like
long
less than
time.
1,000 people.
Yeah, but the military wasn't there for profit reasons. That's like we
Yeah,
took
and the
over
U.S.
Iraq,
military also needs to follow
destabilized
rules and regulations that a PMC would not need to follow.
and
Exactly.
we
That's the other
destabilized their
problem.
governmental infrastructure,
That's
but we
exact
weren't there like
opposite of true.
selling fucking like iPods to the people.
No, you can't.
We
You
would have
can't. You
made
can't
bank
make the
doing
claim.
that.
You can't make the claim that PMCs are like this magical thing that don't have to follow regulations, where
regulates
military
them?
organizations are.
Who regulates?
But you don't
Who
believe in
regulates them?
regulation, so
Who regulates them?
currently,
Who regulates
the
them?
invisible hand. That's all you're
currently the
saying.
U.S. government.
Who
I
regulates
do
them?
want-
That's an important
hold on.
question. Who regulates
Yeah.
them? Scott,
Yeah,
who regulates them? Who
Under
regulates
which
them?
system? Under
Yours.
which system?
I don't
Under
know.
preferable
You're the one
or
proposing.
under
No,
or,
no.
listen,
Who?
I pick between these two. Under anarchism or under the current status quo where we reduce our standing armies and we hire more PMCs. Which of the two
Obviously, we're asking about anarchism because we know the government.
Why not both?
Regulated
Both.
It's not even the current status quo. That's not even the current status quo, though. The current status quo is increase your military and have more PMCs. But like back to what Jimmy said, Jimmy's absolutely right.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear this answer. This answer is important, Scott. So, like, who regulates them under both those systems you proposed?
Right. So under the current status quo, right, you still have to face UN regulations,
Right.
and you still have to face regulations in the United States. And I would absolutely be in favor of closing any potential loopholes that might exist for PMCs. Most of those were closed in like 2007 after the Blackwater had that massacre. Which is way more common from American military because we have like 20,000 people over there. But setting that aside, under an anarchistic system, we are talking about a system of natural law. And under natural law, an organization is criminal the moment that it violates property rights. And so when you are an owner of a PMC and some other PMC goes and invades Haiti, you have every philosophical and legal justification to go invade and kick those people out and gain money from the
No,
nation.
don't say legal. You don't mean legal because there
Okay,
is
so
no
mine makes
law
right.
to abide by.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
mean legal.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
You
it.
don't have an
hold on,
organization
so mine makes right.
to defer to. You have a moral
What do you mean mine makes right?
responsibility, so it's
Mine
just the
does
invisible
not make
hand.
right.
That's all you're saying.
So can I?
What you just said is might makes right.
My-
So
Yeah.
a stronger
No, I didn't,
PMC
Doobie.
comes in and takes over, and then I'm assuming a stronger one comes
Doobie,
and takes over
what
that
does
one,
might make right?
and then eventually a nation comes in
Doobie,
and
this is
takes over
retarded.
the entire thing. Okay, then okay, explain
This is
how
kindergarten
your
logic.
explain how your solution there wasn't just might makes right.
there's a difference between prescriptive and descriptive. And one of the problems with people that aren't libertarians is that they often link these two together, and you're doing it now. You're engaged in a fallacy where you think prescription and description are the exact same
Wait,
thing.
are you
because
not
you
an
believe
anarchist?
in
You're
the
not prescribing this
justification of sin.
system?
I'm not an anarchist.
Staxiums, listen and learn.
Okay,
So
got it.
when we're
That's
talking
exactly
about,
what I was going to ask
so
you.
when I'm
A black woman is speaking. Listen
when
and
I'm
learn.
talking about when I'm talking about descriptive reality, right?
Uh-huh.
You can absolutely say that whoever has the most guns is the one that often has the power, and that power can gain control. But it's not the same thing as prescribing ought and ought nots. These are two separate things.
Right.
It's
What
not
what
the
are
same
you
thing as might makes right.
prescribing? What are you prescribing?
I gave you my prescription. My prescription is that when one is an aggressor and they invade a country to try and
Uh-huh.
steal their private property, they are criminals, and we ought stop those criminals. And it behooves all of the other PMCs to gain money by killing all that PMC group and getting rid of them because
Okay,
they're
wait,
a
hold on.
criminal
I understand. I
So
understand what
we
you're
rely
saying.
on the
Here's, wait,
angels ahead of the PMCs. I see.
I disagree with all of this, but other than the might makes right thing, I don't. So one of the things is, yeah,
fucking Patsy.
Yeah,
wait.
okay, sure.
I understand what you're saying.
Your argument is not any more serious than mine is. Mine is equally as valid. And in fact, I think the big difference between you and me is that
You
I'm
literally
open.
argued that
I
McDonald's and Burger King
am
ought go
open to
war.
my.
Scott, can I
No,
can I
hold
can I
on.
interact with what you're saying
Well,
instead of the memer over here?
No,
Because
no,
I do
I'm
want to
not
have a
mean.
substantive argument
No,
over here.
here's the whole thing. I legitimately the difference between me and Fabian is I'm openly saying what the facts, right? Like he's over here trying to obfuscate and say that he doesn't believe in the might makes right, and I'm saying it. And to be as you're saying, let's bring up the Haiti thing. I just want to address this.
No,
right?
you're just too stupid.
I do
Shut
want to
the
get
fuck
back to
up
you,
for a
Fabian.
second.
Bone
Shut the fuck
strikes
up.
I don't worry.
Wendy's
I
I
see
just
Hunter.
I want to say this, right? So with the Haiti thing, my argument isn't necessarily. This is why I don't believe in his moralistic bullshit, right? So what would happen is, say Royal Caribbean comes in there and takes over Haiti, right? This is what would most likely happen. They did a cost benefit analysis. They already have a stake there. It behooved them to have safety and stability in the region. They could give these people jobs. They could see an economic boom. Now, as opposed to his, where he's going, oh, someone's got a moral obligation. They're somehow going to be the invisible hand that feeds this private army to just be so good and kind to invade because it makes financial sense. That's what you've been saying this whole time. It's bro. You don't have this enlightened wisdom. It's real simple shit you're saying. So anyway, what I'm saying is,
smarter than you.
as opposed to that, as opposed to what he's saying, what I'm saying is the company's going to go look and they go, okay, Royal Caribbean's having this cost benefit analysis, right? They've done this. Another company's going to look and go, why would we invade whenever now we possibly can make potential economic gains? It's going to be the economy. It's not like they're going to come do this for moral reasons. You're just not going to go invade and challenge Royal Caribbean just because, hey, I got give the money. No, I'm saying English, bro.
Sorry. I gotta let some other people in, right? So FQ, I want you to be able to finish your thoughts. Hunter, I see your hand. We're gonna FQ Lactoid DB Hunter, right?
So I'm going to say something that you will hate, Scott, but I think it's just true regarding the military. I mentioned this weeks ago regarding the nation state, and one of the features of the nation state is the what is it called? It's called the myth of the untombed soldier. So you have cemeteries, so Arlington is an example of this, of people who have died for their country and are buried, or they're not buried. They have an unmarked grave. They have a cross, they have a marble cross or a marble statue of David that just has their name, but there is either no body underneath or there is, and it's unfortunately destroyed. And so a big part of what we rely on today is the idea that you are a part of a collective society in order to encourage people to willingly sign up and to register as soldiers to go to war. And that means that when you go to Afghanistan or when you go overseas to serve your country, to die for your country, you are not just doing something privately in your own self-interest. And you are not, sticking up for the city of Chicago or for the great state of Florida. You are going there. You're going there as an American to fight for America on behalf of American principles and ideals, to possibly die for it and to come back. So when you turn, the idea of war, instead of it as being between two different nation states, and really what that is, when we boil it down, is two different sets of ideas, two different ideologies, two different systems of governance. When you change that to instead be whoever happens to have the most amount of money and the most amount of guns, and it doesn't have anything to do, then you've transformed the nature of what we understand war to be. And I'm sorry, like what Doobie said earlier about it winds up being a case of might makes right. That's absolutely what happens when you don't have the military entrusted to the nation state. It becomes a matter of an individual person or corporation or group of people that has more money and that is able to enact violence. And that's why we surrender, this idea of violence like to the government. It's because we collectively decide together like who it is we want to invade and who it is we don't want to invade. And some of the incentives like that exist. I'm sorry, just one more. You've spoken a lot, Scott. Let me say one more thing, okay? So one more thing, like there is an incentive to not aggressing upon other countries that is specific to the nation state that is not that wouldn't necessarily be true of a PMC. So like there's a quote from an article I read ages ago. It says, one good reason I don't think we should bomb the Japanese is because they built my minivan. That's a big reason. A big reason why nation states do not want to engage in conflict with another is because they have trade agreements. They don't want to ruin the trade agreements. It's the reason like why the United States tries to get in good with Saudi Arabia. It's because of oil. It's because we have a vested interest in maintaining good economic relations with that country. And that is a big reason like why nation states are finicky about becoming embroiled in conflict. But with the use of PMCs and by encouraging private militaries, this makes conflict far more likely to happen, far more likely that like
argument?
That was so fucking based.
Well, so you haven't actually you've made a bunch of claims. I would just like you to substantiate any of them.
Sure. Like
so the first claim you have is that because we have a volunteer army and we are a collective society, individuals within this all voluntary military, obviously there are conscripts and other militaries, but taking ours as an example, that it becomes a fight for ideals. And I don't know that I necessarily disagree with you, but I don't know that that is magically a good thing. It sounds good. It sounds lofty that the ideas of the American empire and Western imperialism versus whatever nation we're engaged in a war with, that is necessarily good or a moral ought, that we ought to take young men that are susceptible to propaganda and beef them up on this idea that America is so beautiful and they're going to go nation build in the Middle East. I don't necessarily disagree that it is a war of ideas, but I don't know why that's a good thing, and why profit is somehow more evil than that. So that's point one.
So I guess my response to that would be it would only be an evil thing if you disagree with the ideals or with the United States as a nation state. If you think that like the ideals that we have or possess as a nation state or that we would implement in another country are worse in comparison to like what already exists.
Policy and wars?
No, I don't. Of course I don't. But like but the reason like why we continue.
Do you agree with Israel invading Gaza?
I haven't really.
Bomb, baby, bomb.
No, I don't. I'm actually pretty critical of Israel, but I don't know enough about like the history or the background to really like have a good conversation.
Is there a recent incursion by the United States military in the Middle East, of which there are many, that you would say that you morally agree with, and we ought have used our tax dollars to invade and or maintain power and control? We can use Kuwait, we can use Iraq, we can use Afghanistan, we can use Somalia, Mogadishu, we can use
what about Ukraine?
You've caught
Syria, any of these.
So I will very freely admit you've caught me at the end of my knowledge. So there's a lot of detail that I can't speak to, but I will tell you that like my knee jerk like answer would be that based off of what we knew at the time, I think that the United States' decision to invade after 9/11 was the correct decision to make. That's my
I wasn't
take.
expecting to see the resurrection of Christopher Hitchens here, but fair enough.
But anyway,
the other argument is there's this trade agreement and economic relations, and that nation states are disincentivized from invading based upon kind of the McDonald's principle. Again, why would it be that companies that are solely based off of a market of profit and are looking for as many investors as possible to protect and defend property rights, why would they be more incentivized to invade nation states that trade with this nation state in which they're based?
I can give you so the short answer would be like if for some reason like they if a country, for instance, like had frankly like have more resources, and if they wanted to invade into a country to bully that government so that we could implement our companies, our economic interests there, that's a reason why. And that could
So
be a
your
potential reason.
argument is that PMCs, what they'll do is if they see an opportunity, because they have money and power, they will invade nation states and bring on war from all the other PMCs, right, that are going to be brought in to defend, in the hopes that they can gain the territory and spend astronomical amounts of money that they probably don't have to hold this and gain resources and become like the next Third Reich by gaining more and more
But couldn't it
territory
also?
and
But couldn't
violence.
it also
Like,
be? But Scott, couldn't it
why is
also
that
be?
incentive there? It's very
Because
unlikely. It's not
because
profitable.
but there could be a second alternative, which is that they don't go and they try to hold the nation state. They don't try to maintain Haiti. They go to the country. They usurp all of their resources. They extract as much money and as much goods as they possibly can, and then they leave and then they go to the next nation state or to the next vulnerable town or vicinity, and they go and they do the exact same things.
What
They
what what what
the
what
goal is not
what
to maintain
nation
land.
state or
The goal is to
city
extract
can you
resources and then to leave to go to another
yeah
country to extract those resources.
can you name a place on earth where it is on where it is would be cost effective to invade and spend all of the money that it takes to maintain and defend yourself from potential future threats, where you would gain so much money that that wouldn't matter anymore? Is there any city? Maybe Fort Knox, but the gold's probably not there anymore. Like, where are they invading where there's a long term or even a short term profit, where they're not just inviting all these other PMCs to come kill them?
I
I,
But why
I
are they
wouldn't
just
you
going to
be
come
in?
kill
You
them? Why are
wouldn't.
they just going to come kill them? I don't understand.
Yeah,
This,
it's.
that's the thing that I take issue with. Like
I
when
mean,
the answer to
Okay,
Doopies was the cost benefit analysis,
because
right?
they have moral.
Like why are they?
So they have
No, they don't.
moral. So if no, one, they have moral justification, right? Two, they are if that place has any resources left, let's say you invade Beijing, right? But you don't invade mainland China. If China has any resources left, then they would obviously hire people and or use their military to defend themselves. And if they have a bunch of stuff stolen from them, they're going to fight back. I mean,
Why
the
wouldn't they just
basic
like sell
So
off
wait,
that stuff?
I have a
Why
question
would
for
they just
Fabian.
sell that to the PMZ?
Hold
Why
on.
would
No,
to
no,
the
sorry.
PMZ
We
for whatever
have
reason?
a limited amount of time
you
left.
guys are just assuming
I got.
incentives that don't make sense.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
you're
So we
assuming
have
that
a.
I'm
because you have a
assuming.
Hey,
moral
hey, hey,
responsibility, you'll
hey,
act
hey,
on
hey,
it.
hey, 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 knock it off, right? Because we got a limited amount of time. We gotta just like push forward. I will say, we're gonna go lag to a doobie then Hunter. I will say that, like, one of the steelmans to Scott's argument here is simply that, like, there are these organizations just work on incentives, right? Like FQ, when you were talking about like boiling down like nations, right? I thought that's what you were going to say, is that, well, in the end these are just organizations that have different incentives, because I mean, that's what happens when you just look at the US, right? And like where they choose to invade, where they choose to interfere, right? These are because there's an incentive, all the times a monetary one, sometimes an ideological one, to do so. And like, and I think, and maybe Scott would disagree, but I think what he was trying to say is that, like, yeah, you just replicate those incentives, right? But and then they might even be more
But
honest
that
incentives
that doesn't
because,
make any sense. Like,
but
right? This is my one
yeah, yeah,
objection. Is like, so
yeah,
why wouldn't the company like just
yeah.
sell off the different areas to these other PMCs, like, or go in with a coalition of PMCs? Like, you get the mines, I get the ports. Like, why
I
wouldn't they work with
I
other
mean, I haven't, but the
militaries?
things
Like,
that you're saying are things that nation states have actually done. Like, why wouldn't like
yeah,
the
that's what I'm
thing you're
saying. PMC
describing?
should do.
That was the China's. That was when China was split up in the sphere of influences, right? Like we're just like, oh, we're going to cut this land up and this way, right? That's advantageous
Yeah.
to us. That's what those nation states actually did, right?
Yeah, it's
And
just it's not profitable anymore. Like,
yeah,
sure, you can compare it to like back in colonialism, or back when there was. I mean, like, what stopped slavery? People think that what stopped slavery, like, and I don't mean slavery like tax slavery. Obviously, I would say
yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah.
better, but like,
Mm.
I mean like chattel slavery, like chaining humans. Obviously, North Africa, and Muslim countries still have some slavery, but it's pretty limited, right?
It's
So, what stopped
industrialization.
slavery?
Yes.
Well, it's not industrialization; it's nationalization. right? So when you have a bunch of neighboring tribal villages, it doesn't cost that much money to run in, and nobody cared. So there was no defense, and you just run in, you kidnap a bunch of people, and you sell slaves. But once those places became nation states, it was a lot more expensive, and the incentives were a lot more difficult for you to just run in, capture some people. Because you just run in and capture some French people, well, France is going to have fucking something to say, right? And they're going to fight back for their citizens or for whatever. And so, like, when we're talking about incentives, I do agree that the nationalization is an incentive growth towards hierarchical structure, efficiency, etc. What I'm simply saying is that there is a pretend incentive that's being added in, which is that these PMCs would like go back to this Wild West days of colonialism, and it just doesn't. I don't understand where that argument's coming from. There
So
doesn't
let's go
seem
to
to be any
Lactoid,
substantiation there.
Lactoid Doobie, and Hunter.
So one of my big I guess skepticisms with PMCs actually is the incentives, right? Because I can see somewhat similar to private prisons in some way. I can see the incentive structure when you have a organization that profits off of war. Compare that
Private
to
prisons aren't private.
they're as private as PMCs are, right? They're a private organization that gets all their money from a government contract. So they are
Right,
private,
well,
kind of.
sure, as much as Wagner is.
Sure, yeah, as much as
criminal
Blackwater is, for sure. But this is why I'm kind of putting them in the same category here, which is that
Blackwater doesn't exist anymore.
Well, they're rebranded to Academy, but
Yeah,
we all know they still
like
exist,
3
right?
times, like 3 different.
Academia got consolidated like 10 years ago or something.
I'll look into that. I wasn't aware that they got consolidated. I'm pretty sure they still exist.
Yeah, it's Academia or Academia or something like that.
Regardless, yeah. I do think they still exist.
Triple Canopy, like there's a bunch of these things.
Yeah. If I'm actually wrong, if they did get like dissolved, which I don't think they did, but if they did, then whatever.
It doesn't matter. You can replace
it doesn't matter.
Constellus Holdings.
Sure. Well, I'm using Blackwater specifically because of their involvement in the Middle East.
Everyone knows them.
during the U.S. occupation, various countries there. But the incentives that of these sort of quasi-private force-based organizations kind of concerns me, not only because of their potential influence into government policy, because unlike governments, I think that you could argue there's much more of a disincentive for a government to partake in conflict as opposed to a company that gets its money by encouraging conflict. But I can also think of various examples, right? So what if a different state actor paid a PMC to attack U.S. soldiers, and the members of that PMC were U.S. citizens? What about a private actor paying a PMC to attack state actors, right? If Philip Morris hired soldiers to attack the government of Togo in order to enforce tobacco branding rights, if United Fruit was able to directly hire mercenaries to control fruit production, Leopold being able to hire mercenaries to go kill Congolese dissidents who resisted slavery. The cartel, I think, is also a good example where you have these incredibly rich people who essentially hire these little militaries that will blow up Mexican aircraft and Mexican military assets and challenge the military pretty significantly. Hold on, I'm going to finish real quick.
Cool.
And so Hezbollah, an example again of a organization which really is larger than the Lebanese army, and it's this Iran-backed proto fucking PMC group that
organization, yeah,
for sure. And I think the lines get a little bit gray. Piracy, there was an entire golden age of piracy in which private organizations were just raiding each other, kind of like we're going to be talking about, not necessarily holding something, but instead just raiding and then leaving, looting, pillaging, etc. Vikings. I feel like there's enough incentives there where I get concerned when there's not some kind of principle other than just raw profit restricting action, right? Hold on, I'm almost done. I just laid out a bunch of money. Wait. Money is the incentive, and all the examples that I gave are examples of where money can incentivize behavior that I don't want.
Okay, right. But what you've done is you've done a univariate, one-way analysis and saying the incentive is money, and someone is willing to pay someone money to do a thing. But you're not actually. That's not an actual incentive. The incentive is profit. And the question then becomes, is it profitable to, for example, a PMC that's based in the United States to engage in military action against the United States government on behalf of the cartel?
It potentially could.
Obviously not.
No, it potentially.
No,
hold on.
No.
Hold on. You cut me off. You cut me off, right?
I'm going to reframe the question.
Yeah. No, I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer the question.
less wealthy nation.
Well, so I could see a situation in which a U.S. PMC, perhaps using like disguised operatives, if they get paid enough by the cartel, and we're obviously against any kind of oversight here. I hope, unless you are in favor of some kind of state oversight, we wouldn't have a way to track the PMC operatives in this case. They absolutely could work for the cartel in Mexico, shoot U.S. agents, shoot some kind of anti-cartel organization, and the cartels could be paying them more than the U.S. government would.
You don't have to use that example, right? Like there was a plot by corporations to kill the president. FDR. There was a plot by was it banking corporations? Like a bunch who just didn't like the direction he was going in, and luckily, it was foiled.
Too bad they failed.
I mean, the CIA and the Mafia did kill Kennedy. So
dead FDR would have definitely been better.
It might have been that as well. But yeah. So there was a point in time where corporate interests were aligned. They were angry enough, and combined. Maybe individually that might have been too much for them, but combined, there would have been. For that PMC that they hired, right, or maybe a list of PMCs, there would have been a profit incentive to take over the United States and then divide the riches. Once those corporations are now in charge, whatever junta they put in there, right?
This is like playing Civ 6.
Okay, stop.
No
I knew he was going to say this.
Incentive to take over the entire.
Stop. I'm not making this. Hold on. I'm not making that strong of a claim. I listed probably
I know you're not.
I listed probably 7 examples of instances in which it was directly profitable for a company to fund mercenaries to do the bad thing. And this is why I'm saying that I'm okay with... I did. Philip, for example, why wouldn't Philip Morris... Currently, they were able to enforce trade agreements on Togo that prevented certain anti-smoking legislation. Philip Morris International has a higher budget than the entire national budget of Togo. They absolutely could... they could pay mercenaries to go into Togo and enforce... tobacco legislation against the interest of Togo, couldn't they?
How would that profit them?
So Scott, wait, hold on.
Because they would buy more cigarettes.
Can I answer that question?
I'll answer. Yeah, I'll answer.
This is the problem.
No, stop.
Actually engaging.
I'm trying.
You're saying long-term versus
No. I'm trying to answer. You asked me, Scott. You asked me.
Listen.
You asked me a question. Do you want an answer? Do you want an answer to the question?
Was it a rhetorical question?
Was it a rhetorical question? No. You asked me a question. You said, why would they do that?
You started with a question. You said, why would Philip Morris? Why wouldn't they? So I'm answering and saying, and yes, it is rhetorical in the very beginning. You can respond to my analysis after.
Rhetorical is not rhetorical.
I apologize for saying. So, anyways, you're saying, why wouldn't Philip Morris? Your question is, why wouldn't Philip Morris just use a private military contractor to enforce the new government in Togo or attack the government until they get the legislation that they want? And you're saying it would be profitable for them. No, it fucking wouldn't.
It absolutely.
Long term. I understand what you're saying.
Stop that. Shush. It would not be profitable because the only way that you can define that profit is to cut time and say, in that moment, they get a thing that they want. That's profitable. And then you just, nope. And then you cut down all of the actual real world consequences of a fucking company that's based in America that has business throughout the entire world invading a sovereign nation.
All right, Scott, let me...
come after them.
Let me respond to this too.
Completely destroy any profit incentive.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be framed that way, right? Because there's PMCs. The PMCs would organize themselves in Togo. They would support a specific political faction that they're being basically funneled money through PMI. They're supporting a particular political faction that will do whatever they want. This is what United Fruit did. And King Leopold, this is what he did in the Congo Free State, right? The Heart of Darkness is written about the Congo Free State, in which, in order to maximize profits, as is entirely private property, he used mercenaries to cut off the hands of people who couldn't pick rubber fast enough. And eventually there was enough public pressure from other surrounding governments to stop him. But there was no pressure from other competing private industries to stop him. Why? Because when they gave him any grief, he cut them in. because that's how profit works, right? If people are going to be a big enough issue and you have control, it's actually more profitable to work with a different company to maximize profits at the expense of whatever place that you're invading, as opposed to try to create some kind of hold on.
Yeah, but that doesn't
try to
always
create
be
some
a bad
try to create some kind of hold on. It's not kindergarten. I've listed multiple examples where it's happened in history. In this particular example, I think it absolutely could happen if you had PMI able to hire mercenaries to go into African countries. We already have Wagner in African countries supporting Russian interests and nobody stopping them. So why couldn't PMI do the same thing?
So again,
answer that question specifically. We already have Wagner in Africa. Why couldn't PMI do the same thing?
Wagner's a criminal organization, right?
And who's going to stop the criminal PMC if there's no government to stop them? If they're the big dog?
The invisible hand.
So now we must have a specific nation state that taxes people as opposed to PMCs. Why would PMCs be unable to do something that the United States government
Scott, can I answer that question?
Because the PMCs are not restrained by a constitution in the same way that the United States is. There's different incentive structure. The incentive structure for PMCs.
Oh my fucking God.
The incentive structure for PMCs is specifically conflict. It's specifically profiting off of conflict in a way that the U.S. is simply not.
No, it's specifically incentivized off the resolution of conflict. Creating conflict destroys profits. It's the resolution.
Not for a PMC.
If there's conflict. No, it absolutely is for a PMC. The only thing that is incentivized for a PMC is to resolve conflict.
If there's no conflict, then a PMC doesn't get any new business. If you're running a private prison, you want to make as many crimes as possible, and you can resolve the crimes, but you want a constant inflow of new convicts so you can make money off of that. Same thing with weapons traffickers, right? You want to have as many conflicts as possible to help resolve them so you can make more money by profiting off of those conflicts.
I don't agree with that, actually.
Sorry, Gibbs. We don't have very limited time.
Without any conflict, how does a PMC make any money?
Conflict occurs. I'm not envisioning a fucking utopia. The way that a PMC
how do you minimize conflict
and make money is to stop those conflicts. When different groups of individuals want to use scarce resources towards opposing means, right? So when someone is invading someone else, when there is an act of aggression that has occurred, the PMC is able to legitimately make money in the defense of those people that have been aggressed upon.
Yes, and when the conflict stops, how do they make money? And when the conflicts stop, how does a PMC continue to exist? How do they continue to make money?
Because we live in a world where we absolutely know that conflict exists. And when you live in a world where you know that conflict exists, you maintain a standing army, and you have other areas where you go, look, I'm selling you insurance. I'm on retainer. The same way that an insurance company has lawyers on retainer. The lawyers aren't there. They don't just magically create cases of car insurance problems. They don't go around driving cars into other people hoping that there will be more car accidents so they get more jobs. They live in a world where car accidents occur, and they have a retainer. And when car accidents occur and two different people are arguing about how much money is deserved or how much one client needs and the other client needs, they utilize their services to resolve the conflict. The conflict occurred because a car crash occurred, and because person A and person B disagreed about who was at fault or who needed more or how much money needed to be given. So because that conflict occurs and consistently occurs in the world, the lawyer is able to make money on the resolution of that conflict. That is what a private military company does.
So
a company that gets paid to go bomb and kill innocent people is a criminal organization causing
so I'm going to let you know something.
And is creating the job for
So lawyers, you're right, lawyers do resolve conflicts, but lawyer organizations absolutely have a direct incentive to protecting the jobs of lawyers. The American Bar Association actively opposes things that would prevent legal conflict because that would hurt us. That would hurt the industry. And these interest groups...
Why did they do that?
Because they are made up of lawyers who profit off of conflict.
One quick interjection, very quick. Because there's a monopoly on that system. And if they can utilize a system that there is a monopoly on, then they can force conflict into that system because it's inherent in the system.
Why wouldn't they do it in every other system? In any other system?
It's not. So it's not.
If there's competition, they wouldn't.
But here's the thing, right?
Monopolies can't.
Why? It's not. I don't think the fact.
Be incentivized to do the opposite.
I don't think the fact that it's a monopoly we can even maybe argue whether it is. I mean, the American Bar Association is sort of, but like there's, in every country you're going to have different like legal ways of operating. Obviously, people in a particular job are going to be trying to protect the future interests of that job. When you have a organization that profits off of conflict,
when you have competition, you do that by resolution of conflict.
Yeah, but
you do that by
even within a system of competition, right? Especially when it comes to force, like I think this is a sort of unique situation of, I don't know how to describe it. Like you're saying conflict will always. You're saying, I understand, right? You're saying conflict will always happen, and I don't disagree that it'll always happen. But with conflict, both sides of like the fighting force, if it's for profit, both sides are making money, right? The PMC on one side has a direct incentive for the conflict to happen, and the PMC on the other side has a direct incentive for the conflict to happen. This is part of the reason, but hold on real quick. This is part of the reason why both plaintiff lawyers and defense lawyers in civil litigation cases both have an interest in against tort reform, because the more money
there's a monopoly.
Well, no, but it's not a monopoly in terms of the sides here, right? Violence is the monopoly that we're referring to. Violence is the natural monopoly.
The legal system is a monopoly. Hear me out.
Violence is the natural monopoly that exists among humans, right? You kill people. Like that's one way that ends.
There's no legal recourse in the United States, right? If you are engaged in civil litigation for most things, to choose a different company to represent you, to choose a different arbitration firm, to choose a different means of getting your civil justice to sue somebody that is like in a property dispute. Now, there are some places where there is a pseudo competition, but the state still has ultimate authority in this regard. So when you have that monopoly, you're against tort reform because you can make more money by overcomplicating the system. But if there is a competition amongst legal systems, the best way to make money is to provide the best service to the customer, which means
or just complicate all of them.
No, wait. I understand the problem. The problem is you're insinuating that the legal system is the monopoly, and this can be competitive in the same way that PMCs could. But the problem is the legal system. Hold on, the legal system is to violence as law firms are to PMCs. Okay, right? So there is this legal system that exists that is like a natural. It's not natural. The legal system's not natural, but it is this like kind of monopoly. And then within this system, you have these mercenary groups, law firms, that are all fighting amongst each other to get the best results for their clients. And they will zealously advocate, and on top of zealously advocating for the best interests of their clients, they will also support the legal system that continues to profit them. Now, violence is, yes, violence. Hold on.
We should get rid of that monopoly on violence.
Hold on. I'm trying to make a point here because this is the comparison. Violence is to legal system as law firm is to PMC. So when we're talking about PMCs, there is no, like, the ultimate thing to appeal to is the monopoly of violence. Violence itself is the monopoly, right? The PMCs there's no greater power than that.
Logic.
There's no
violence can't be violence itself.
No. So monopoly on violence, you're not understanding. Monopoly of violence is a concept that we use when we're like giving legal right to an agent, in this case the United States, to enact violence. But violence as a concept is the be end all be all, right? This is the equivalent to the legal system among lawyers. This is the ultimate thing that you have to answer to. There is nothing greater. At the end of the day, either you're dead or you're alive. There's no greater thing to appeal to. So and then the PMCs are operating like law firms. They're being hired by clients.
Not an institution.
So you're saying
it's equivalent.
So you're saying there are two different there are two different conflict resolutions, right? There are two different conflict resolutions of the legal system and then violence. But while they are two different modes, right? One is greater than the other. In the end, the legal system only exists. A legal system exists when it's backed by the threat of violence. And so you're saying that there is these things are only so comparable because after the legal system fails, like in the end there'll be violence. But like when we're talking about PMCs, there's nothing above violence. It's only who can enact the most violence. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, no. So I'm not trying to like combine the two. Like let's keep this very separate, right? Legal system is to violence as law firms are to PMCs. There's a legal system in which there's a legal system in which law firms exist within, and they're fighting each other, right, for the best interest of their clients, but they always support the existence of the legal system because the legal system is what gives them purpose. It's what gives them profit,
their foundation.
Right? It's their foundation. Among violence, right, you can have PMCs that are hired by their clients to fight each other for the best interest of their clients, but of course they're both going to support violence. They're both going to support conflict because that's how they make their bread and butter. In the same way that lawyers are always going to support the legal system because that's how they make their bread and butter.
You're comparing unlike variables. Violence is an action. Okay, a legal system is an institution. These are not the same fucking thing. You can't use sophistry to try and make
this is not sophistry.
The same thing.
This is not.
I could replace
it's a one-to-one comparison.
No, it's not a one-to-one comparison. I could literally change the word violence to red apples, and it would make the same logical sense.
Yeah, and if your job, wait, and we could change to red apples. And if we took a red apple and there was some kind of job associated with a red apple that like. Or red apples were like a red apple seller, perhaps. I don't know. Like you could have a scenario where both two people. Wait, hold on a second. Apples is a great example. Apples generally, like within the Apple system, you have two people who are competing with each other to sell apples, but they both support the institution of selling apples because they both make money selling apples, even though they're opposed to each other.
You memed your way into showing why this is.
No, he didn't meme. Selling apples is an action. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's an institution, Corey.
Okay,
you're right.
It's a way of life.
Okay, guys. So Scott, I'm saying you can respond. Scott, you can respond. But as soon as you're done, I'm going to go to Juby, then I'm going to go to Hunter because I want to get these two in. However, we're already over time on this. I know other people are excited about the other topic, so I want to make sure we get to that. So we have to move quickly. All right. So make a quick response, please, and then Juby is going to probably respond to you any which way. So
I just have to call out sophistry, right? It's not. You cannot compare the thing that backs up an institution to the institution itself, right? I would just suggest that everybody read Jack Donovan's "Violence is Golden." It's a great article. You should check it out.
Okay, actually, I want to take a look at that. So let's go to Doobie and then Hunter.
Yeah, I think Scott is attempting to overcomplicate the topic to avoid dealing with the fact that he can't respond to any of the firm claims or firm positions being made against him.
That's sophistry, Doobie.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Name one thing I haven't responded to.
Okay, so you propose this idea that if a PMC were to be hired to take over Haiti, for example, right? You said, oh, well, hey, another PMC might come in and take it from them because, they'd have a moral obligation to do this. Well, first, why? Two, so what stops that PMC from then just taking over Haiti themselves, and now they're the government of Haiti, right? Or their employers now the government of Haiti. Like, how does that situation resolve in a way that doesn't end up with a PMC or some dude who hired a PMC running Haiti?
Did I not?
But why is that a bad thing, Juby? I don't see that.
Hold on, Gibbs. I actually think you're being extremely honest, Gibbs, and I appreciate it. I think Scott is trying to obfuscate his poor position.
No, I'm not obfuscating. I'm not obfuscating anything. So first, you straw man me by saying that the only reason that anyone would respond was because of moral authority, right? That is not the only argument that I made. Second, it was an internal critique in terms of what they're incentivized to do in order to make a profit. And I am challenging the assertion that people will just take something over for the immediate resources, thus profit gained, when there are so many consequences of an action of a rogue military force toppling nation states. It is in the interest of everybody else that has power to protect themselves from this criminal gang that has decided that they're just going to start toppling nation states. Third, in terms of this situation of no, actually, I think that's enough of a response to that. But third, I already did respond to this.
Wait, okay, so one. Oh God. Okay. So one, you're correct. You also mentioned that they'd have there's some kind of profit incentive for them to come in and remove this PMC and this employer who's taken over the nation. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why we'd assume there's a profit incentive there, unless someone else is willing to pay more. And then again, you run into the situation of, hey, what if the guy who's willing to pay the most is the one who wants to take over Haiti, right? And then what? Wait. And then wait, and then
respond to anything. And let me tell
you.
Hold on.
Hold on. You just went on 3 different points, right? I'm going to respond with 3 things too. Okay, this is what it's like to have a back and forth guy. So that's number 1. Number 2,
Responded to your one thing with 3 different things. And so I defeated
Okay,
it.
wonderful.
Continue.
No, you didn't. Number 2. So this I hate you for interrupting me. I had a whole thing and you like threw it off the tracks.
Write it down.
I hate you so much.
You're not even on camera. Write it down.
Fuck you.
Stop being lazy.
So then
I write things down.
Wait, hold on. So that's wait. So that's number 1, right? So number 2 is so once we get through the profit incentive and whether or not it exists. So right now Haiti, I think, is considered to be a failed state. Right, it's run by a gaggle of gangs and militias. Right, so I don't see any other nation state coming with a military to stop this from happening. There are sections of the country that are actually owned by effectively PMCs, gangs right now, with cannibals running all over the fucking place. No other nation state has come in. No other nation state has come. No other nation state has come in. No other nation state has come in and said, "Hey, you guys can't do this. Actually, we don't want cannibals running this fucking territory." So I don't think there's any reason to believe that if some dude came in and said, "Hey, I want this country, PMC, come take it from me," there's no reason to believe any other nation state would give a fuck. Right, so there's no, I'm not trolling. There's also like if we were to go like past Haiti, there's a fucking shit ton of small island nations, quote unquote, all over the world that nobody would give a fuck if you came in and took it because nobody cares about them because they offer nothing to anybody. Right, these are just like 2,000 population, 10,000 population, little chunks of shit that nobody cares about. Because America has regulations and has a democracy, and if we were to go around doing this, America's held responsible to the people that make up the country. PMCs are not held liable to, or held accountable to anybody but themselves.
No, they're not. They're held accountable to their shareholders. You fucking troll.
And the shareholders want money. Right? So of course, if it makes sense for them to go in and take people from these nations and sell them in fucking Libya or something, why wouldn't this happen?
Stop. All right, you got your 3 points. So here's the problem again. You're doing the thing that I already said you're doing, because which is you're doing a univariate analysis on there are goods, there are resources, or there is something of that you believe has some value or some market value. And then you're saying there is an incentive to take over that thing that has market value. And the problem with that is that you're engaging in this world where once a PMC, a private military, just rolls over and takes over a nation, everyone will go, "Oh, no big deal. I guess I'll keep working with them." And the fact of the matter is that yes, that can occur. It absolutely can occur that evil people in power do shit. And you're saying, but America has this special thing that keeps it from being incentivized, which is that it's a part of the United Nations and that it has a democracy, et cetera. And then of course we use all these other examples of times where America did all the evil shit, but we're like, but that was different that time. And so the question is which has a stronger incentive to do these things? If there is a valuable resource, sure, there is an incentive to take over that valuable resource, but it is checked by what you lose in trying to gain that resource. And what you lose initially is how much manpower and money it takes to control it. Then you lose how much does it take to either steal it, extract it, or maintain your power there. And then it's how much have you pissed off everybody else to where you're not getting money from them anymore. The bread and butter of a private military contractor is one of 2 things. There is the pseudo fake military contractor, which is groups like Wagner, where they are just a front for a single nation state, where Putin said in like July of last year that they had already given them $1 billion and that they were completely funded by the Russian state. And then there's actual private military contractors, like many that exist in Israel, where the way that they make their money is through voluntary action. It is to defend private property. It is to engage in all of these different areas within the world stage where they have to be friendly with everybody. And they lower their market and thus lower their price when they engage in fucked up shit that people don't like. It is not profitable in the long term. It is nation states that care about short-term goals and short-term profits because the politicians that are in power are only in power temporarily. And it is private owners and monarchies, I might add, that think long-term and are able to think long-term because they actually own private property and they do things for the long-term incentives.
What's more long term than planning to be the permanent government of a small nation like Haiti? That is long term thinking, right? And then you just make, if the international community has a problem, the international community that hasn't had a problem with the cannibalism going on, with gangs running the country, with all these people being sold into slavery and shit, that international community, if they suddenly have a problem with the PMC taking over, then you just make the case that, hey, I'm bringing stability. Like we're setting up the schools again. People aren't being sold into slavery. We've cut down on cannibalism by 50%. You make that case, and you might be able to say the fucking head of Haiti going forward. Right, so like this idea that it's like objectively inevitable that the international community is going to give a fuck about the country takeover, which is ridiculous. There are genocides that happen all over the planet that nobody gives a fuck about. By the way, there's slave markets all over the planet that nobody gives a fuck about. You can take it over. They can take over any one of these countries, and nobody will continue to give a fuck about it because nobody currently gives a fuck about it. Oh God, you're so angry. The doomsday scenario is what's happening right now all over the fucking world, where we have militaries that are funded by private organizations, private individuals who just have like ideological differences with other people in these areas.
Quit your grandstanding.
I'm not. I'm grandstanding. Me, Scott, you're accusing somebody of grandstanding. Are you fucking serious?
You're
please.
Yes.
Who funded ISIS? Do you think that individuals weren't funding ISIS to further an ideology? This happens all the fucking time. You don't need a country to do it. And ISIS didn't give a fuck who they were pissing off when they were going around beheading people on camera.
Of how stupid I'll make you look.
Oh my God. Okay, go for it. I'm so scared. Go for it.
I want to get in on
here
this.
You go.
No, sorry.
We just hold on. Everybody else
ISIS is the fire department like.
No, we
ISIS really gave a fuck. Do you think the cannibal guy in Haiti gives a fuck what he looks like when he's cannibalizing people?
Terrorist organizations or PMCs.
Do you think General Butt Naked gives a fuck what he looks like? Like, are you serious?
Yeah, you just keep throwing stuff out there because you know that I'll make you look like the fucking idiot you are, because you're nothing but a goddamn troll.
Of course.
That never actually brings any arguments. But I'm glad you actually decided to participate in a debate for once instead of sitting in the fucking corner. Anyways, your doomsday scenario of an internal critique that I'm doing about incentive structures is that a PMC might invade a failed nation state, rebuild the schools, stop all of the violence and destruction of private property, and set forward a government that is beneficial, that everybody loves. That's your fucking doomsday scenario.
Okay, so you think that could happen, and it would be a good thing if the PMC took over the country, right? If this PMC took over the country and they just stopped the cannibalism, Scott would be in favor of it, right? That'd be a good thing that you would support.
I didn't say that.
Well, then what the fuck are you saying?
You would. It's a direct argument against you. You would support it.
No, I wouldn't actually. I wouldn't support some dude taking over Haiti. No, I wouldn't.
So you would be absolutely against. And it's just this, as a consequentialist that you have shown yourself to be multiple times, there's just something that really irks you about the idea of some private organization coming in and solving the cannibalism, the murder, the crime, the education, and the poverty in Haiti. You are lying and you are full of shit.
Oh God. If that private organization is a mercenary group hired by some dude who installs himself as king to do all these things, then yeah, I'm against that. I think this should be handled by nation states that have democracies that are held accountable to somebody. Yes.
You're lying. You're full of shit.
All right, so we got to go. I'm gonna go to the last person here. We're gonna go to Hunter, and then we'll move on to the other topic.
Yeah. So I think Scott, one of your biggest arguments is that essentially companies operate long term, right? And I guess my question is, don't we have multiple examples of companies like having an expected value calculation that was a little bit myopic? Like obviously Exxon was like, hey, we're going to continue pumping oil even though we know it's going to destroy the environment. Long term, that's going to fuck not just us over, but every single other person. Short term makes us a lot of money. Do you think it's completely infeasible for a company to make similar calculations when it comes to invading countries?
So what I would say to that is, setting aside the specific examples that are dependent upon your belief in the presumed danger and what level of threat climate change has.
Of course.
Right? Let's set that aside. Well,
of course you are,
there would be some controversy there.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's bullshit to restrict. I think you should go forward and innovate and progress, because that's how you're actually going to solve climate change. So setting that aside for like some other form, it doesn't matter what it is, right? The question is can companies, and is it not an incentive of the company to engage in short-term thinking and fail and that failure costs money, resources, and when
And
talking about the
lives.
military, potentially human lives. Right. Yes.
Millions of lives. It could be,
I
right?
absolutely yeah, no, I absolutely agree.
Okay.
That's perfect. The difference is what are you comparing it to? And what you're comparing it to is
The current
nation
system.
states.
Yeah.
Right. And so under nation states, you
Right.
are more incentivized towards short-term thinking. And the reason you're more incentivized towards short-term thinking is that under liberal democracies, politicians that make these decisions, they don't actually own anything in the government. They don't actually the only thing they own is like their pride and their sense of accomplishment and their legacy to the public so much as they care about that. But when you are a private property owner, you're far more incentivized to think about the long-term effects of what you do to the value of your property that you may or may not lose, especially if you're going to pass it on to your children. And so I do agree that people make incorrect decisions. I would just say that central planners haven't solved the economic calculation problem, and that prices in the market are a much better predictor and much better information to
Sure.
utilize.
I'm not a
and that
communist.
private property owners are less incentivized to do so.
Sorry, I'm not a communist. I obviously believe that there is some form of privatization that's necessary in a running economy. I don't know.
That wasn't my argument.
You said central planning. I thought you were accusing me of. No. Okay. All right.
No, I just said the
Didn't
economic
Lactwood lay
calculation
out like
problem
10
is
different
obvious.
cases where a private company did terrible things for profit?
That was sophistry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, he gave multiple examples of what he thought could happen in terms of profit.
And
I
what
went
did happen,
through
and what did
how
happen.
History
stupid
did happen.
Historically
it was
happened.
very easy.
Okay.
No, you gave
So
two examples
let's
of what did
then
happen. It was a
then
different
let's move on.
This
Let's
is way
move
more
on
than
to
two.
our final. Okay, so we'll have to continue
Yeah,
this only.
try and
This
negotiate
was
your victory.
a
Wait.
quite an
I
interesting.
labeled 4 things that historically happened.
This was quite interesting. So before we continue, well, multiple things, right? Before we get to our next topic. First of all, guys, if you liked the content, consider supporting us. Thank you, Black Yamato, for giving me 100 bits 20 minutes ago. But anyway, it's fine. Corey, please. But yeah, consider helping out the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Or since someone brought it up, thank you. You can use our PayPal. I used to be part of my spiel, but I haven't said in a long ass time. But exclamation will donate in chat. And also the PayPal button if you're on desktop. You can click that and consider, or the donate button, excuse me. Click that and consider supporting the channel that way. If you want to, say screw Twitch and don't want to cut them in on it, I'm happy with that. That works with me. So consider supporting the channel. If you've enjoyed this conversation so far and like the setting, the moods, the experience, consider helping us keep that around. If you're on YouTube, consider using Super Chat. We'll react to those. So if you have something to say, we'll respond. So thank you so much for anyone who did assist so far. Something I gotta address, because at first I thought you guys were memeing, but I guess you're serious about this. That there are cannibalism in Haiti, so that's not the case, right?
Yes. It's literally
that's a
watch
lie.
a human leg.
Yeah, they're literally not. So there's literally there's literally been fact checked. Actually one of these videos is apparently from a Chinese theme park. Is a video that people have been putting around saying, "Oh yeah, this is cannibalism." Another one of these videos is some man talking about it, but he's like a Hindu individual from a video that it took place years ago. There's a whole list of this evidence that Elon Musk, what a surprise, spread online. Right? It's just a simple Google search, and this all falls apart. No, there's no evidence. There's no
why
evidence.
Why is the guy called barbecue? Why did the guy?
And that was addressed too. He's called barbecue because his mother, and this is the name of a gang member, all right? This nickname. He's called barbecue because his mother was a street vendor and she sold fucking barbecue. Right? That's where he got his name from. It's not actually.
Was it
to be clear?
Yes. There you go.
To be clear, hold on. So Prime, that's where he says his name's from. I didn't know about any the cannibalism videos from Haiti. I was thinking about the barbecue guy. So that's what he says his name is. His opponents alleged that it's because he eats people, right? Or he's
The
like
U.S.
people alive.
The U.S. State Department.
And also to be clear, General Butt Naked is from Liberia. Okay, and that guy did eat people, 100%.
That Liberia. Okay, so you recognize. I don't know about Liberia. I can't defend Liberia. Anyway, the U.S. State Department has said they have no evidence of cannibalism. Right. This is literally since Columbus landed on Haiti, because that's where he landed. Right. That's where he originally landed. Was Haiti. Right. When he landed on Haiti, that's when this narrative started. So before the black people were there, that's when this started, and then it continued on with like misinterpretations of what voodoo is, misinterpretations, outlines of what voodoo is, and so now racists are using this online to say, well, we can't let these Haitian immigrants here; they're cannibals. So this is an extremely long racist trope that's happening. It's just like being regurgitated by once again the conspiracy theorist in chief Elon Musk. So
they should just bring up the French genocide.
Very quick.
I would love to.
I don't care because no argument I've made is dependent upon there being cannibals.
Okay, I don't. I'm not. Then why did you respond? Because I'm not addressing you. Then. If that's the case, I'm not addressing you. I'm specifically addressing cannibalism. All right, to say that's not a thing. All right, so it's an extremely racist trope. Let's like not use that anymore, guys. It's a lie, but like if you want to go over it later on, let's do that.
Yeah, it's not extremely racist.
Yeah, why is it racist?
See videos.
Yeah, why is it? I don't know.
No, I'm dead serious. Why?
But Prime, this arises Haiti being like a failed state, right? From them having like all this conflict. And
you said this existed before the black people got there. It was this trope about cannibal. So how is it racist? The black people weren't even there.
Yeah, because it was a misunderstanding then, and then it just spread. So like apparently,
but white people.
So it's not racist. It's just like that island has like.
Oh my god! Like Blacktoid, I know. I feel like it's
before the black people got there. How is it racist?
Yeah, it can't be racist.
It's used for racist.
We will do it. We will do it. We will. I'm happy to do this later with you, right? Sure. But like people have said they're really excited about the next topic, so I'm going to get to the next topic, and then we can like walk down with Blacktoid. Doesn't understand why implying minorities eat people might be racist. So don't worry, I'll explain it to you later on. It's no problem.
They're the majority.
Do minorities eat people? Do minorities eat people? Have minorities?
I imagine most of the people who are
have minorities eating people.
Anyways,
they did in Liberia.
Guys, support the channel. Hey.
Not guys is a racist. Confirmed.
Yeah, indeed. Sure.
What's the idea that minorities eat people? Fucking racist.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
I love you, Prime.
I love you too, Fred.
Beautiful little racist fuck.
I love you too, Fred. Okay. We're just kidding. All right. Second topic, which we were really excited for, and I'm sorry that things went over. You guys are okay. That's fine. Topic 2: medical tourism is a growing sector, especially for cosmetic procedures. To find cheaper price options, customers are traveling to Asia and South America for treatments. However, lax regulations and outright fake doctors proliferate. This is also true in the states where people will go to Botox parties to get injected with chemicals that might not be what is advertised. However, despite these dangers, some still take on these risks. So, should the U.S. allow unlicensed doctors to be an option? This could drastically reduce the prices, but also increase the risk that patients face. But if patients are comfortable with that, should we allow them to visit practitioners who have no recognized certifications? Or should we be protecting patients from potentially life-threatening outcomes? So yeah, this I mean, it is what it sounds like. You have I started us off with practitioners in other countries, but this does happen here, and we've actually had cases. In fact, a friend, my past job, he was on a jury for this case. It was a famous case, right? Where someone injected like industrial grade silicone in a woman's ass, right? Like a friend of mine was in that jury. And these are like false, like it's actually a real, like it was a huge. I'm sure you remember it actually. If I gave you enough details, I'm sure you remember this because it was like made national news. It was crazy. But for cosmetic procedures, people will go to these unlicensed individuals and then, roll the dice, and a lot of times they come up short. But sometimes they don't. There's some cases where it just works out, and you save a crap ton of money. So I want to examine that, right? Like, is opening it up to unlicensed individuals so they can do it out in the public? Does that make sense? So we're gonna go to our friend Lactoid, and Lactoid helped inspire this question in the first place, because he's had this similar argument for lawyers.
But you missed the last part of the prompt there that you wrote.
Yes, inspired by Lactoid's insanity. This is but this has been his take. He wants unlicensed lawyers, but he's being principled in that because it would harm his own money. But he wants unlicensed lawyers. So we're taking to the medical field. Go ahead, Lactoid.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so you guys can't see the prompt, so there was actually a lie said. The ending is as question inspired by Lactoid's logical and consistent way of thinking. But for some reason, Prime just misread that as insanity for some reason.
I couldn't fit that in. I literally ran out of words.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. That's why. Yeah. Anyway, the answer is yes. If you're an adult and you want to take a risk on getting a procedure done, or getting advice, or really doing whatever you want with your own body and your own person, and on something that doesn't involve invading me, I don't give a fuck. The idea that somebody can come tell me that I can't put a Band-Aid on somebody's boo-boo because I'm not a licensed doctor, like medical doctor. I am a doctor, but not a medical doctor, so I can't put the Band-Aid on. It's like ridiculous. We live in it's like, got a lot of negative things to say about it. There used to be a day when we didn't have to worry about that bullshit, and medicine was cheaper. And I think that we can get costs down a lot for a lot of things, not just medical care, if we remove licensing requirements and just simply make it that licensing as we know it is less of a licensing and more of just a recommendation, right? Hey, come here. I passed this exam for this official board. You know that I'm good, right? There's no reason why you should need a license to braid hair. There's no reason why you should need a license to cut hair. There's no reason why you need a license to practice medical care. It's all bullshit.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Surprise, surprise. Despite our differences on the last topic, you're not going to hear anything against me against Lactoid here. We're 1-to-1 here. I would like to add a few things though. I don't think it's good. I don't think that it is like something we should celebrate or even morally neutral when you see botched plastic surgery. Right? I think we live in a society that is constantly bombarding women about the way that they look, to the point where you have like this tepid fight back against buccal fat removal surgery. And where like literally every white girl in America is like not being honest about how many times they've gotten lip injections. And there is yeah, Fairy Queen, relax. I don't mean literally every, I'm being hyperbolic. And so I don't think botched surgeries are like this good thing just because some fool got taken. I do think fraud ought be prosecuted. You think when people don't know what they're injecting into you, or they don't know what they're doing, and they say, "Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm certified by like some company," and like the company sounds official, but you can't actually find the company, and it looks like a doctor's, or like it looks like some type of licensure, but it's not. It's just like Admiral Gibbs, like jokingly being a doctor because of something else to sell you eye treatments. That these are problems. All of these things are problems. But the question is, well, where does this problem come from? And this problem comes from the United States government and regulations. That is why we have these problems. You may think, oh, well, licensing is actually protecting us. But the thing is that the more you regulate an industry, the more you price people out of that industry. And the more you make gray markets and black markets more profitable and more alluring. And that's what medical tourism is. It's that we have an overly regulated industry that is so regulated. And there are regulations that are just ridiculous. Licensing is one of them, but like, the recent 2022 No Surprises Act is this bill that, for example, that's supposed to like be this beautiful bill because it's going to keep people from being fraudulently given outpatient facility and outpatient bills, and it won't be a problem. There was a problem, however, which is that the government, thought that there was going to be roughly 20,000, 22,000 disputes of that bill between insurance agents, outpatient individuals, and inpatient individuals in terms of pricing negotiations. Well, it turns out since June of 2023, which is the last data collection, that it's over 500,000 disputes. And now we're going to have to hire a fuck ton of government employees in order to do these like baseball arbitration for this industry. And that's just one recent example of massive regulations that have made plastic surgery and cosmetic surgery so expensive that people are just going to other countries where they're getting hurt because they have no guarantee of their safety and they don't have the same laws that protect them from fraud. And if we want to do something about this, the best thing we can do is deregulate the market and allow private markets to step in so that we can have safer, better plastic surgery and maybe, just maybe, stop getting the buccal fat removal surgery and lip injections and facelifts and all the shit that makes you look like an alien when you're 40. Maybe, just maybe.
Thank you. Ollie.
Yeah, so this doesn't, for me, I'm a massage therapist, right? I got my license 10 years ago. I didn't have to take a state certified test or anything. Now, if I want to move to a different state to keep the same job that I've been practicing for 10 years, I have to get a state certified license. While I was in school, they mandated that massage is now this like more medical practice, right? You have to go through insurance and deal with insurances. You have to learn about cancer and every itty bitty thing that comes with it just to go work at a spa, right? So it's not good. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be certain. Like you should have to go to some level of schooling to know what you're doing. However, with all these regulations, the barrier of entry to school is too expensive, right? It's too expensive to get schooling to become a proper doctor. And then for the people that want the surgeries, that want the things, you know how expensive it is to get a massage? It's because of how much regulation you have to go through and how much certification you have to go through and how valuable it is. And now it's a medical thing, so they can charge more. The clients are also being affected by this, right? And like furthermore, we're taking a further cost because the people that are going out of the country, they come back here with the botch jobs. We have to take care of them here. We have to fix the botch with our money. So either way, we're kind of taking that cost anyways. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have any certifications at all. Like there should be some level of schooling. You should have like some level of knowledge. But to Scott's point, if we deregulate and the private industry is coming in, they're not going to hire somebody who doesn't have any knowledge on it. So you're not going to have these people working. And clients aren't going to go and find backdoor, they're not going to go get backdoor BBLs if people are competing for the price of BBLs. If I can go get one for $150 down the street. So yeah.
Thank you. Staxon.
Yep. So there's two ways you can take this argument. The first is like efficacy. Is this effective in saving lives by employing more qualified doctors? Which we can talk about, obviously, like occupational licensing reform. I largely agree with everyone else on the panel. I don't want an abolition of licenses. Maybe some people disagree, but we are insanely overregulated. There are shortages in the medical community for sure. But the second argument, which might be a little bit more interesting from an ethical standpoint, and I am prepared to go 8v1 on this, the more interesting argument is about bodily autonomy, which is fake. If something harms someone or yourself, it should be corrected. It should be against the law to wear seatbelts. It should be banned to duel others in public. You can't cannibalize someone who wants it. As Lactoid says, there used to be a day when we could get that done, and a lot of fucking people died from snake oil. So, yeah.
What about drunk driving licenses?
Explain.
That's not what
Lactoid can explain.
Lactoid will explain. Let's go to FQ.
So I have two different stories that I'll tell quickly, just in relation to this. But basically, my position is the same as has already been stated. I think that you should be able, you should be able to get, if somebody, as long as they're honest and upfront about the fact that they do not have a license, and it's clear to you that they are not licensed before you walk into their clinic, I think that like if you want to say that you're a doctor and if you want to say that you can help people with healthcare, I think that should be fine, as long as you're very, very clear and very, very honest to your clients and to your patients precisely what it is that you plan to do and what it is that you're licensed or not licensed in order to do. As long as like all of that knowledge is up front and the patient is aware of that before they walk into the clinic. The danger of this is going to be like genuine snake oil salesmen, or people who will claim that like if you drink this charcoal shake, your cancer will be cured, or that all you have to do is meditate and take this special potion before bed and then your problems will be cured. We have to like be honest about the fact that this will be abused. There will be people who are taken advantage of. But the reason why ultimately, I'll tell you the story of a few years ago. I had someone who I cared about very much, and this person was a drug addict, and I was desperate to try to find this person help. This person had been to Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous, and had been to traditional forms of rehabilitation and therapy, like within the United States, multiple times. He had gone multiple times. He had access to this help. He had gone to counseling. He had gone to the doctor, and we knew he was an alcoholic. He was an addict. And we were desperate to try to find a way to help him. And one of the ways that I tried was I tried looking for any possible solution, and I found one, and it's called ibogaine. For those of you who don't know, ibogaine, it is a psychedelic. It's also not entirely safe. If you have a heart condition, if you have like a history of heart disease in your family, you shouldn't take it. There are some cases of people who have had heart attacks and who have died of cardiac arrest while taking it, and it's not a fun drug. It's an extremely wild ride. It's supposed to be like one of the most harrowing experiences of your life if you choose to take it. But the advantage of taking it is that after you take this drug, supposedly people who struggle with opioid addicts in particular, they feel no withdrawals. They have no withdrawals directly afterwards. They have no urge to use like after taking this drug. So for that limited time, like in about like 6 months after taking this drug, it's supposed to be an extremely effective way of helping addicts like getting off of addictive substances. But because ibogaine is illegal in the United States, there are only some clinics that offer it, which means that if you're interested in this type of rehabilitation for your loved one, you will have to leave the United States and go to Mexico, to Costa Rica. I think the name of the clinic is called Clear Skies Clinic, and it's exorbitantly expensive if you want to go. The amount is about $10,000 if you can afford it, and you have to pay all of this entirely out of pocket. And so I realized that like when we're talking about like medical tourism, and like when we're talking about like healthcare that from doctors that wouldn't be licensed or that wouldn't be legal in the United States, like why we would have an immediate knee-jerk reaction. You all are probably thinking of the same stories that I thought of, which is of the woman who gets a tummy tuck, in a country next door and then dies from it, and then leaves her children and her entire family aggrieved because she tried to get plastic surgery. But I think that there are many cases of people who are searching for answers, who are searching for healthcare, who have to leave and who have to engage in some of these, I hate to say alternative forms of healthcare, but experimental forms of healthcare that are not legal and are not available in the United States.
Thank you.
So I will leave it there.
Thanks so much, and thank you for sharing that personal story. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, this is real rough going after that emotional heart trigger. I'm gonna look like a real dick, but I say open it up. Like if people want to go and try whatever they want to try, let them try. Bring back dueling. I feel like that's a problem. We don't have enough dueling, but that kind of goes hand in hand with the subject actually. Yeah, when I'm looking at it, I don't understand why if someone wants to trust Dr. Jinx from Always Sunny or Dr. Gibbs to do their appendectomy and they sign a waiver, fuck them. Let them. Let's
They're
go for it.
what-dectomy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If they're gonna let me do it, and they sign a waiver where I'm not liable for whatever happens, then hey, I'll take their money. I don't see a problem with that. Like if they play stupid
What is
games,
wrong with you? No, you would not take their money.
I would absolutely.
You would kill the poor person. You would vivisect him.
yeah.
Down the slab.
Let him
They
speak. It's his
sign.
opening.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, listen. You'd be surprised when I'm going to take the money for when people sign a waiver. I'm just saying, like, if they want to do then that's on them. Like, why should we be keeping these people alive? They're clearly like wanting, like choosing like these alternate options. This is not my responsibility, and like I wholeheartedly object. The Stack Skims
organ
like premise.
harvest.
I just
basically
I
just
know
the plan.
yeah, whatever.
Don't want to look
No,
into
it's
it.
yeah. If they want to spend the money to go buy old snake oil or mercury and put it in their arms and inject it, hey, let them do it. Like play, like I said, they could go against the credentials, or they could go get the credentials they think is good. Maybe this guy on YouTube knows more than the guy who went to med school. Who knows? Let them find out. Let's see. I think it'd be good for the society actually. Like
I mean, I've watched Law and Order SCU, so there's no reason to think that I'm not a better lawyer than Lactoid. I think.
I mean, let's
I
go.
thought you were going to say an expert on rape.
God damn.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that, friend.
Guys, rape expert. Just put a little banner at the bottom.
Yeah. That's good. DB, please.
Yeah, I don't think it should be allowed. I think that Staxium's position is actually the best one so far. I think that there's like a national interest in ensuring that people aren't doing crazy shit to themselves, aren't giving themselves tails, or having all their teeth removed for fun. I think there's also a national interest in ensuring that even if there's like a contract or an agreement between two people to perform some kind of service, if that service is damaging to one of those people, I think we do have an interest in stopping it, right? So, for example, if there's somebody that had an addiction to plastic surgery, and they went to somebody who's willing to do hundreds of thousands of dollars of plastic surgery on them, whenever the fuck they wanted it, and actually encourage them to do this, to drain all their money, right? Because this person was agreeing to get the surgery, I think that should be stopped. If somebody went to like an old person and said, "Hey, yeah, why don't I get rid of all your wrinkles?" Right? Just like lurking around like elderly homes and shit, offering plastic surgery to all these old people. Yeah, I think that should be stopped. I think there should be someone that they're held accountable to, right? Some kind of board that can take their license, that can make sure that they no longer can operate in that field. So yeah, I think I agree with Saxiums.
I'm imagining someone showing up with with an iron, like I'm gonna get rid of all your wrinkles. Let's finally, our friend. It would work, Corey. Totally. Like you're just not a doctor. You're not licensed like I am. Corey, please go ahead.
So I can respect Lactoid's position, and in some ways I'm sympathetic to it. Where like definitely I go back and forth when it comes to credentials of like until credentials actually mean something in terms of like I've made my positions clear in the past. Osteopaths shouldn't exist. Chiropractors shouldn't exist. Naturopaths shouldn't exist. But the fact that you have I think like the American Chiropractic Association side by side with the American Medical Association, many people can't distinguish between the two. And like I can appreciate and respect the full bodily autonomy argument. But I also want to protect the world from people like Gibbs doing a appendectomy. So I don't want that happening. And so I don't know how to solve that problem. And just as like I don't want people weaponizing their credentials, like people opening up their own cold plunge institute because now they have their PhD in cold plunge. I see that as a problem, and people can't distinguish between accurate and inaccurate information. But yeah, as of right now, I lean towards credentials like being a thing. They have to exist to some extent, but we have to ban chiropractors, osteopaths, and naturopaths. And I'll leave it there for now.
And so the campaign continues. Thank you for that, Corey.
Wait,
all right, open
Doobie.
Yeah.
Doobie, we don't have a vested interest in stopping any of these people from doing that. Have you seen the tattoo industry? People are splitting their tongues. People are getting implants to look like aliens. We don't stop any
I
of
think
these
all that
people.
should be illegal.
Oh, you think it should be illegal to get like breast implants or like a BBL? Like what about like a huge butt or like big boobs?
Hold on. So to some extent, so I think I'm sure you've seen people that get like breast implants that are fucking huge.
Yeah.
Or they get all this plastic surgery and they look like fucking bloated aliens, right?
Yeah.
Like they look like fucked up brat stalls. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think all that should be illegal.
I just want to be. Can I just be clear?
So
can I just be clear because me and Doobie are.
Why should that be illegal?
Yeah, like I said, I think that there is an interest that we have to to keep people from harming themselves, right? And I think it's totally fine for us to define what harm is, and for us to say, hey, we've decided that this is you harming yourself, so we're not going to allow you to do it. So I think people are harming themselves when they go get plastic surgery and come out looking like Brad Stalls. Like, I think that's bad for them. I don't want people in my nation doing that to themselves, so I want to stop it.
What if they want to look like Brad Stalls?
Two things.
No, hold on. I just want to say real quick. I want to say real quick, just because I feel like I'm tied into Doobie, and I just want to disagree with him for just a sec. I do not think that meets the metric of harm at all. I think that like when you actively are hurting yourself or you are possibly dying from a specific thing that you're doing, I think that meets my threshold. Not just looking like a Brad Stall. I'm chill if you want to look like a Brad Stall. I think you're a moron. I think you're a moron if you want to look like a Brad Stall, but go fucking.
Sams, would you ban cigarettes? I'm curious.
Would I ban cigarettes? I would say whatever is the most effective way to prevent people from smoking cigarettes. Sorry, I'm on the utilitarian.
What about coffee?
Red pill. It's just whatever
it's my body. I should put into it whatever I want.
And people die.
Should we ban gay sex because of the risk of AIDS?
Should we ban cars? Should we ban cars? Cars kill more. Cars kill people.
You should support banning cigarettes and alcohol. Saxons.
What about cars?
No. If that limits by like if that because obviously last time we banned alcohol, it just increased alcohol consumption. Right?
That's bullshit.
Is that
no? It did not. It absolutely did not.
The issue with prohibition is we didn't go far enough in killing the mobs, right? We should have killed more mafia.
Where there are stats.
After a while, like these people are fucking gone because you've killed them all, and you made it so risky to engage in this practice, and it stops.
No, even let me clarify. I want to clarify the prohibition. A lot of people will just make claims about that. The reality is, like, yes, the mafia did gain power. But there was like a massive decline of liver failure or liver cirrhosis and like liver illnesses following prohibition. And that number of like lives supposedly saved, like far outweigh, like in terms of just raw number, far outweighs any like extra lost lives that came from the mafia. That being said, if you try to ban my fucking alcohol, I swear to God, like this is bullshit. Why?
Exactly. Do you understand? Like from a utilitarian perspective, it's like, oh, I ban alcohol. There's going to be riots in the streets. Probably not.
Bet your ass, yeah.
Alcohol, yeah.
So if we riot enough, if you ban, wait. So you're telling me
that's worth it?
Yeah, if we riot enough, if you try to ban the butt lifts, then you'll be in favor of butt lifts.
Yes, correct.
People will riot.
All right, boys.
The entire is going to make up the deficit of deaths with his arsenal. If you take away his alcohol.
Blackman is the ultimate trump card against Axiom. Just enough rioting, anything goes.
I think I can.
Okay, sick.
Wait, hold up. Wait, Doobie.
You do it on your side.
Cars too, since cars put people more in danger probably than plastic surgery.
Well, there's a utility to cars that we can't really go without, right?
No, public transportation, boy.
You can't go without alcohol. Right, and alcohol, if I remember correctly, it's like
but why do cars need to?
You could ride the bus, Doobie.
No,
or ironically, cars could be limited to going 50 miles an hour cap.
I'd be fine with that.
You could.
There's no reason for somebody to have a car that goes 100 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour. That's fucking ridiculous.
No reason.
Why not cap it at 15 miles an hour?
No, don't say 50. Just like cap it at like. Okay, wait, hold on.
I said 50.
25. 25.
Public transportation is way more safe. So I think we should expand the usage so much that cars essentially become obsolete. I think that's the most effective.
I mean, public housing is probably safe.
I do want to bring it back because it's a topic on medical tourism. People are excited to talk about medical tourism. So let's, or not just medical tourism, but licensing and all that, right? So let's try to bring it back. Corey, I see you, Gibbs, and Scott. But Scott, you've been trying to get in first. Actually, you've been trying to get in first. So let's go to Scott, Corey, then Gibbs. Yeah, sorry.
So the first thing I want to say is I just want to correct the record because there seems to be some confusion about what fraud is, right? I think a lot of people here are mixing these things together, right? And saying, well, if there's no licensing and there's no like regulation, et cetera, then people will just lie about their credentials, but it'll be okay because, if you put something on the wall that looks like a doctor and says doctor and looks like you have a diploma, but it's from some fake place. And there's not like a reasonable way for the person that comes in there to be able to differentiate between whether or not you're a doctor, a medical doctor from like as licensed by the AMA, etc., and not, that's fraud, right? So like you can't really utilize that when as like lumping it together with like the people that are pro bodily autonomy, because being pro bodily autonomy means, you know, even if you want to take it from like a leftist perspective, Staxiums, right? Like from like
Yeah.
you know, even if you want to take it from like a Kantian perspective, right? That like you ought not, you from the categorical imperative.
No, I
right?
know, but like
that
classic
idea of,
leftist, like Kant and leftist usually are pretty not synonymous. Is that fair to say?
um I disagree, but I understand from your perspective
Okay,
what you mean
fine.
by
Go
that,
for
and that's
yeah,
fine.
go for it. Categorical imperative.
Right. I mean, like even from that perspective, right? Like
Mhm.
you would recognize it as like an inability to have the information that is necessary to doing a utilitarian calculus. So even from a utilitarian perspective, you would if you were a rule utilitarian at all, even a
Uh-huh.
little bit, you would
Uh-huh.
still say that fraud is a problem here. So I don't think I want to just put that out there before we go anywhere else, that like that's not what we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
In terms of this discussion of like you guys are and I guess Prime wants to stick to the medical tourism and licensing thing, but like everybody's kind of yelling about the philosophy here without actually engaging in the philosophy, which is making it a lot of white noise that doesn't make sense, which is right. Like, what is harm? How do we measure, you know, happiness points, these magical things in utilitarianism? And do
Like
people
Kant
have the right
solves
of
that.
bodily autonomy?
Okay.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
Okay. I believe I said Corey and Gibbs.
Yeah. Just a question for Fairy Queen to hopefully understand your position better, because at least I think I posed this question before. But at least based off everything that you've outlined in your opening statement, from what I'm understanding, like so basically, because I asked you a question before, like should someone be allowed to go to their doctor and request like any treatment that they want? Is that okay for you or permissible for you?
It, it's not that it's permissible for me. It's not that I'm okay with it. Like it's to be very clear, like I think like I like condemn and like I think it's bad like when people ask like doctors to like I don't know, like we mentioned before, like to be blown up like Bratz dolls, but I still think that you have the right to ask your doctor. You have the right to ask that from somebody. Now the
Mhm.
question, I think I can see where you're going. I have a guess where you're taking this, Corey, given like my recent like discussion with Wick. So what I will tell you is though, right? Just because I don't think it should be illegal for you to find a doctor to provide the service that you're finding. But I do think that like it should be against the law if for the light you shouldn't be licensed as a doctor. I think that the regulatory bodies, if you're licensed as a doctor and you choose to provide a service that violates the licensing board that you happen to have gotten your license from, I think that you should have your license revoked from you. And if you live in a country where it is illegal for you to engage in that type of healthcare, which absolutely violates your license by choosing to do so, I don't think you would disagree that that person should be thrown in jail. No?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, I agree. People violating whatever codes of conducts and laws, like, yeah, and generally in favor of penalizing people that do that.
Right.
But so then, if I'm understanding your position correct, like, so then are in favor of licensing and like just like somewhat less deregulation of them.
I'm not. I am in favor of licensing. It's just that I am not in favor of people who want to say that they are doctors, as long as they are very clear about like what their credentials actually are and about the services that they're providing. So, for instance, like you mentioned, for instance, the polar plunge lady, right, with the PhD. Like to me, the biggest problem with that website is not just, I mean, it's in part the fact that she has PhD like listed on the website, but it's also the fact that she's offering services that claim to do something that can't possibly be the problem. So I would say that specifically is the problem, not the fact that she's offering the polar plunge. Right? If she was honest about what the polar plunge could actually achieve, right? If she wasn't being dishonest or manipulating like what the truth of like the efficacy of the treatment was, then I don't think that there would be a problem with somebody saying, I am PhD Dr. Ice Bear, and I would like you to come to my clinic so that you can have an ice bath. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, I think so. And I guess just to maybe clarify it also further, do you, regardless, I understand your bodily autonomy. You're probably going to say like someone has the is allowed to inject where they want in the body. But do you think, let's say, for example, narcotics should be legally available in stores?
I mean, if I'm going off of a principled basis, like the real answer is yes, I think you should be able to inject whatever it is you want. But I would agree. But it's a hard pill to swallow.
Hell yeah.
Pill to swallow, right? Literally,
Ha.
because
Or
of the
or
impact that it
inject.
will.
Welcome over here. Welcome to join
Right.
us.
So that's
Oh,
my
yeah,
answer is I
fair
think
enough.
it's gross, but I think like it's the only real honest way to answer
Pure
the question.
bodily autonomy. Taxation is theft.
I can respect. I
Welcome to
don't agree with
anarchism.
it, but I respect it absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to Gibbs. I want to say two things before we well, and I'll go straight to you, Gibbs. So one,
Number
to
one, he's
bolster.
pro BBLs for all women. As
I am absolutely mandatory, mandatory
BBLs.
But to bolster the first part of Scott's statement previously, he talked about the, you can just print out a license or whatever, right? Or a degree.
Mm-hmm.
And that just reminded me of in Florida, there was that teen who pretended to be a doctor. He was doing it for a while until the sent him to jail.
Oh yeah, I remember.
think
And he
quite
was
a
like
while.
really good at it. Apparently, like he was like successfully performing surgeries.
Yeah, it was crazy. But he's off the jail.
Did you hear about the doctor who convinced women that I have to look up the exact disease that they had, but he convinced women that the only way to cure them of like a rare type of cancer they had was to have unprotected sex with them. And he convinced like multiple women to do this. He actually did get arrested for that.
Again, fraud.
So your thoughts is you're
pro that
on the fraud, but like
wait, Lactoid, are you pro that?
Yeah.
So I'm generally against fraud.
Because I would say that's like low key rape.
No, he was prosecuted for rape, but like
low key. I feel like that's high key rape.
No, fair.
Well, yeah,
it's high
it's
key
pretty,
rape.
it's pretty direct. But there's also like an element of like
Harvey Weinstein, except for that one, was low key rape. Like, oh, quid pro quo, I'll get you in a movie. You know what I mean? Come on, sugar tits, wear the dress.
But is it? I mean, I don't know about prosecute him on rape.
It's basically the same
he was
as like
prosecuted
you
on
either
rape.
that's for
die
sure.
or
I'll find him.
take this seed.
I don't think that makes sense though, because
why you're coercing someone, or you're
not
giving
coercing.
you're giving them false information in order to.
What if you mean it? What if you
Yeah.
mean
Wait,
that's a long conversation. I don't.
No. I want to have this because you can argue makeup. Women who wear makeup then are also providing false information and therefore raping everybody they have sex with.
No, because I think it's well known what the makeup looks like.
It is not. Are you people put on makeup and do like a total fucking face change? It's crazy.
Completely different person.
What if you convince the girl that unless she has sex with you, the world will end, and she believes it?
Yeah, I would say that.
But they really do that in cults. Hold on, sorry. That's a different subject, and I'm sorry. I think it's there. But I actually do want to have that conversation because I think it's interesting. But okay, there's that. Corey, I see your hand up. So after Gibbs, I guess I'll get bounce back to you. FQ, you want after that? Okay. And then the second thing I was going to bring up, I'm not sure if you guys actually watched the video that I sent you, but it was 10 minutes long. Oh, you did. Thank you, Corey. I can always rely on you.
I did not.
Watch it at 2x speed.
I'm not sure you caught it, but there was a doctor there. So like I sent these to the audience. There was a video from CNBC, I believe it was, or one of those, right? That talked about unlicensed doctors, practitioners within Thailand. And halfway through the video, near the end, there is a doctor that comes on, right? And they do this to like compare this individual to these unlicensed people, right? This doctor's wearing a yellow shirt, right? And he talks about like how bad it is for these unlicensed practitioners. Thing is, I've actually done a bit of a deep dive into this topic, and I've seen that doctor multiple times, right? Like at least in 2 other documentaries. And in those other documentaries, he was being referenced because, like, he's licensed, sure, but he does it out of this like strip mall joint, and like he does like basically invasive surgeries in like a store's like storeroom, right? Like that's where it is, like their closet. And you get a peek at this when you look at the video, but there are other videos you show like he's actually doing the surgeries there, right? And those other documentaries were talking about like, yeah, you shouldn't go to Thailand because even if they're licensed, like you might have this level of service. Right? I mean, like there's no way this would fly in the States because we have regulations about that kind of stuff. But it's interesting. He's like apparently like realized that a great advertising strategy is just to do these documentaries over and over again. But like three times I've seen this guy at least.
Yeah.
We say it won't happen in the States, but I've heard a bunch of just like shit doctors. Like there was a doctor that was injecting people with water instead of, I think it was either a cancer treatment or fucking flu shots. I can't remember which one's, probably flu shots. But he was injecting them with water instead. And he was a licensed, certified, doctor. Well, yeah. But I mean, regardless of where you are, this shit kind of happens. If you're gonna have a quack doctor, you're gonna have a shitty doctor anywhere.
Yeah, but the doctor who convinced the girls to have sex with him. He was a licensed doctor, by the way. The dude who convinced women to have sex with him to cure their cancer. He was licensed.
Don't you think that there would be fewer of these if we maintain it? Yes, there are for sure problems with people who are licensed and do shitty things. 100%. Anyone who is arguing otherwise is stupid. But there will be fewer under this current system.
I think people would be more transparent about
it. I don't even understand. You give them the ability to lie, and they'll make sure they tell the truth.
No,
here's hold on. I'll answer real quick, right?
Okay.
The most regulated industries in the world are going to be in China. And there's a wonderful series that you can look up right now, after the panel or whatever. And it's like on TikTok, but it's also on YouTube Shorts. Just look up China fakes everything. And what you will see is that the most regulated industries in the world have the most fraud in the world.
Wait, hold on.
That is what happens when
not true. Not true, because you can look at third, sorry, you can finish. Sorry, yeah.
Right. So there is a kind of a Loeffner's curve situation here, right? Where there's kind of a presumed sweet spot of state taxation. Yeah.
You mean Loeffner's curve? Yeah.
Yes, I just said yes. Sorry.
Sorry, you're good.
Okay, buddy. So there's a situation here where if you're going to presume that there must be regulation, there might be a sweet spot of regulation. But every regulation that you put in is just like taxation is going to price things out of the market, is going to slow down economic growth and economic activity. And so there's going to be a sweet spot where presumably you have, a decent amount of economic activity that is able to absorb these regulations. But if you keep piling on regulations, what you're eventually going to have is first you're going to have what we currently have, the status quo, which is where we have too many regulations and we've created medical tourism. We've made it so expensive that people are now wanting to go out of the market.
Where are they going for that fraud? To underregulated places, correct?
That doesn't.
Where do they go? Where I want to get cancer treatment. I can't really get it in the US. Where do they go? Right? Do they go to China or do they go to Mexico?
Right.
Largely speaking, Mexico, right?
What's your argument?
Which is underregulated, right? So you would
say there's no such thing as underregulated by the government.
Right. Sorry,
no regulation is the perfect amount of regulation.
It's the classic Laffer curve argument where it's like, hey, there's a bell curve. Actually, it's only just here. It's like I don't even know how to argue with that.
So. Before we do, let's go to Gibbs. Let's go to Gibbs because Gibbs has been waiting, and I said I was supposed to go to next. Then we'll go to Ali.
So I less worry about people dying due to botched things from unlicensed people, and more about the opposite of what regulation does. Look at what overregulation did with the vaccine mandates. I think those are a pretty epitome of a failure overall. I think
Operation Warp Speed was the exact opposite. But I mean, as much as I hate the lefties and I hate government regulation, it was deregulation.
Yeah. Anyway, so like I said, wait, what? No, I'm talking about the mandates of the vaccine mandates.
It was deregulation of the creation of the vaccine. If you have problems,
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the creation of it. I'm not talking about the creation of the vaccine.
What do they deregulate?
That's not what I'm arguing. He's trying to sidetrack me so I can not make a point here, even though I just waited to listen for 30 minutes here. But here's what we're going. Right. So I don't have a problem with the deregulation of things. That's not an issue. I have an issue more when the government side of thing is trying to push more certifications, more requirements. I think that leads to badly. I think people should be able to choose what they want to do to what. As long as they're over 18 or some arbitrary age that we've decided is the age you're an adult in a country and you're a citizen, then I think you should be able to do whatever you want with your body. I more have a problem when we see license licensed doctors going on TikTok and using their like clout or whatever to try and push like their things onto people that are not of age, right?
Wait,
That seems to be a bigger
why would
issue.
you be against that as an anarcho? Are you an
I'm
ANCAP? Like,
not.
what do you?
I'm not an ANCAP. No,
Well,
Okay,
no,
sorry. What would
it's-
you describe yourself as, and why would you be against that?
I'm more like a conservative Republican.
I thought you were like more of an anarchist. Am I getting that wrong?
No.
No. Okay,
definitely not
my
an
fault.
a little
anarchist.
My
bit.
fault.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I have
David
like
said,
He only believes in
McDonald's and
whoopins.
Burger King
whoopins, yeah.
should go to
I mean-
war is not an ANCAP.
No, I mean, I'm not though. I mean, I don't. I
The
believe in
Burger
some
King
government. Yeah, I mean, there's like that's the whole thing. We don't need to go into my ideology super deep, but yeah, I'm not an ANCAP. But yeah, the point that I'm saying is basically like, yeah, I'm less worried about what people are going to do with their own decisions. If they want to go and start committing suicide en mass, I'm not super fan of that. But if that's what they want to start doing, then go do euthanasia things. Then I'm not opposed like that. It's their choice, right? If they want to sign up to allow like their body to be used for science, great. If they want to sign up to allow their body to be used to go to the corpse farms and be turned into long pig, I'm also okay with that. Like, I mean, people should be allowed to sign up for whatever they want to do. Like, I don't understand like what, as long as it's not harming somebody else, why should we stop them from doing what they want to do? Like, if that's the case, this deregulation of like.
I would say because, and this is going to be
Well-
super liberal pilled. We live in a community. We live in a society where we kind of rely on each other. Yeah, fuck you, Scott. Where we rely on each other
just
and we
funny
kind
when
of
they do
need
the
each
meme.
other. Yeah, what's the meme?
We live
We live in a society. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you just
Yeah,
did the meme.
But we unironically live in a society where we depend on each other, we rely on each other. So when we harm ourselves, it hurts others indirectly. That's what I would say.
FQ,
How does
you're
it,
going to say
so
something
how do you
in
define that?
response?
How do you regulate that? How do you like where do you justify it?
Wait, what do you mean? What do
'Cause
you mean?
My issue is like I have a hard rule, and some of the people here are have a hard rule when it comes to, at the very least, medical freedom, right?
Mhm.
They don't follow it through to its logical conclusion, which is right wing anarchism. If you believe that you have a right to your body and no one has a right to your body or your property,
Right, which I
but-
reject.
But I get that you reject that.
Mhm.
Why can't I fuck you if it makes me happier than it makes you sad?
Because I think that would deeply harm me, first off. And second, I think that would establish a
What if it deeply
culture.
helped me?
What if it makes them
It would
really
establish
happy?
a culture of making every
Right.
single person susceptible to rape. And I think that is a overwhelmingly worse society than the one we currently live in.
Look, Scott.
What if you're on an island
Slacktoid,
and no one will know,
Ollie,
and it makes them
What
really
yeah,
if it
happy?
made me so happy I
Corey.
cured cancer?
I think,
Right?
well,
Like I just went back and
my-
What did I do?
Look,
post
as
nut clarity
my-
after raping Hunter.
as
I
made
do
me
have a
fucking cure
philosophical answer to this that's really obnoxious if you
Yeah.
want to go down that road.
Okay, FQ, go ahead, please.
well as like Lactoid has stated before, I mean, most of you guys, like, you all have beards, right? It's fundamentally rape by deception anyway. Okay, we have no idea what it is any of you really look like.
This is
okay?
natural. Okay, it's
This is
different.
natural,
I
oh,
grow
yeah.
this.
You were
This is part
born from
of
the womb.
This
I
is
look
part
like
of my
that.
face.
I'll tell you. You know this.
Yeah,
You know when
bullshit,
SpongeBob?
I
okay?
didn't. I
If
didn't
it can
put
be
it
rape by
on to
deception
trick a
with makeup,
man. Okay.
It can be beard by
No,
deception.
I didn't. I
Okay?
didn't put this on to
Right,
trick
dude.
somebody.
There's
This
a-
is natural.
uh-huh.
This is good genetics. That's what it is. Good genetics.
You should have
It's like
gone
gift
with
from God.
FQ. You should have gone with hat fishing. You know, you've heard that.
Yeah,
term before?
that's a good point. Yeah, that's
Hat
a better.
It
fishing?
makes me
Yeah, cover the
significantly
balls
more
wide.
happy. It makes me infinitely more happy to keep it than to remove
Yeah.
it. Therefore,
Exactly.
We
Like,
literally have
utility.
someone with an avatar.
No, but Prime K's brought up a good one right here with the hat fishing.
Hat fishing, just so you know, hat fishing is like when you have like a dating profile and it's a guy, right? And they like always have like a hat in all their
oh
pictures
God.
because they're actually bald. And you find out later on.
And they look like they haven't bathed for days, always.
I see that.
Like-
So the question is
Um,
the question here, right, about bodily autonomy is kind of the cornerstone to whether or not it's the cornerstone to everything we have here. And we're kind of skirting around the concept of bodily autonomy. Uh, I don't know how long we want to keep avoiding the actual discussion here. But even if we want to do an internal critique, right? Even if I want to accept for the sake of argument, utilitarian calculus,
Mhm.
that like what is best for the most amount of people,
Uh-huh.
right? I think we're living in the current nightmare scenario.
How
where
so?
We have overregulated industry.
Right, wait, hold on.
that
I'm
is-
in favor
that is
of
causing.
I'm in
that
favor
is
of lowering
causing-
I think you might have forgotten my position. I'm in favor of lowering the regulation because it's there's a scarcity of medical doctors. I think an
didn't name you
abolition
per
is the
se,
wrong
that's
way.
fine.
What was that?
I said I didn't actually name you, and I didn't say Hunter.
Okay.
Here's why. What I was
Okay.
saying is, it was a general kind of statement out there, which is like, even if I accept the utilitarian position, so that we're all in the same normative ethical framework, I would say that we have an overregulated market, and that is pushing people towards medical tourism. We need to
I agree.
deregulate this market
I agree.
if we're gonna do anything.
So one of the things that Hunter said earlier, because I think that right now we're thinking about healthcare like only as like an independent, fully bodied, of sound mind agent, a human, an adult, able-bodied person making this individual decision for their own healthcare about what will happen to them in their own bodies. But if we're being honest, there are many examples in healthcare which don't follow this model. You could have, like, for instance, like a woman who's pregnant, for instance. So what happens, for instance, if you have, somebody who's pregnant and they go to deliver the baby, but they don't select, a doctor. They don't go to the hospital. Instead, they choose to have a doula. They choose to have a natural home birth, and then the baby dies. What happens to, like, the midwife or to the doula or to whoever it was, that the non-licensed person who delivered the infant?
Waiver. That's
Because she can't lose her license. She doesn't have a license, right? That's not why she's there. So she can't go out of practice. Does she go to jail? Does she go to jail for manslaughter? Does she go to jail for murder? What happens to her as a consequence of? And, like, there are so many other examples. Like, I can think of many examples of where you have a guardian who is in charge of another person. It doesn't even have to be a child. It could be a mentally unwell adult.
But I
It could be
answered
a
that,
person
Frankie.
dying of
I
dementia.
Yeah,
It could
just
be
get a waiver.
people that are not capable of making their own health decisions, right? And then you make the decision to send this person to an unlicensed, practitioner. Are you liable? Like, if it goes wrong, should there be more liability?
so yeah, the answer to that, like I said, that's why you have the waiver. One, you would absolve liability of the
So what if
unlicensed.
you don't? Would you be liable?
I mean, if you don't have a waiver, then you're
Like,
liable
what do
for
we
all the
do
shit.
when bad things happen to
So
people who
I
are
think a
not
doula
moral agents?
I think a doula and midwife conversation around childbirth is actually probably the best example you could have for my argument of no government.
Mhm.
Because the original form of birth, for most of human history, has been the domain of women and has been the domain of, females within our society. And wasn't really until the 1940s and 1950s that we deeply medicalized, and by nature of kind of the world that we live in, brought that into the domain of men.
And
And the
skyrocketed
horrors,
and skyrocketed women oh fuck maternity rates. What's it called when you survive during childhood?
The lowered
yeah,
maternal
so
Yes.
mortality rates.
right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I absolutely agree that technological innovation over time has increased many a great deal of things, but it has come with all kinds of other bad things. And the doula and the midwife have been a reaction to that loss of autonomy that many women have had. I mean, like we still to this day have doctors that are performing the, what is it, the husband stitch, right, where we're adding an
Yeah.
additional stitch to sew up women's vaginal canal, so that they can be a little bit tighter in the opening for the husband's penis, despite the fact that this is causing serious pain and medical issues for most women, and that there is absolutely zero medical evidence whatsoever that this is appropriate or beneficial to them. And so I think this is a perfect example of how over dependence on licensure and, like, this concept of authority has been corrected by individuals going outside of licensing, outside of that market. And if you talk to any midwife, because I think I'm the only parent here that's actually spoken to midwives. I had a doula for both of my children's birth. If you talk to any midwife, they will immediately tell you, "Oh, you're over the age of 35. That's a geriatric pregnancy. We don't do those here. We want you in the hospital. We'll have the doula there with you in the hospital." They know what they're doing. They've done tons of research. And more often than not, the first hint of any issues, they do indeed go to the hospital. And those pregnancies are often much safer, they're much less painful, and they're much less they have a lot less issues. Now, yeah, there are some crunchy mom type shit there, but I think it's a great example of why licensure and overemphasis on government is an issue. Works for
Uh,
me.
I'll wait for Ali to go, and then I can, and then I want to respond to that.
Could I throw?
Okay, so because it's going to take a while because we have a few people.
So you want to respond to that real quick, very quickly?
Yeah, quickly. Then we'll go to Ali, Lactoid, and Corey.
Yeah, Scott. Listen, I have heard many stories from many women, and I've read many stories that like what actually happens in many in many clinics across the country, that like what happens in childbirth is actually a lot more terrifying than like what the average person realizes. I've heard stories of women being like forced.
Birthing plans go out the window all the time. Yeah.
Being held down and being forced to stay in one position. They can't move. They can't squat. They're not allowed to like leave. They're not allowed to. There are cases of women who have been sexually assaulted in the middle of childbirth, and then it's excused as simply the person being examined. Like I hear all of that, right? And I'm sympathetic to that. At the same time, though, it leaves us in kind of a weird spot where when shit goes wrong, because everything you're saying right now, I sympathize with. And I know a lot of women who sympathize with it, but they still wind up going to the hospital because of the what if. What if something goes wrong? What if something bad happens? What if my infant son is born and is going to die and they immediately need to be sent to the ER? But oh wait, we have to drive 15 minutes down the road to go to the hospital when we could have simply wheeled him 5 minutes down the aisle instead. Like
real quick. Birthing centers are almost always within like, I don't want to say walking distance, but it's almost imperative that very often birthing centers are very, very close to hospitals for that reason, number one. And midwives almost always, the moment there's fetal distress, the moment your pulse ox is off, the moment there are any signs of fetal distress, basically, they're very quick to go to the hospital. I think this is an issue that just doesn't really exist.
Well, hang on though. Like it does exist though, because even if that's true, even if it's true that most birthing centers are close to the hospital anyway, and even if it's true that most midwives, the minute something bad happens, they pick up the phone and they immediately call. Like even if it's the most ideal, like midwife, the most experienced position you could be in, you're still in a worse position because I still have to pick up my shit, get to the car, and drive down the road anyway, regardless of how close it is. And it still would have been much quicker, and time is of the essence. Like if something bad happens, like it's like
is that you might be in a worse position by being in a hospital.
Yeah. The alternative is that I might be abused, but the infant might survive. That's the difference. That's the difference between those two things.
There's other thing too. Like,
I do want to let some of these win because we've got. But like I really want this conversation. Like I actually really want to engage with you on this, Fairy Queen, and I'd like to hear what Scott has to say too, because like I'm actually close to the Scott side on this part. I think FQ, if we talk about it, we can actually move you closer to Scott's side, to my side, not Scott. Fuck him. To move closer to my side. On this one too. But I have to let other people in. We have limited time. So Ali, Lactoid, and Corey.
So Hunter, and then a little bit to FQ's point about like what happens if a practitioner fucks up with something. So like with massage, with you get insurance, right? I have insurance. If I fuck up, the insurance handles the fuck up, whatever it may be, whether it may be legal or if it's medical. If I injure someone, I have insurance that covers that. I have legal insurance as well. Tattoos, right? Piercings. I don't think there's too much regulation for that. I think you can just become a tattoo artist. I think there's more regulation to become a barber than there is to become a tattoo artist. Right?
Mafias.
And so like Hunter, to your point, with like there isn't much regulation in tattoos, right? Anyone can get a fucking gun on Amazon and just start tattooing up people, right? The way you like. Anyone can claim, oh, I'm a great tattoo artist. You go there and it's a botched job. What happens is no one goes and gets a tattoo artist from any rando. Now, if you do, that's your fault. You fucked up, and I don't know how you were gonna do that anyways. You were gonna have your friend give you a stick and poke regardless because you were looking for the cheapest alternative. So you were looking for whatever bullshit you were looking for. The way we defeat frauds or people that are bad at their job is through reviews. Unfortunately, right now, no one is doing anything without a review. You want a restaurant? You're going to sit 35 minutes, sit there, look at the menu, look at the reviews, look at the photos, and then decide if you're going to go to the restaurant before you've even been there. So, like, that's going to be the same thing. If we have a bunch of
health department,
if we have a bunch of BBL doctors, what's going to happen is they're going to be on Instagram because they're going to try to advertise themselves. You're going to go through the comments. this guy's a hack. This guy's great. This guy's good. Which is like, Gibbs, against your point, all these doctors, I like that they're online. I like that they're on TikTok. I like that there's a competitive edge to being a doctor or a pharmacist now or a fucking dentist. If you're a dentist with a 1.3 million following on TikTok, that's amazing for your.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem.
Yeah,
can I respond to that?
That's not what I was talking about.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, if we the having the regulation, if we remove the regulations, we leave it to reviews because now we can literally access every single individual's business. There we go. Solve the problem. Solve itself.
So let's go. So I gotta get the other people in because I've been waiting and we have a little time. Lactoid.
So I'm fine with duels and doulas, and I'm also okay with the husband stitch as long as it's consensual. The woman agrees to it. You should be able to have whatever plastic surgery you want. This is actually a question for you, Staxium. So you can answer, and then you can.
Most women can't consent during that period.
Well, I'm saying beforehand. They could be like
hospital. Yeah.
Be like in the
part of your birthing plan. You're an idiot, but go ahead. Yeah.
Well, whatever you want. Hey, it is what it is. I think there could be women who are interested in doing that. There's no problem with that. I think it's a selfless thing to do.
I've never heard of this before until now, and this is the wildest thing. Thank you for educating me.
Think about it, right? Like vaginal tightening. Vaginal tightening makes a lot of sense when you think about how many guys would get dick enlargement surgeries too, right? It seems logical. Same kind of concept, right?
Share the burden, yeah.
Rod, hole, friction. Anyway, Staxiums.
Yeah.
So
share the load.
I wanna. I know you said it would lead to something obnoxious, but I actually do want to resolve, at least kind of understand where you're coming from. So let's imagine. Imagine a scenario. I can give you a scenario where perhaps most of society would be okay with this, and an individual would be okay with this, even though we think it's abhorrent. Let's say there was a society in which 13% of the population were slaves, and the rest of the population were free men. And the rules in the society were established that the 13% had a characteristic about them that would never be shared with the other percentage. And that's what made them eligible to be slaves. And so the main population had no reason to fear.
Eligible?
Mandated, sure. And the rest of the population had no fear whatsoever about becoming slaves. And let's say they got a tremendous amount of pleasure. Let's say they were all kinks for some reason. BDSM shit, they loved the concept of enslaving the 13%. Why is it wrong if overall utility is maximized? Why is it? Do you think it's wrong to have that?
So I would say that in that example, overall utility is not maximized, and that's because in my personal calculus, I treat negative utility much stronger than positive.
Okay, much stronger, but this is you don't understand how much they're cooming.
Says it's bad.
Wait, you don't understand how much they're cooming. They are infinitely pleasured by the concept of owning somebody.
I would say if you took an ideology to an extreme, it always looks
absurd. Well, I want you to answer this. Maybe if it looks absurd.
Wait, no, hold on. I'm answering your question. I will engage with the hypothetical, in which I would say it is literally impossible for a human being to do this. In that hypothetical, yes, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Have you ever read King Cotton's speech?
No, I don't know what that is.
So you should. King Cotton is a very famous speech that was done on the Senate floor just before the Civil War. That is a justification for slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And in it is the famous line. I can't remember the senator's name off the top of my head just now, but he says, how dare you tax King Cotton, right? The cotton industry and how England is. But there's a really interesting section because he makes the utilitarian argument very strongly that slavery is better than freedom for the blacks. And the way that he does this is he compares the treatment and the health care and the education and the likelihood of being taken care of as they're elderly versus the industrial north where someone gets an accident and there's nothing they can do.
Right, but we know that's bullshit.
Services.
We know that doesn't happen.
How do we know that's bullshit?
Because fucking black people were raped and murdered and bred like cattle and taken advantage of. I would say
in the north.
But that would be okay. But you'd be okay with that if the white people got enough pleasure out of it.
I would say it has to be essentially infinite to overwhelm the massive amounts
of
negative utility.
It, yeah.
No, you're
negative
not
utility that would. I am engaging.
The argument is this. The argument is this. By King Cotton, right? By James Hammond. Thank you, Chad. James Hammond.
Even if Hammond. Here, let me engage.
The argument is this. Is that in the North, there is no welfare program to take care of elderly blacks.
Uh-huh.
In the North, families do not have any protections. In the North, you have to work in squalid conditions in textile industry, in factories where injury is common. And if you are injured, tough titty, go fuck yourself. You don't have a hand anymore. And in the
Uh-huh.
South, families are
I
taken
fucking
care
get it.
of.
Okay, can I answer your question?
Okay.
You don't
Yeah,
have to
go
keep
ahead.
rambling. Okay, yeah. Even if that were accurate, which it is not, that is a
Right, okay, yeah.
completely absurd recollection of what happened in the fucking South during the 1800s.
No, you're that's not.
Okay,
Presume
even
that
if
it's accurate.
presume it's accurate, it still isn't. It still doesn't maximize utility because
Why?
because I treat negative utility so much stronger than positive. I would say that murdering someone
What
is
is negative utility as
worse
you define it?
harming other people. How do you I don't understand.
Well, no. Well, so harming other people would
Taxing
be
them?
against the non-aggression principle, right?
No, I don't
But
believe that taxation is. I would say that
but hold on, Pop. You
overtaxation
say negative
is a harm,
utility.
sure, but I would say that it overpowers the massive amount of utility that is gained.
So again,
Obviously,
you're engaging in magical thinking, right? So
how so?
negative utility, because negative utility, as you define it, you say that you stress negative utility
Yes,
over positive utility,
yes,
which means that you stress negative rights, freedom from, over positive rights, which is wealth redistribution, helping
yes,
people, etc. All of
correct.
those things.
I
If
see where
you
you're
were to
coming from.
do
That
so,
taxation is
if you were to
essentially,
do so,
yeah,
right, if you were
It's
to do so,
slavery.
you would have to say,
I
in
get
order
it.
for this
Yeah,
magical thinking to work, you would have to be a right-wing anarchist.
uh-huh.
You're not, because what you're saying is that you actually don't value negative utility more. You only say that you do when it comes to things that we obviously know are wrong against bodily autonomy, like slavery. You're lying. You're not
It's not.
actually.
Can
You're
I
making
answer the
magical
fucking? I
math.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I got it 5 minutes ago. Let me answer your question. The negative utility that comes from a billionaire getting taxed 50% of his wealth is virtually negligible. And the positive utility gained,
So
and the
how are you
positive
coming to
utility,
that?
because I don't think his lifestyle is changing all that much.
If you take half of everything that he creates, you don't
Yes,
think his lifestyle changes that much?
I think that
That's insane.
there definitely comes a point where your wealth is so exorbitant that any addition to it doesn't affect your lifestyle. Yes, 100%. That's the easiest
ridiculous.
argument I can make.
No, you're right. But if you were to take half of a billionaire's
Uh-huh.
assets, right?
Uh-huh.
You're not just changing his lifestyle. You're changing what it is that he can invest in. You're taking the
Sure.
most productive member in
Sure.
society.
Sure.
That
No, no,
is
no, 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 no.
that
Oh
is
my
doing the
fuck.
greatest
Who
good in society, stealing half of everything that they own, and then giving it to the least productive members of
God,
society.
I need like a
And you're
fucking
saying
Marxist
that
here
you
because
value negative
holy
utility more.
shit, the idea that is set like that improving the material benefits of every person below a certain threshold to a maximum would completely that would jumpstart the economy so much fucking more than this trickle down economic bullshit.
Or check this out.
Trickle-down
Fuck those
economics.
people.
So
Why do
hold
they
on,
deserve any of
real
that?
quick,
Like,
real
I
quick.
mean,
So
Yeah,
so
see, you're coming at
so
it from an ethical standpoint that's just like like
right. You
it's
say
absurd
that
at its
you're
face.
You
saying
would
that
agree
you're doing
taxes don't work this way
utilitarian
right now,
calculus.
though.
What was that?
Well, you'd agree that taxes don't work this way now, right? If you're making $100,000, you're like what, paying 30 to 40% of your income?
30%, sure.
Yeah, this is like a massive. This dramatically affects your life, and because you value negative utility so much greater than positive utility, surely the amount of impact 30% of your income can have. Like, we shouldn't be taxing
would
people who make
say-
six figures at all.
I would say that anyone who's making under six figures is seeing massive benefits from the taxation that
So-
you're getting.
So
Trying to understand your definition of negative
I,
utility.
so we can't.
What
Yes.
you mean
Sorry,
by
I got because we have a little
so I
time.
just
and
want to call it this Marxist bullshit. And
You
I'm
say-
not
say the-
Marxist. I'm not a
say-
Marxist.
yeah,
you're engaging in
show him
absolutely
for show him
Marxism.
We
for
found a new
Marxist
socialist
I
here.
low-key agree.
He's a crypto Marxist. We've got it. So, but like, say your
No
statement.
fucking
And
socialist.
then we got to go to Corey.
It's just very quick. Yeah, I'll be very quick. Right? When the way that you're defining as of right now, at least through the conversation, negative utility is the material conditions of more individuals over the
No,
material conditions of
I'm not
one
saying that.
individual.
No,
And
I'm
so
not
what you're
saying
doing
that.
is you're okay. Well, then how are you not saying that?
I
think
would
you're
s-
full of shit right now.
I would say that someone who's making $80,000 and pays 30% in taxes gets more than a however much 30% of $80,000 benefit from the government is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Well, you're saying exactly what I'm saying, which is that you're
No.
arguing
No.
negative.
The
Yes,
reason.
you are. No, you're gonna let me make this argument after you.
On an individual basis, I already see what you're saying. From an individual perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is different because I am not okay with one person getting completely fucked and one person getting completely I don't know what the opposite of fucked.
Love to. Yeah,
having an amazing experience, okay? But I am okay with someone taking a downside, like a negative downside for themselves, and then getting an extremely positive, so much so that it outweighs the downside that they took. Does that make sense?
Okay, finish your
It
point,
makes sense.
Scott.
First of all, that's not how the economy works, anyways. And like billionaires make up such a minuscule part of the economy, it doesn't really matter, anyways.
That's my point.
Right. So like you're literally taking half of their wealth and giving like $1 to everybody in America. Like, but nevertheless, setting that aside,
Okay.
what you're when you say negative utility,
Yeah.
right? You have no objective metric for this. And not only do you not
Sure.
have an
Welcome to
objective,
meta ethics. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Well, I'm showcasing why you're full of shit, and you keep
Okay.
interrupting me because I keep making you look bad because
Okay.
you're a fucking lefty, right?
Yeah.
So pipe down
Wait.
for just a second.
Every time someone interrupts somebody, that's because they're making them look bad.
You keep saying negative. You keep saying you value negative utility
Yes.
more than you do positive utility.
Yes.
Will you shut the fuck up, Hunter, for just a second? Let me explain to you why you're fucking retarded. Stop talking. All right, you need to listen.
He doesn't like being interrupted.
So here's the thing: you keep saying that there is negative
He hates
utility, and that you value the negative utility higher than positive utility. You are then framing the negative utility as this, as reference to the income that they have and what effects you think that will have in their life, psychological and material conditions. And then you're comparing and saying that there is more positive utility when you take from those that have a bunch, because relative to those that have nothing, there is this greater exponential positive utility. It's magical math. There's no metric that you're using there. You're taking an objective amount of money from one person and distributing that objective amount of money to others. That's objective. But what you're adding is this subjective concept that the billionaire can lose half of his wealth and it's not that much negative utility to their psychology or to the world or to the effects in the world, and that the material conditions will be greater for all of those other people, and that's good. And it's bullshit.
Okay.
It's magical.
It is
Okay.
crazy.
Okay. Pause.
I won't respond. He can say whatever.
Yeah,
he wants.
it's fine. Sorry, you're not. You promise not to respond. You promise?
Promise.
Okay.
That's tough.
If he promises, then if he says that, then
We'll
okay.
take 10 seconds.
Then very quickly, Saxium.
10 seconds.
Make your point, and then yeah.
Okay. Every ethical framework is based off of some subjective reasoning, by definition.
Okay, but I didn't promise not to respond. So no, go ahead, Brian. Okay.
Let's go to Corey. I've been waiting quite patiently. Okay, and to be clear, we are over time. All right, so we've gone past 11:30 p.m. Eastern. If anyone has to go, you're not, of course, held here. My guards will let you leave. But stick around because I will have more conversations. I do want to engage with FQ on our previous comments because I think it's super interesting. But Corey, please.
Well, rewinding, I guess a bit. So, Ollie, you brought up this well, just to maybe also clarify your position. Like, I'll pose the same question that I posed to Fairy Queen of like, do you think doctors should if a patient requests a treatment, should doctors refuse it if they think it's not in the patient's best interest? Like, basically, can patients just demand whatever they want?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you don't, so if you don't see a problem with that, then to me the review system is totally at least I think there's some major problems in terms of I think doctors should in some circumstances refuse a patient request.
I think they probably will. They likely will, and if the good doctors will, you'll hear about them.
Yeah, sure. And do you see how maybe if the review system it comes into play of totally it unfortunately happens where a patient who has a cold, a viral infection, they'll go to the doctor thinking, well, I'm going to get some antibiotics for this viral infection, and the doctor informs them, well, actually antibiotics don't do anything for your viral infection, and we're going to refuse you antibiotics, and the patient walks away saying that's a negative experience where they have this expectation that antibiotics treat everything because they don't know anything.
Much stronger. There's a much
we
stronger
have
argument actually in
we
treating
kind of have we kind of have that anyways.
the
Where
opioid epidemic.
Yeah,
kinda
there's that aspect too, but I don't really want to necessarily.
we kind of have that anyways, where people will doctor shop for an Adderall prescription or a Xanax prescription, and then you find that there are doctors that you can go get these prescriptions from. Are they good doctors? No, but the same person that was getting turned down from all these other doctors was gonna find a way anyways. So I mean, at the end of the day, that's what they're doing anyways.
Yeah, and that's why like my solution is, well, hopefully some sort of system that I haven't perfectly fleshed it out, that like, yeah, weeds out the bad doctors, because like, yeah, totally there's unfortunate incentive for doctors to prescribe things, I would say bad incentives, and like, yeah, to acquiesce to patient requests. Same thing with like cosmetic procedures and all that stuff. Where
the problem is that, like, sure, we can say the solution would be to stop bad doctors, but sometimes it wasn't even like, it might not even be all the doctors, right? With the opioid epidemic, we had a bunch of doctors that were listening to pharmaceutical reps about what the pharmacists, were telling them. And so, like, are these bad doctors?
So I would call them bad doctors. If you're a doctor that's relying on a pharmaceutical rep to make prescription choices, you're probably a bad doctor.
Well, what I'm saying is then how, like,
so
yeah. So like with all that that's going on, I understand that, like, that's why we tried to, like, enhance regulation, keep these regulations going, but it didn't seem to like solve anything, right? It seems like we just have these regulations. Things are just more expensive. The barrier to entry to becoming these types of careers or jobs is just like harder. So it's like, what did the regulations solve? And so, like, yeah, to like my point, like, we're just we're doing a review system anyways. We treat doctors like tattoo artists anyways.
Well, I would say, like, I agree with you. There were regulations. I would put them as like bad regulations, as in I would. Again, I'm sort of like on the fence. Like I said in my opening statement, I'm sympathetic and I respect Lacroix's position, but I see a very grave problem in terms of like, yeah, patients requesting things from their doctors, and doctors, if there's now an incentive for them to pretty much acquiesce to the patient request, or acquiesce. Where they're going to go to Gibbs for their appendectomy.
Well, there's the incentive now. The incentive still exists now. If a doctor sees a patient and the patient is like, well, I want Xanax, and then the doctor like so feels that, like, okay, well, you do have a little bit of anxiety here. I'll give you some Xanax, and there we go. Like that's already happening with or without the regulations.
I don't know that it's happening. Like, I agree with you. It's totally happening. I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think we're ever going to eliminate that process.
Yeah.
But I still want to minimize it. Like, I understand medical fraud is going to happen, like, regardless. But I still want to live in a world that reduces
it seems to
medical
be that
malpractice and fraud.
It seems like social stigma is the best way to like minimize it. The regulations aren't minimizing it, right? The only way that's minimizing it is that you hear that this is a bad doctor, you shouldn't go to him.
Wait.
This is a good doctor. Go here.
So
go there.
then we'll compare, because we have some data to back this up, in terms of like, there are reasons why like people go to, let's say, Mexico or other whatever developed countries for, let's say, stem cell treatments, or even other cosmetic or medical procedures. Like, do you think the complication rate is the same in, let's say, the United States and Mexico for the equivalent operation?
I mean, no, there are probably more complications over there, but it's also a lot cheaper, which is why people are going.
Well, so we'll get in. I'm going to bring in public healthcare, which is obviously going to go down a different road. But like, yeah, I think there are other ways of reducing costs.
You don't get to champion public healthcare when your ass uses private healthcare to get out of the Canadian public healthcare system.
You don't. Whoa! You don't get to champion ANCAP when you vote and live in the United States and pay taxes. What are you talking about?
You have a choice between option A and option B.
You have a choice to go live in Lieberland. You have a choice to go to live in Lieberland.
No, that is
yes,
not
you,
the same
yes,
thing.
you do.
You're engaged in a performative contradiction.
Of course,
I'm not.
You have to demonstrate
I'm engaged in sophistry. Yes.
You can't just claim it.
No, it's not sophistry. It's very simple.
Do you not have the choice to go to live in
champion public?
Do you not have the choice to go into Do you not have the choice to go live in unclaimed land? Do you not have that choice?
That is not the same thing.
See, you don't want to answer. Exactly. It's we're talking about apples and oranges now.
That you're using to avoid me dunking on your ass because you were stupid enough
I think I made my point.
know that you use private healthcare in lieu of public healthcare.
Wait. How do you know that I use private healthcare? How do you know?
Because you've posted about it on
yes.
Twitter.
Yes,
And you've
exactly.
admitted it in the past.
As in, I've made it transparent, and I also made it. I don't know if you recall in my post, I said that I do not like the fact that in this particular circumstance, that I had to go through private healthcare, just as you don't like the fact that you live in the
Right.
United States. So,
Right, but
like,
you
I don't know
recognize
what.
that one was better than the other, right?
No, I
For
don't
your
actually.
performance. Well, then why did you go to the one that was worse instead of the one that was better?
In that
That
one
doesn't make
particular.
sense.
Scott, can you
You're
acknowledge
again.
this
You
contradiction?
you are living in the United States, and you vote. Like, why again? Why do you not make the choice to go down a different lifestyle?
Because I was here. If
That does.
Yeah.
they
Listen,
want to
Alex,
come
we
fuck
are.
with me, I'm not going to them fucking with them. That's different.
Okay. All right. So
I'm just minding my business. These fuckers come and take my
let's leave
shit.
that. You guys, we'll have plenty
I
of
love the
time. We'll
fatherland.
have plenty of time to
There you
look at the hypocrisies of ANCAP life. All right. We've done it before. Do it again.
This is not an hypocrisy, though.
I just it's okay. All right. I want to give outros to people. Though I do. Hopefully, we can get a few of you to stay because I'd like to have that conversation and maybe Lactroid too. So I can yell at him as well. But thanks all to first of all to my audience. We'll continue on. We'll have some more content for you afterwards. I'm just giving these people an outro. But anyway, sub to the channel if you've enjoyed this content. If you liked all the things we've talked about. We talked about a lot. We had a really spirited conversation, especially in the PMCs. It took off. So shout out to all my participants. But if you want to see more from my fantastic participants, you want me to be able to provide you with this platform, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, exclamation point, donate in chat. If you want to skip past Twitch or Super Chat and YouTube, consider helping us out so that I can keep doing this. We do need your help, guys. So help us out. And I guess I'm just saying the same thing over and over again. All right, let's move on. Let's go. Lactoid. Lactoid. Thank you. This was a lot of fun. I am looking forward to the law class, right? That teaches counterintelligence tactics. That teaches poison techniques against your enemies. I like this idea. Lawyers taking things into their own hands. I think they already ruthless enough to assassinate their competition. Why not institute an academic regime teaching them how to do that? Makes sense.
Yeah, the personality fits. Look, lawyers are mercenaries of the courtroom, and PMCs are mercenaries of the violence. It be what it be. The second topic, I really want to emphasize here
By combat.
that I'm also in favor of dueling. Right, that should be allowed.
Always logically consistent.
Always, yeah, and the main difference here of you can just leave America. Well, the reality is the difference between leaving America is you got a bunch of people coming after me, making me do shit. Right, that's not okay. That doesn't mean that I get to go make other people do shit, right? That's not how that works. Because bodily autonomy is based and good, and it's something that is essential to the concept of consent regarding one's own body and one's own property. However much pleasure you get from something bad should be irrelevant to whether or not that action is bad in the first place. So if you agree with that, or if you agree with anything else I said, or if you want to hate watch me, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay. If you agree, we shouldn't rely on infinite pleasure to be the limit there on our moral convictions, right?
I don't care. Somebody who gets infinite pleasure from punching me in the face doesn't now get to punch me in the face just because they're deranged enough to now now you get to punch me in the face because you like it so much. It's well, no, fuck you. I don't give a fuck how much you like it. It encourages depravity.
Well, that's I like encouraging depravity. I'm that type of guy. But let's go to our friend Scott.
But if it encourages depravity, utility shows that it creates a society of depravity. It's not utilitarian in this specific instance, but in other instances, I can just magic my way into being for the state. I'm Scott, Fabian Liberty. If you want to learn about philosophy, politics, anarcho-capitalism, or you just want to watch me debate, come hang out.
Thank you so much. Friend Ali, thank you also for jumping in.
Yeah, Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. If you want to come join, it was a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Hunter, you are a fantastic addition here. I really appreciate having you here. Like, I think you did great arguments. You were really engaged. Love to see it. Yeah, hopefully you'll come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Staxiums. I make videos on philosophy and politics and linguistics and mathematics and all that kind of stuff. Follow me on TikTok and YouTube, Staxiums everywhere, because I know how SEO works, and I didn't put 3 fucking what are they called?
Underscores.
I was standing you the whole time, and then you had to come at me at the end of your fucking close. Like, fuck you, Hunter. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't care if it is your first panel. Okay, motherfucker. Okay. But you were awesome.
You're standing the guy that would take away your doulas. How dare you?
Dueling with fate.
Hunter, you were fantastic.
Real talk though. Everybody get a doula. Literally, get a doula. You don't have to get a midwife. You don't have to go to a birthing center. Get a fucking doula, especially if you're a dude. Get a fucking doula. You know why? Because all the shit that you know you're right about, that you want to tell your wife or your girlfriend in the hospital, but you literally can't because she will fucking murder you, you can just trust the doula to say. You can be like, oh, fucking maybe we shouldn't. Our birthing plan said this. And then the doula goes over there and is like, yeah, well, that maybe we give it a little bit more time. Maybe we try. Yeah, get a doula. Doulas are great. And they'll stand up for you and they'll boss around doctors that try and do shit they shouldn't do.
Oh, man, I really do want to talk about this.
Very pro doula.
But thank you, Hunter. And yeah, I will send you invites in the future. Next, we go to FQ, voted Best Rookie by all other participants. Always happy to have her here. She's fantastic. And yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. And you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage and at my very based and wonderful Twitter handle, which is at Fairy _motherfucking Queen. Okay. And yes, I am going to drop it in the chat. And yes, you are going to follow me. So there. Happy Monday.
I need a direct link in order to find that shit because nobody wants to type it.
Fuck you.
I'm just Fabian Liberty. You'll find me. Not a problem. I don't need a link.
Where's the ampersand?
May or may not be like my 5th Twitter account.
You don't have to like deal with like the finger torture of trying to put an underscore. We can't hear you, but we can imagine what you're saying to us. So we can't.
Finger torture? Okay. What finger dexterity do you people have? You're supposed to be video game nerds. You're supposed to be people.
Yeah, we're starting to get
I am not a video gamer.
Keyboard.
You don't have the strength to hit the triple underscore.
The only thing that's more difficult is like Alt Shift F4 or whatever that was, right? Like that's the only thing. That's the only thing that's more like a
Prime. Do you play music?
No, I don't.
This is your problem. You need to learn how to play music, okay? If you could learn how to play music, a guitar or a piano, your problems would be resolved.
If you have
enough 3 underscores in music.
Prime.
That's music theory. 3 underscores.
Your name is as difficult as fucking jazz chords, and you think that's like a flex for you? Like, that's terrible.
Exactly. Hey, you haven't put enough points into dexterity, right? That's your problem, and that's why you can't put my name into Twitter. Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
So you don't
all got
deserve.
baby fingers going clink on the
you
keyboard.
You don't deserve to follow me on Twitter.
Okay.
My hands. Listen, my hands. My hands. I have natural deformities, ma'am.
Yeah.
I have natural.
Oh, wow.
Don't you dare. Watch what you say. And what happened? I was born this way. Thank you very much.
Well, your pointer finger looks.
Does it help you with like the back rubs?
Abled.
Does it help you with back rubs or something? Like Do you get like better angle?
I broke my nose. Yeah, it actually does. I get a nice angle with the two knuckle in. You know, it's a good time.
Nice.
We're learning so much about everyone today. Thank you for that part. All right, now that we've appropriately dunked on Fairy Queen, we'll continue that later on. We'll move on to Gibbs.
I gotta follow that. We gotta follow the Knuckles thing. Oh man.
You can make it Fairy Queen too if you want.
Sure. I mean, I'm Admiral Gibbs. Unlike Fairy Queen, my name comes up alphabetically first almost all the time because it starts with an A and there's no underscore. If you enjoy these topics and whatnot. I also want to add one thing I really found interesting, and this was a definitive thing that we can quote Fabian on. He said it a bunch of times, and it was that we discovered if they're interrupting you, it's because you're making them sound bad. And Scott always interrupts me after I get 5 words out, so it only takes me 5 words to make him sound bad every time I talk. So that's from his own word of mouth. If it's making him sound bad, that's why they're interrupting you. So now we know. Thank you. I'm glad that was clarified. Other than that, you can find me as Admiral Gibbs everywhere. It was good time.
I agree.
Thank you.
It's like a shotgun blast with you though, because you make everything sound bad.
Hey, whatever works. Listen, everybody's got a talent. I'm like someone said last week. I'm dark fairy queen. Like she makes people have these happy analogies. I give you vivid ones, but they're maybe of a more grim, dark nature.
He has 3 upper scores.
Yeah. Which is ironic because my name's easy to type. I'm like Wah Fairy Queen, but with a good, I guess.
You are not the dark version of me, okay? I am the dark version of me, okay? Nobody gets to be the dark version of me, okay? Nice try, Gibbs. That's a nice try.
It's already happened. It's official.
Thanks,
friends. Decided.
Doobie. And I'm the decider, so I decide that here. Anyway, Doobie, thank you also for coming through. Fuck you for using that avatar. I demand the frog back. I've gotten used to the frog. The frog comforts me, right? It fills me with joy. In a way, this certainly is not. But thank you, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I am Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. I think we're just under 85,000 people now. 200 to 300 people active in the voice chat all day. It's a very, very chaotic place. I think you'd have a lot of fun there.
Doobie, I'll put this. I did this last week, but I meant to do it while you were here, but you left really quickly. We've talked about, you and I have talked about how we want video game companies and movie companies to do stories based on like Black culture rather than placing Black people in other things. So this is a video game's coming out. It's called Zao, right? I put it in your group DM here for Reverie, right? You've seen it. Great. What what do you think about it?
I think it looks really cool, and I don't know about and this is one of the reasons I think it'd be really cool if these kind of like African folklore actually was explored and used in media the way that like European folklore is and Asian folklore is, because I genuinely have no idea if this is even attached to folklore, right? So, it absolutely might be. We just don't really hear about it, right? I think a lot of people might know about like a Nancy the Spider and some like really like minimal shit like this, but there are a lot of stories from African country and African ethnic groups and cultures we just have no idea about, and most they just don't make it over here. So yeah, I think that this is a step in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, it's only $20. I put the link in the Twitch chat if people want to take a look at it. It's only $20. It's coming out like in a few days, and so like if you want to support that, like if you have a big problem with inserting people that look like me in roles for people that look like Scott, then support something like this. Then
have they given you a promo code yet, Prime?
Nobody looks like me. I'm just like a fucking like what? I'm an American mutt. Like nobody looks like me.
That means everybody looks like you. What the fuck?
Literally, yeah.
I guess sure, like chicken, like everything tastes like chicken.
But yeah, thank you, Doobie. You're a cool dude, and I really appreciate having you here. And this is really, I really liked hearing from you in that first topic. That was fantastic. And I want to hear more on your ideas on PMCs and stuff like that. I want to hear you yell at Scott more about this. Actually, that was really fun. Let's go to Corey. Corey, thanks also for coming through and being an amazing part of my community.
Yeah, always a pleasure. And I have to address something. So I saw Fairy Queen's link in the chat, and something seemed off to me, and I clicked it, and I'm pretty sure it's quadruple underscore
Oh
Fairy
no.
Queen.
Oh no.
I think
Oh
everyone should click.
no.
You noticed the
Oh,
extra
no.
underscore?
Oh,
Maybe
God.
that's why
Let's
people
take a
couldn't
look.
find you, FQ.
Let's take a look. Is this the case?
Might be time for.
Are we
It might
really
be.
Oh
going
my
over
God.
this again? Just
Very
do
green.
your
It
outro thing, Corey. And
It might be time for a rebrand. Might be time for a rebrand. Very
All right.
green.
What are you looking at? Listen, if
I'm-
all
I'm-
of you are looking at my Twitter, please
One,
just follow me,
2,
okay?
3. 4. It is 4. It
Yeah,
is
you-
quadruple. He's absolutely right. It's quadruple.
I think-
so funny.
I think it's time
Fine.
for a rebrand.
I'll just start
Very
saying
green.
that then, okay?
No, just
Fairy
rebrand.
quadruple
Just if
underscore
anybody-
queen.
If
Fairy
anybody wants-
4x
That won't give anyone-
underscore.
What is
Fairy 4x underscore queen.
It's
Yeah,
even worse than we thought.
I think it's
It
time
is
for a
not that
rebrand.
funny.
But that's the
It's
part, that's
really
the
funny.
problem. That's the problem with underscores is you can't tell how many there are.
Shut the
can't-
fuck
They
up,
could be
Hunter.
anywhere.
You didn't even know how many there were, Fairy
Fine,
Queen. You
okay,
said there was
listen,
3.
Hey,
That's
I
what
You
we
got
probably
your
wrote the
own
fucking
name
movie,
wrong.
Okay?
You're the
You
one who
put-
made the name.
You
We're
put
just trying to-
4
we're trying to
X's
help
as
you
well.
out.
Even know her
You
own
can tell
name.
the
Fuck up
difference.
too. All of you can shut the fuck up. My name is just fine, okay? It's fine.
Dealing with
It's
Joe
safe,
Biden.
It's
It-
beautiful.
It was
Yeah,
fine.
doesn't
It's
even
just
know
you
their own
got it
name.
wrong.
Hey,
Wow.
It's an
we're
attack.
trying to
I
help.
have to
If
listen
you
now.
got it wrong, how do you expect everyone else to get it
No,
right?
for
That's
real.
a good
That
point.
fucking link. That's how, okay? And you could also find it at Fairy Queen's. I can't believe I'm
cannot-
shouting.
Oh, how many
again.
underscores? How many underscores with that? Fairy 1, 2, 3. You said 3, right? It was 3 underscores.
Yeah, because we couldn't find it with
She
3.
might have.
Oh my God,
Why don't you just- hold on.
Fairy
Why don't
4x
you
is a
just-
better name.
Why don't you just make it 5, and then at least it'll be an
5?
underscore for every
Why do I
syllable,
need a
right? Like
5?
Fairy Queen's
Now you're just
Cottage.
being ridiculous,
Then we
Scott. I mean, 5 instead of 4.
That's
Even though
ridiculous.
even though we
Yeah.
thought it
Like,
was
what are you
3?
thinking, Scott? That'd be dumb.
I think it's time for a
I
rebrand.
really love you,
Give me a
Corey, how you
rebrand.
chose to shout me out more in your closing statement, okay? Just so everybody knows, if you would like to follow me
You're
on
welcome
Twitter,
for the
you
free
can find me
branding.
at Fairy quadruple underscore queen on Twitter. Thank you, Corey, for letting me have
I
this
honestly,
moment.
I honestly hope that you get like 100 followers just from
Yeah.
this nonsense.
I do too. I
really
mean,
hope that
Yeah,
I
you
hope I do
absolutely
too,
should
honestly.
follow Fairy Queen. And like I wanted to I want to promote you and also highlight the fact someone else made the argument of like you didn't keep track of your own username. That might be a testament to how
Thank
difficult
you.
it is challenging
Oh,
to find your username.
thanks.
But either way, still humorous. But yeah, this has always been a pleasure. You can find me on twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. And you can find me on Twitter, X, Instagram, at quadruple underscore, no, at it's Corey Campbell on all platforms. And yeah, Doobie, Admiral Gibbs, Fairy Queen, and pleasure to meet you, Staxiums, and Ali, Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. And I put a link also in our YouTube chat. So if you're there, click on our link and you can find it. Because it would have been impossible otherwise. All right. So I will let anyone else who wants to head out now. That's fine. I would like to see if we can do the conversation. With Fairy Queen, Scott, and Lacto. But anyone else wants to be a part of it, it's fine. It's cool.
I'm dipping.
But yeah, so sorry. Okay, did someone? All right. Bye, whoever that was. I actually
See you
lost
later.
track of. See you, friend. Okay. Did Scott leave? Oh, all right.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
left.
Okay. All right. That's
Said he
fine.
hasn't eaten.
Don't worry. I can handle it by myself. But yeah. So, Fairy Queen, I had your opinion on Doula's sorry, not Doula's the other thing, the
Maternity
sorry.
wards?
Hospital
maternity.
hospital
No.
births.
No. Yeah. Well, on hospital births, but also not
Home
Doula's
birth?
the other thing. The other
Home births?
Midwives?
the women.
Midwives?
Midwives.
Midwives?
Thank you. I blanked. I apologize. Yes, midwives. Thank you. I had that opinion of midwives as well. That why would anyone choose a midwife rather than going to a hospital birth, right? Like it's safer. I used all the same arguments. Then I saw the segment that talked about the history of these things, right? Like, and it goes similar to what Scott was trying to say previously, in that like it was like I guess 1940. I thought it was like 1920s. That was my time frame for this, but around that time, we started professionalizing the medical field, which overall very good thing, right? And it's something I want to yell Lactoid about later on as well. But overall, like extremely good thing that we did that. However, midwives were looked as competition to doctors, right? And they went on a campaign to say, well, these people are what they were doing is exceptionally dangerous, and you'd have better outcomes in these. Uh, in these birthing wards. But there wasn't much of a difference, especially at that time, in terms of like technology, as to like what they could actually do. And this ended up being an attack on Black women. Black women had taken up this role, like I mean, just traditionally, like forever. But within the United States, Black women had been midwives, right? Midwifery was a big thing there, and they specifically attacked them as these hacks, right? These quacks that would end up hurting your baby. Completely untrue. However, I think it's also fair to say what you were saying, what you brought up before, that like medical technology has increased, and within hospitals you have access to resources that you simply cannot within a home environment or maybe even one of these birthing centers. However, as we've seen with like the maternal mortality, um, women aren't listened to, right? Like you were saying this as well, right? Women aren't listened to. We have in this professional field doctors who, and I have stories about this as well. Doctors who ignore the needs of these women, who aren't working with them through their pain, through the trauma that they're going through right at that second, and that leads to deaths. I think that having a midwife or a doula, an advocate, especially at the very least, massively increases the success rates there. And in other countries, like midwives are what I've heard in the UK is that everyone has a midwife. Like it's like, of course, like it's strange not to do that. Because like they see like the benefits in having that person on your side as you face are dealing with the medical field, and having the option of doing a home birth. So like, what are your thoughts so far?
So I think it's probably true that like having an advocate or having somebody that like has like delivered a lot of many babies and who has experience with this and like who it's even like their maybe like their vocation to do so is a good thing to have. Like I think it's a good thing, for you to have somebody who is your advocate, especially like if you only have like if if you don't have a lot of close extended family, it's probably a good thing. But while I think it's a good thing, and while I think it's a good thing to have an advocate for you, I still go back to the same thing that I said before to Scott, which is that look, I acknowledge that women aren't listened to. I acknowledge that like it's nice to talk about what the plan is, but like the reality is like once you arrive the plan goes out the window, and women are abused, they are taken advantage of, there are concerns, right? Like one concern, this happened to my mom, this happened to her. People were allowed to come into the delivery room who hadn't been cleared. She had no idea who these people were. They were just random strangers. They weren't a part of like the team, they weren't her doctor, they weren't the nurses, they weren't my dad, they weren't family, they were nobody, right? They were literally medical students who wanted to come in to simply observe a birth because that's what they wanted to do. And nobody thought to ask, like if they had any business being there in the ward, or if, if their presence was desired to be there. They just showed up because they thought it was their right to be there. And that's, I think, like another aspect of why a lot of abuse happens, like in maternity wards. It's because there's a pressure. If you do not do this thing, there's a possibility that you might have somebody could die if you don't act quickly and if you don't act now. But like, while I acknowledge all these things are there, right? I can't toss, it's like what I said before. I'm basically like I'm tossing a nickel in the air. Sure, there's a high likelihood that I might be abused or might be taken advantage of, or bad things might happen to me, like when I go. But that's a risk I'm willing to take if it means that it increases the likelihood of my infant or my baby being okay. Because I don't want to be in a situation where like I'm having, the magical home birth that's like a lot more pleasing and a lot more emotionally fulfilling, and where you feel a lot safer. But then your baby has a horrible problem and you're not close to any, life-saving technology. You're not close enough to the hospital. It takes you 15 minutes to get there. You get there, it takes 10 minutes for you to explain to the doctor what's happened. I like, just in the name of safety, for like for at least just for me personally, I wouldn't want to have a home birth for that reason, because I wouldn't want, even though I think probably I would probably feel safer like at home, I wouldn't feel safer for my kids, and so I wouldn't do that, if that makes sense. So
I mean, yeah, how you feel is important, right? So, like, this isn't, to be clear, isn't like, hey, FQ, you need to have a birth, at home.
well,
to a midwife, to
but
be
this
very
is
clear.
about
Yeah.
like, is home birth safe, right? Is really the question, right? Is it
Yeah.
home? And I think like the real answer is like, because the problem probably, I would guess in many cases it probably is safe, and there are probably many happy, healthy deliveries, but you can't count on that. You can't count on, that you're going to have a healthy, natural, easy delivery. You don't know that that's going to happen. You don't know if the umbilical cord might get wrapped around their neck, and there are so many things that can go wrong, right? And it's better probably to be surrounded with professionals who have the technology and the care and the experience to do something if something goes wrong. That's the
Okay.
question.
What I push back against you is that, like, not being surrounded by professionals, because there are professional midwives, right? Like, that go through training, and I think in the UK it looks like they have some level of certification. There, I'm not sure about in the States. I need to look into that. But I'm like looking at the Nursing and Midwifery Council here, which is a website you can check out, and it's talking about all their proficiencies. So like they have standards for their midwives, so it's not as if we're talking about saying anyone can do it, right? That, and even, okay, I'll just leave it there. That we're not saying that just anyone can do it, but just a person who has been trained in midwifery. There are a lot of problems that they can handle themselves, that like don't require invasive surgery, and that they may have tools available to them to deal with other issues. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a doctor. But again, beyond that, part of the plan is, okay, if something does go wrong, how do we get to the hospital? Like, what is the most efficient way of doing this? And already like notifying the hospital that, like, we might need your services at that point in time. There are ways to make this safe, but also do it in a way that you don't have doctors who like, the more I hear about like women like in their encounters with the medical field, the more horrified I am. I literally got another story like 2 nights ago about the horror stories that women are facing. I see Ollie. That women are facing there. And this seems like, since you understand that, I don't know why you wouldn't want to provide more
It's
options,
why
or at least denigrating those options.
I gotta bounce, guys. I'll catch you later.
Okay, well, quickly, back to it. Before you leave, very quickly. So, doctors, I think you were talking about, like, hey, if they're unlicensed, that's fine. But fuck, what did I write down? I wrote something down for you. Yeah, doctors were cheaper. Doctors used to be cheaper when they were completely unlicensed. But they would shorten people's lifespans, right? Like, going to the doctor was actually dangerous, right? Like they looked at them differently back then, because you didn't know what you got, and it caused disastrous health outcomes, right? Like, and what you would get in New York was definitely different what you got in California, and between the doctors happened to be in San Francisco, because there was no standardization of care or anything like that. So yes, it was cheaper, but it doesn't mean it was actually better. You were getting a better service.
I don't know how much of the improvement is due to like the current licensing regime versus like advancements in medical technology, germ theory. understandings of how to properly sanitize shit. Like there's all sorts
How
of
do we
things.
know that you understand these things, though? Right? That you understand germ theory.
Right. I'm fine with there being like the quote unquote license, which is like a recommendation. But I think that like if let's say you can't afford that, there are plenty of people who maybe they're not going to be licensed, maybe they're not going to be as good, but they're I think that they're going to be cheaper and they're probably going to be more accessible, and they might not be a negative necessarily. I mean, they might be like worse compared to a licensed doctor, but they might not be a negative compared to not doing anything at
I
all.
wish I had more time to engage with you on this.
Well, like for example, like a broken bone. Let's say I broke my arm. Like what's wrong with me paying less to see a unlicensed doctor who can set my bone for me? Something very basic, right? Even people in the past who fake being a doctor, they can set bones pretty easily. It's something that nurses do. It's not something that like
dislocated, not break. Just say
could be dislocated or broken. You can set broken bones.
If you break it, you can't just pop it back into place.
Well, no, I'm talking about like popping. I'm saying setting it. So like wrapping, like cast, like making a cast.
Okay.
Take a little stick from your backyard and just
yeah, splint. Make a splint.
I mean, you can make a splint. You just anyone can do that. That's fine if anyone can make a splint. But if you are if you're advertising professional services, I would be fine if we had like a lower like level of like professional, right? Like I mean, we have like nurses, but like even maybe lower than that or whatever. That you are clear to do these level of interventions, and we know that you're capable of that. And that would be the level, right? Rather than, hey, just go to anyone and good luck.
You can get that lower level and advertise it, but again, like could be somebody who's even lower who can appeal to like maybe a lower cost, or perhaps they're part of an industry that some people might trust more, right? Ali is into he's a massage therapist. Well, can anybody give me one good reason why he needs a license to rub someone's back?
I don't know how he does it, so I can't say.
Like a pro.
I'm sure he's fantastic, okay, and he can brag about like how good he is. I got no problem with that, but the fact that if he moves states, he needs to get licensed. Like,
I got to retest. I got to study up for a medical. It's not even a test. It's not even an ethical test. It's a medical test. I have to know the names of the bones and the muscles.
Well, so that's where
the license tells me that he'll use his hands rather than his dick. That's what it tells me. All right, that's what I'm getting.
Historically, that doctor I told you that checked those women, he was a licensed doctor. Okay,
I'd say that license don't really mean much.
No, fair enough there. But yeah, so you're going to say something, Corey?
And it's an impediment. It's an impediment on felons trying to re-enter society. Prime.
Well, yeah, a couple of things. Well, one to address Ali. Like, I'm definitely you're way more of an expert on massage therapy than I am. But from what I understand, like there are some actual legitimate like medical applications of massage therapy where it might be, I think, maybe some sort of like whatever prescribed, maybe not rehab, but
yeah, but it's like a hyper minority.
Yeah,
and even then you're not allowed. You can't, like I've worked in medical offices and with insurances, and it's the exact same massage.
So I think that's might be the difference in terms of like to use that title. It's the difference between like a registered dietitian and like nutritionist. Like you can go whatever rub someone's back like Lactoid says, but you just can't call yourself a massage therapist, right?
The problem is they only hire licensed massage therapists because otherwise you can't work.
No, you can. You just can't work for the you can market yourself as back rubber, right?
I don't. I mean,
you could market yourself. You can do massages like by yourself, freelance, but like you're not. That's not a career though. That's not a job. Right? So it's a weird hobby.
I don't know about that, but Lactoid
massages.
So in your model, I think I know the answer, but just to confirm, like pretty much like anybody like in your world where anybody can be a doctor, okay? So the doctor can prescribe anything. Like the unlicensed doctor, they can like prescribe anything, and they should be able to access it. And if they want to prescribe like any chemical, then the consumer patient can go and seek it out.
For the most part, I mean, look, I got crystals in the mail right now. But in terms of like. I know. But in terms of like
crystals of what exactly?
We'll talk about that later. But in terms of
shove up your butt for like
not methamphetamine. But I think that like for the most part, I can't like the only chemical I could see being like, okay, I'm okay with a ban on that would be like infectious diseases. Like somebody's like has a new quack theory of like, hey, how about we try smallpox? That might help you. There's an obvious concern.
Well, yeah.
Contagion.
That's so I can go in that like you might not be familiar with it, understandably. Like you think potentially like piranha solution should be available over the counter.
Piranha solution? You mean like the fish that eat the dead skin?
It's called that. It's called that. You can Google it. It's called piranha.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Well, they're injecting salmon DNA in people's skin in Korea. That's like a new.
Salmon DNA and piranha solution are totally set. Like piranha solution will eat your face off.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, they're trying something out, and like, you know, people can go to Korea and try salmon DNA injections, and you know, if people want to try it here, why shouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, Corey, you said that you're empathetic to my position of like, if I want to provide a service to somebody and they want to pay me, and I'm not misrepresenting what I'm going to do. Look, I'm going to like pop your neck. Like, are you okay with that? Yes, I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna massage you
as long as I'm not like fraudulently misrepresenting myself. Okay, that could be an issue, right? If I say I'm going to pop your neck and now your cancer is going to go away, that could be a problem. I don't disagree.
Let me ask you, Mike, before you leave. What if I said that, hey, I'm a doctor, metaphysics.
You are a doctor.
I am a doctor, right? What if I said that and I put it on there, doctor of metaphysics, and then I was offering chiropractic treatments unrelated to my doctor of metaphysics? I just happen to have it in the same room, like.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And just to maybe further clarify, okay, that doctor situation, that story that you posted about pretty much essentially a doctor raping
the Italian man, yeah.
Yeah. Does that situation change if the doctor says just adds the word potentially before their claim?
My understanding is there's even like potentially, he needs to say there is no evidence that me having sex with you will cure your HPV, but I think it might. Now do you want to do it? If he said that, I think he'd be in the clear.
I think that is a problem.
Cure your HPV?
That's the magic sentence. You got to say there's no evidence for it, because there is not.
But what if he says, I prayed on it and consulted, the spirits in my crystals?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. No problem.
I'll talk with you more on this later, Lactoid. But yeah, we'll have a deeper conversation.
Yeah, we still got to talk about Russia Ukraine too at some point. But
yeah, I haven't forgotten about that. I definitely do want to have that conversation. All right, talk to you later, friend.
Yep, catch you later.
Corey, I posted a JSTOR article in there for you to review later. Chance, since you always say I don't have post quality research. I feel like JSTOR is a good indicator.
Well, so JSTOR is a database, just FYI.
All right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. We're gonna raid on out into Prime, guys, and catch you guys later. And also, to all of you who gave bits and subs, thank you so much. I didn't forget about you.